Chapter 436. That's right, not only did Xiao Han's mental power liquefied, he had also completed the 16th spiritual finger art. Passing ordinary 8th level true Qi formation realm cultivators wasn't a problem at all. Passing was an extremely terrifying method. It was used to control the target and make the target willingly submit, establishing a master-servant relationship. Even if the two sides had the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife, it would all be written off after the passing. The slave would ignore everything and be loyal to the master. Passing 8th level true Qi formation realm, what kind of concept was that? One had to know that in Xiao Han's plane, as long as one had the cultivation of formation realm, they would definitely be a powerhouse in history. In other words, as long as he could pass a portion of the 8th level true Qi formation realm, Xiao Han would be able to return to his plane. Then, he would be able to call the wind and summon the rain, establish a sect, and become an ancestor. If he took a step further and his mental power solidified, he would be able to pass 9th level true Qi formation realm existences. Then, Xiao Han would be able to threaten the position of the Tower Master. Furthermore, after the mental power solidified, it would be able to turn into all kinds of weapons to kill the enemy. It would be so majestic that it would be able to sweep through everything. Forget it. Let's not think too much first. Let's try to break through to the 17th spiritual finger art. Once I succeed, my mental power will transform once again. The benefits are indescribable. Xiao Han emptied his mind and violently absorbed the hallucinatory devil realm. His mind began to silently visualize the various hand gestures of the 17th spiritual finger art. Inside the hallucinatory devil palace, Rong personally led many elders and hundreds of evil warriors and slowly advanced towards Xiao Han's direction. If there is no accident, that trash plane's little bastard must be hiding in the distance. Rong's face was filled with killing intent and his aura was tyrannical. According to the information we have, that little bastard can easily cause an 8th phase true Qi formation realm expert to fall into a devilish state. He can also cause a 9th phase true Qi true treasure realm expert to fall into a devilish state, but he is unable to cause a 10th phase true Qi immortal vision realm expert to fall into a devilish state. In other words, he can't do anything to the elders. Rong said coldly. Thus, from now on, continue to chase after that little bastard. Those below the 10th level true Qi formation realm and the immortal eye realm will all walk behind. The elders will walk in front, and if they encounter that kid's sneak attack, the elders will be in charge of defending, and I will personally take action to capture him. Yes, yes. An elder who had been ambushed by Xiao Han said with lingering fear. Lord Rong is right. That little bastard isn't able to make us turn into devils when facing existences of our level. It seems that as long as we lock onto that little bastard's position, we'll be able to defeat him. It's not impossible to destroy him. In addition, I have also sent a group of chivalrous heroes to run around the entire Devil Palace to capture the chivalrous hero from the trash plane. As a hostage, I can lure the snake out of its hole at that time. In fact, once that little bastard shows himself, he'll die a graveless death. The corners of Rong's mouth pulled into a wisp of a savage smile. His true cultivation base is too weak after all. Expanding Acupoint realm was a joke in itself. As long as we can lock onto him within a range of several hundred meters, he will be at our mercy. After a short pause, Rong continued. At the same time, hurry up and search for the exit. That kid was constantly destroying the exit. The situation is not optimistic. However, while they were chasing after Xiao Han, Rong and his subordinates, the elders, and the chivalrous spirits, kept roaring, and even screaming hysterically along the way. Because, along the way, Rong and the rest also continuously found exits. But each exit was destroyed by Xiao Han, leaving a scene of desolation. Destroyed! All the exits were destroyed by that guy. Too preposterous. Simply too preposterous. The elders and chivalrous spirits under Rong were howling and barking, like young girls who were defiled and humiliated by a scoundrel. What a reckless waste of God's gifts. Daring to even destroy the exits. Is he still human? B*****. Little bastard. Dozens to 100 exits have already been destroyed by him. This little bastard clearly wants to trap all of our plains people to death inside the hallucinatory Devil Palace. At this time, the eyes of the chivalrous spirits under Rong all became blood-red, filled with brutal killing intent and hatred. A beast that deserves to be cut 1,000 times. Lord Rong, it's a death grudge. That guy has already become a death grudge with us. Won't rest until one of us is dead. Either he dies or we die. It's completely irreconcilable. Lord Rong, we must kill him at all costs. These chivalrous spirits all became restless, the crowd's emotions surging, becoming more and more intense. That's right, each time Xiao Han destroyed an exit, it roughly meant that among these chivalrous spirits, one might fall into this hallucinatory devil palace, consigned to eternal damnation. An exit represented a trace of hope. Xiao Han was destroying their hope. Lord Rong is too vicious. He's too sinister. Doing this, he wants to kill all of us. Despicable. He's no match for us in the open. Thus, he can only play such underhanded tricks. How sinister. Some of the elders also began to wail to the heavens and the earth. Enough! All shut up. Rong roared, his body shaking, releasing his aura, suppressing the entire scene. Dead silence. The situation is already very critical. It's simply urgent without delay. That little bastard's thoughts, we already understand. He wants to kill all of us, causing a complete annihilation. He's crazily destroying the exits. Now, we must capture him by hook or by crook. Otherwise, don't even talk about going to the genius zone. I'm afraid everyone will fail miserably and die here. Rong forced himself to calm down, surveying the scene. Our plane, the thousands of people who entered this hallucinatory devil palace, apart from those who have already found the exits and teleported away, as well as those who were killed by that little bastard, the remaining people are practically all gathered here. Now, this seat is going to distribute the forces. This is a moment of life and death. A moment of life and death. Everyone, listen to this seat's orders. This Rong also became completely serious, treating Xiao Han as the most important opponent in history. There's a total of 37 elders present, among which 6 are the head elders who have opened the heavenly eye. The number of chivalrous spirits is 534. Rong swept his cold gaze across the entire scene, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching continuously, saying word by word, "If we can't find that little bastard for a long time, and let him continue to destroy the exits, then all of us will be buried in this hallucinatory devil palace." From the day this seat left my hometown, I already planned for the worst in my heart. This seat also thought about it before. Once we enter the genius zone, we may encounter even more powerful planes, causing our plane to become even more powerful. The losses were disastrous. However, I never expected at all. We might very well be destroyed in the hands of a cave expansion realm brat from a trashy plane. You should feel indignant about that, right? Involuntarily, there was a hint of bitterness in Rong's tone, as though he was at the end of his rope. We can't accept this. 37 elders and 534 chivalrous men roared. Things haven't reached the most desperate point yet. We still have a chance. We still have a chance to equalize. Listen. From now on, we will split into 7 combat teams to encircle that expanded aperture realm little bastard. The final battle has begun. Rong ordered in an unquestionable tone. Combat Team 1. I will personally lead the remaining 6 combat squads, which will be led by 6 great elders who have opened their heavenly eyes. They will be divided into 7 groups. Although that little bastard is full of tricks and cunning, he's not a match for me. But facing an elder, he was powerless. Not to mention the elders who had opened the heavenly eye. In the process of encircling that brat, once you find an exit, immediately teleport. Every single person that can escape counts. Rong roared. Yes. Our plane will not be defeated. We will definitely be able to capture that little bastard. Lord Rong. We will definitely kill our way out. Also, Rong waved his hand, indicating for the excited crowd to quieten down. He continued to issue orders. Right now, our mental fluctuations have been suppressed by the high-density hallucinatory demonic realm, causing the range of our mental scanning to be limited to a few thousand meters. This is extremely disadvantageous to finding that little bastard. Now, I order that when we search for that little bastard, we can open our heavenly eyes. After opening our heavenly eyes, our scanning range will increase by at least several times, or even 10 times. This will allow our mental fluctuations to reach 10,000 meters. The 7 combat squads, with me as the leader, will all be able to open their heavenly eyes. Then, open your heavenly eyes. Although opening the heavenly eyes will rapidly deplete our energy, and opening them for a long period of time might even affect our life potential, at this moment of life and death, we can't care so much. Open your heavenly eyes. Xiao, the light red mark on Rong's forehead suddenly opened, revealing a mysterious eyeball. This eyeball seemed to be able to see through the heavens and the earth, piercing through the void. Yes. The 6 elders also opened their heavenly eyes one after another. Depart. Rong coldly ordered. In the next moment, Xiao, the 7 combat squads flew out from 7 different directions. At this moment, Xiao Han was using all his strength to break through to the 17th mental finger technique. A funnel-shaped hallucinatory demonic realm whirlpool spun above Xiao Han's head. Thousands of strands of the hallucinatory demonic realm, like rivers running into the sea, merged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, unceasingly tempering the liquid mental power planet. At the same time, Xiao Han's hands were constantly changing hand signs. The liquid mental power planet in his sea of consciousness was already becoming increasingly solid, emitting a dark golden light, showing signs of solidifying. Moreover, the liquid mental power planet was even glowing with a metallic luster. Suddenly, success! Hong, the hallucinatory demonic realm within a radius of 1,000 meters seemed to have been squeezed clean in an instant, completely merging into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. This caused the entire space to collapse and cave in. It became a vacuum zone. Xiao Han slowly stood up. A divine light flashed between his eyebrows. I've finally completed the 17th mental finger technique. The liquid mental power planet in my sea of consciousness is becoming more and more solid. Right now, the state of the liquid mental power planet is similar to the state between liquid and solid. Xiao Han muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Han released a mental wave. The area covered was close to 1 million meters. Not bad, with just a thought, I can survey more than half of this hallucinatory demonic palace. Xiao Han nodded his head in satisfaction. Under the scanning of his mental wave, the location of a large number of exits was already known by Xiao Han like the back of his hand. Moreover, those fellows have split into 7 squads. Xiao Han swept his mental wave, and saw the situation of the Rome Plains troops in the Devil Palace with a glance. These fellows actually have an expression of facing death calmly. Full of determination, fighting spirit, steadfastness, hot-bloodedness. It's as if they want to fight to the death with me. Since it's like this, I, Xiao Han, can only risk my life to accompany the gentleman and fight to the death with you all. Xiao Han's figure directly jumped away. Chapter 437. After completing the 17th spirit finger art, the density of Xiao Han's spirit power was between liquid and solid state. Moreover, the scanning range of his spirit power had reached 1 million meters. As a result, when Xiao Han's spirit power radiated out slightly, all the exits in the hallucinatory Devil Palace could be seen clearly. Xiao Han's body turned into a shadow, jumping around in the hallucinatory Devil Palace. Whenever he encountered an exit, he would activate the hallucinatory Devil Realm and destroy it. He was simply enjoying himself. Every destroyed exit is equivalent to indirectly killing a demon warrior from the Rome Plain, or killing their elder. Xiao Han was delighted. At this moment, the Rome Plain was divided into 7 combat squads, conducting a carpet search in the Devil Palace. They swore to dig 3 feet into the ground to find Xiao Han. Each of their faces had extremely tragic expressions, as if they were facing death with equanimity. Killing intent rose up like smoke, solidifying on their faces, making them look ferocious. One of the combat squads. This combat squad was led by a great elder who had opened the Heaven Eye. Under his command were 7 ordinary Immortal Eye Realm elders, as well as 75 demon warriors. The lineup was magnificent. Open the Heaven Eye! Boom! The leading great elder's expression was cold. Suddenly, the light red mark between his eyebrows opened up. His eyebrows slightly opened, and a vertical eye opened up from his flesh, emitting a faint light. In an instant, under the illumination of this light, all kinds of substances in the Devil Palace, and even the movements of the endless hallucinatory Devil Realm, were all clearly seen by him, down to the finest detail. Most importantly, under the illumination of the Heaven Eye. This great elder's spirit power was highly concentrated, and the range of his spirit power's detection rose sharply. At the same time, the the Great Elder's entire body shone with clear and crystalline light, surrounded by immortal chi, extraordinary and refined. This Great Elder had also opened the Heaven Eye to capture the floating immortal chi between heaven and earth. To refine the body. Seriously speaking. He also had a half-immortal body, and was very strong. In the situation where I don't open the Heaven Eye, I am suppressed by the high-density hallucinatory devil realm in this devil palace. My psychic power can only scan a range of 1,500 meters, but now that I've opened my Heaven Eye and burned my psychic power, I can scan a range of 20,000 meters. Our 6 Grand Elders, including Pagoda Lord Rong, are all expending their energy. Open your heavenly eyes and search for that little bastard. I'm confident that I can catch him. Yes. Great Elder. Open your third eye and see through the void. That little bastard won't be able to hide. The ordinary elders and heroes behind him were all excited. They roared in excitement. Tens of thousands of meters away from this combat squad, Xiao Han sat on the wall and shrouded the area with his spiritual force, paying close attention to every move of the 7 combat teams on the Rong Plain. TSK. With Rong as the leaders of the 7 combat teams are all existences that have opened the Heaven's Eye. Right now, they all opened the heavenly eyes between their brows, releasing the radiance of half-immortal bodies. It was indeed miraculous. Perhaps, after opening the Heaven Eye, the range of their spiritual wave detection will be greatly increased. However, do you think you can catch me with this? Ha ha ha. What a joke. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth had a trace of ridicule. That's right, Xiao Han's current spiritual force detection range was 1,000,000 meters. Even if Rong and the others opened their Heaven's Eye, they would still be far from being able to compare to Xiao Han's spiritual force. Everything was under Xiao Han's control. Opening the Heaven's Eye like this will probably consume a lot of energy, right? Suddenly, Xiao Han jumped down from the wall. If you want to fight to the death with me at all costs, then, let's fight. After completing the 17th spiritual finger incantation, Xiao Han's fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. The confidence of winning filled his heart. Xiao Han walked towards the combat team closest to him. With my current spiritual force, I can activate the hallucinatory demonic realm from thousands of meters away and attack the target. Previously, I could easily make those at the 8th and 9th stage of True Qi enter the demonic realm, but I can't do anything to those at the 10th stage of True Qi, the Immortal Eye realm, which is the elder level of the Rong Plane. I can't make them enter the demonic realm in a short period of time. But now that I've completed the 17th spiritual finger incantation, what's the situation? I'll know once I try. Xiao Han's eyes were also filled with a strong desire to fight. Surging and boiling, he strode towards the combat team. The combat team was also advancing towards Xiao Han's position. The Great Elder led the way. His Heaven's Eye sweeping forward, radiating light rays in the shape of a fan. Behind him were the 7 ordinary elders. Behind them, hanging for thousands of meters, were the 75 demon warriors. This kind of formation was also very particular. In the eyes of the people of the Rong Plain, Xiao Han couldn't do anything to the elder level. Thus, the Great Elder and the ordinary elders were at the front, holding the line. Once they encountered Xiao Han, they would attack. As for the demon warriors at the 10th stage of True Qi and below, they were dragged back for thousands of meters. This way, if they encountered an unexpected situation, the demon warriors at the back could quickly retreat and avoid being killed by Xiao Han. Great Elder, if we discover that little bastard, our effective attack range is around 200 meters. We have to think of a way to lure that little bastard over and make him enter our effective attack range. Only then will we be able to kill him in one fell swoop. However, that little bastard is very slippery and his movements are very secretive. Right now, I'm afraid that he won't be too close to us. An ordinary elder said to the Great Elder who was leading the group with a frown. Your effective attack range is around 200 meters, but when I open my Heaven's Eye, my effective attack range is 500 meters. The Great Elder said with a dark expression. Within 500 meters, I can kill an expansion point realm trash as easily as taking something out of my pocket. Suddenly, roar! The Great Elder let out a wild and excited roar. His emotions were completely agitated, and he was on the verge of losing control. We found that little bastard. We finally found that little bastard. Around 18,000 meters. That little bastard is heading towards us. This seat's psyche undulations have finally found his location. The great elder's glabella shone brightly. Runes interweaved, and wind, fire, cloud, and lightning appeared. His entire body was also glowing with immortal light. His entire life seemed to have climbed to the peak. The most intense moment. As long as we kill that little bastard, we will be able to sweep away our disadvantage. At least a few hundred people can be teleported out. And I will become the hero of this world. We will make the greatest contribution. We will turn the tide. The great elder's voice was hoarse. Listen up. Everyone, hold your breath and focus. Don't make any noise and restrain your aura. The great elder ordered. Do not alert the enemy. That little bastard is 18,000 meters away from us, and our effective attack range is only a few hundred meters. We have to lure him over. If he were to turn around and escape now, our efforts will be in vain. Then, the great elder pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. The mental energy fluctuations of that little bastard. They are also very strong. In terms of mental energy, he is stronger than all of us, even stronger than Lord Rome. He is actually able to activate the hallucinatory demonic realm in this devil palace. Therefore, the range of his mental energy fluctuations is at least 10,000 meters. In other words, when we are 10,000 meters away from him, he may directly discover us and escape. Let's do it this way. I will take the initiative to send mental energy fluctuations to him and communicate with him through the air. First, I will say some compromising words to deceive him. Make him lower his guard, and maybe even lure him over. As long as he is within our effective attack range. He must die. Great elder, that guy hasn't escaped yet, right? An ordinary elder at the side almost trembled with fear and asked. Not yet. The great elder was also nervous and suffocating. He is already about 15,000 meters away from us. Getting closer and closer. This little bastard is still swaggering. I don't know if he has discovered us. All of a sudden, all the members of this combat team were nervous. It was already very difficult to find Xiao Han. It was already very difficult. Now, they were afraid that Xiao Han would slip away. After all, the distance of 10,000 meters was not within the control of this combat team. They had to approach carefully to ensure that Xiao Han did not change his route of action. There is no time to lose. I will communicate with him through the air now. Communicate with him. Let's stabilize him first. The great elder said while trembling. In the next moment, the great elder's entire body condensed true energy. His half-immortal body blossomed with a dazzling brilliance. He opened his mouth, and sound waves condensed into a line, directly transmitted through the air towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han walked quickly. Releasing his mental energy fluctuations, he had already locked onto the combat team that was closest to him. There is still about 15,000 meters. Xiao Han licked his lips. My effective attack range is several thousand meters, at this moment. Buzz, 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 the sound waves crossed 10,000 meters, penetrated through the layers of hallucinatory demonic realm, and arrived in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han was slightly startled. Someone is sending a sound transmission to me through the air? In the next moment, an old and hoarse voice sounded near Xiao Han's body. Hello, little friend. I am a great elder under Lord Rong. In my plane, the demon hero realm, I can be considered to have the power to cover the sky. Now, I think it is time for both of us to have a good talk. Little friend, our two planes have never intersected. There is no grudge to speak of. The reason why we are killing each other. I think it is because of some misunderstanding. Moreover, it seems it is you, little friend, who is killing our people unilaterally. I have to say, little friend, your methods are very brilliant. Our plane has always been strong. I did not expect that, in your hands, we will be defeated. Now, both I and the leader of our plane, Lord Rong, admire you very much. Not only do we not hate you, but we also admire you very much. Why don't we bury the hatchet? On this matter, our leader, Lord Rong, has also spoken. Everything that happened before will be written off. Lord Rong is willing to become allies with your plane, little friend. Moreover, Lord Rong will also give little friend some opportunities. How about it? Little friend, Now let us all value peace. All the demon heroes in the world are one family. Our common enemy is the demon race, not killing each other. Come. Little friend, I believe that your mental energy fluctuations have also detected me. Yes, now I am about 10,000 meters away from you. Little friend, I have no ill intentions. Come over and talk. I swear, I will never hurt you. Chapter 438. Oh. Xiao Han was slightly stifled when he heard the first elder's voice transmission. Soon after he shook his head and laughed. Ha. This. Are you trying to deceive me? Ha. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Isn't this great elder too naive? Xiao Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Han also understood that his effective attack range was a few thousand meters. Of course, this was not an attack with true qi or demon magic. If Xiao Han attacked with his true qi or demonic magic, the effective range of his attack would be suppressed by the layers of hallucinatory demonic mirror, and he might not even be able to reach 100 meters. Xiao Han had activated the hallucinatory demonic mirror and used it to kill people, which was why his attack power could reach a range of several thousand meters. However, the great elder of the Rong Plane, and even the Rong Plane himself in this demon palace, under the high-density suppression of the hallucinatory demonic realm, their true qi divine art attacks most likely couldn't reach 1,000 meters, right? Staying in the illusory devil palace for another day, Rong and the others' attack range, and even attack power, would show varying degrees of weakening. This point, Xiao Han was deeply aware. Therefore, the first elder had made it clear that he wanted to play along with Xiao Han and lure Xiao Han into his effective attack range. How about this, little friend? Don't destroy the exit for the time being. If there's anything, we can discuss it face to face. If you have any conditions or requests, feel free to state them face to face. I will definitely try my best to satisfy you. Even if I can't satisfy your request, Lord Rong will still give you the most perfect answer. The first elder was still chattering away through voice transmission. As for Xiao Han, his face was full of disdain. However, suddenly, an idea and a mischievous idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind, and it quickly took shape. In the next moment, Xiao Han also released his sound wave. He used his mental energy to send a voice transmission through the air. Great Elder? And I have indeed sensed your location. Great Elder, you are very strong. You have opened the heavenly eye, and in the immortal eye realm, you are an outstanding figure. Your cultivation is on par with the Tower Master of our dimension. I am only at expanding aperture realm, a far cry from you. If you wish to kill me, all you need is a thought. If you want me to get too close to you, I do have a lot of fear. I was killed by you. No. Little friend. You don't have to be afraid. I swear. I will never hurt you. I can swear an oath that I will not do anything to harm you. The great elder immediately transmitted a nervous and suffocating message. At this moment, the great elder was extremely nervous, as if he was holding a fragile crystal ball, walking on a single plank bridge. He was afraid that Xiao Han would run away, so he refused to get close. His nerves were taut, and he held his breath as he sent a telepathic message. Little friend, you must believe in me. I am at the 10th level of true qi, a person of high status and authority. I have always kept my word and will never go back on my word. I said that I won't hurt you. As long as you don't hurt me, I'm willing to bet my reputation. Is that so? Xiao Han pretended to hesitate. Little friend, I believe you don't want to waste time with us, right? The hallucinatory demonic realm in the demon palace is getting more and more dangerous by the day. Yes, your mental energy is very strong. But with each passing day, the pressure on you will increase. This is a situation where both sides will suffer. Let's reconcile. They drank and chatted merrily. In the future, when you come to our plane, we will definitely welcome you and treat you like a distinguished guest. Moreover, little friend, after entering the genius zone, things are hard to say. You are like a fish in water in this hallucinatory demonic realm. You can rely on the hallucinatory demonic realm to deal with the elites of our plane. However, after reaching the genius zone, the situation will be different. You will encounter the outstanding talents of the other planes. At that time, with little friend's cultivation level, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to move forward. If both sides reach a reconciliation and become allies, after reaching the genius zone, We will be like brothers and look after each other. It will be much better than you fighting alone, right? That way, you might be able to obtain the immortal treasure left behind by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Little friend, you are also a smart person. You should be able to weigh the pros and cons. The great elder was like a glib talker, trying to convince Xiao Han to stay calm. Xiao Han only sneered. After waiting for the great elder to finish his long speech, Xiao Han pretended to be disdainful. It's like this. Indeed, after entering the genius zone with the strength of our plane, it will be very difficult to compete with the geniuses of the other planes. If I can cooperate with you, it will be the best of both worlds. Yes, it is indeed the best of both worlds. The great elder's voice trembled with excitement. And if that's the case, Xiao Han pretended to say, Great elder, come and meet me alone. All the elders and fiendish heroes behind you, stop right there. Yes, let them all stay where they are. Come alone. It will be disadvantageous for me if there are too many people. The great elder thought for a few breaths and said decisively, All right. I will come alone. Both sides ended the communication. Heh, what an idiot. Xiao Han's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Then, Xiao Han strode forward. Great elder, this. Are you really going to meet that little bastard alone? The other 7 ordinary elders of the team and dozens of chivalrous knights all came over with worried expressions. Ah ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, the great elder suddenly laughed hoarsely. He laughed so hard that his body trembled violently. Idiot! He really is an idiot. He thinks that if I meet him alone, he will have nothing to fear? With his cultivation, as long as I get within 500 meters of him, I will be able to completely control him, making him unable to hide. I can slap tens of thousands of expanding point realm trash to death with a flip of my hand. Listen, all of you stay where you are. None of you are allowed to move recklessly. I will go and meet him now and bring his head back. Ha 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 ha. None of you should stay where you are. That little bastard spirit can sense your movements. Don't spoil things because of you. It wasn't easy to deceive him. Let's take this opportunity to eliminate this trouble. Great elder, you must be careful. The other elders reminded him in unison. That little bastard is cunning and is not someone easy to deal with. How about, great elder, we immediately find Lord Rong and let him personally handle this matter? Humph. This is unnecessary. Do you think that I can't deal with a little bastard? Even an ordinary immortal eye realm expert is unable to make him fall into devil mode, much less me. We must not act rashly and alert the enemy. It wasn't easy for us to find this golden opportunity to kill this little bastard. We can't let it happen just because of our mistakes. We cannot let it slip by because of our mistakes. For the time being, there is no need to alert Lord Rong. After I kill that little bastard, I will go to Lord Rong to ask for credit. The great elder's face was full of murderous intent, as well as the joy of success. After saying that, the great elder's figure leaped and directly rushed towards Xiao Han's position. Very quickly, the other elders of this battle team and Xianxia could no longer use their spirit to sense the great elder's position. What should we do? Let the great elder meet that little bastard? I have a feeling that that little bastard is very difficult to deal with. The great elder went alone. I don't know if it will be good or bad. The few ordinary elders. They immediately whispered to each other and discussed. Suddenly, an ordinary elder laughed involuntarily. We've all become frightened birds. Ha ha ha. It's because that little bastard has caused us too much trouble before this. They've killed quite a few of our people. That's why we have so many misgivings. In fact, if we think about it carefully, we don't have to worry at all. After all, the great elder was a mighty expert who had opened the heavenly eye and had the body of a half-immortal. As long as he got close to that little beast, he would be able to kill it and trample it as he pleased. There was no suspense at all. Do you really think that an acupoint expansion realm cultivator would be able to defeat him? He should have a chance to defeat an immortal eye realm cultivator, right? Ha ha ha. That's too ridiculous. Hearing this, the elders and demon heroes laughed in relief. However, it's a pity that we can't move. Furthermore, our spirit undulations have been suppressed badly. We can't even survey a range of 1,000 meters. Right now, we can only stay here and watch. I hope that the Great Elder will be able to return triumphantly. Xiao Han placed his hands behind his back and walked briskly. His spirit waves were released without restraint. Oh, the Great Elder really came alone. The other elders and demon heroes all stayed where they were. He must have thought that he could easily control me. Heh, if he were to deal with a large group of demon heroes and several elders at the same time, it would take a lot of effort. Now that he's dealing with the Great Elder alone, he can activate the hallucinatory demonic realm and attack fiercely without any distractions. I wonder if he can be killed in one fell swoop. 8,000 meters. 7,000 meters. 6,000 meters. Xiao Han and the Great Elder were getting closer and closer. And the Great Elder was also walking while opening his heavenly eye to observe Xiao Han's every move. Good. That's great. That little bastard is walking directly towards me. He really wants to talk to me alone. Ha ha ha. I swore that I wouldn't hurt him, but I didn't say that I wouldn't kill him. Ha ha ha. I really won't hurt him. Because I'll grab him in an instant and beat him until his whole body explodes and he dies directly. Ah ha ha ha. 5,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. Ha ha ha. I'm getting closer and closer. Within 500 meters, I'll kill him like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Ha 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 ha. This little bastard actually stopped walking and sat down cross-legged. Why is he doing this? What trick is he trying to play? Suddenly, the Great Elder scanned the area with his mental power and discovered that Xiao Han was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the road. His eyes were looking at his nose and his nose was looking at his heart like an old monk in meditation. Xiao Han sat cross-legged. Boom, 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 boom. The liquid mental power star in his sea of consciousness began to roar. Countless strands of mental power flew out like dragons and attracted all the hallucinatory demonic realm within a few thousand meters. Within a range of 2,000 meters, I can already trigger the tide of the hallucinatory demonic realm and attack this Great Elder. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth curled up into a cold smile. In the next moment, suddenly in the area where the Great Elder was, above his head, the hallucinatory demonic realm surged with wind and clouds. The originally blue sky suddenly darkened and all kinds of illusions appeared. A huge funnel-shaped whirlpool formed above the Great Elder's head. An incomparably demonic, incomparably terrifying aura covered the sky and covered the sun. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, from north to south. Damn it! In the Great Elder's heart, an ominous premonition immediately surged up. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a piece of the sky had collapsed. The terrifying illusion of a great calamity was produced, only to see in the void, a huge beast's mouth appeared. Millions of humans were swallowed inside. Who knew how many houses, buildings, cows, sheep, and horses were also swallowed in one gulp? The order of the world collapsed. The huge mouth was not satisfied and swallowed towards the Great Elder again. The whirlpool flowed backwards, like mercury spilling onto the ground. It was pervasive and rushed into the Great Elder's brain. Roar! The Great Elder let out a tragic howl and roared fiercely. Little bastard! You dare to play tricks! However, you are too naive. Do you think this little hallucinatory demonic realm can stop me? The Great Elder's body inflated like a balloon. He walked towards Xiao Han step by step. However, his steps were incomparably heavy. Every step was extremely difficult. Xiao Han's hands formed seals. With a thought, more and more hallucinatory demonic realms surged towards the Great Elder like a tide. I'll refine you to death. After the Great Elder walked out 500 meters, he could no longer continue. Above his head, a huge black hole followed him. This black hole seemed to emit an extremely powerful suction force. This suction force was not sucking in the Great Elder's body, but his soul. It was like a whale swallowing the sea, as if it wanted to directly pull his soul out. The Great Elder's face twisted, incomparably sinister. Cold sweat burst out of his forehead like a waterfall. Finally, he trembled and could no longer take another step forward. Bang! The Great Elder directly sat down. Stop! Little bastard! Stop! I'll refine you to death. I'll refine you to death. I'll refine you to death. Xiao Han's mind was focused. His mental power was highly concentrated. He controlled the thousands of meters of hallucinatory demonic realm and continuously bombarded the Great Elder. Strands of hallucinatory demonic realm, like evil spirits, unreasonably drilled into the Great Elder's head. Roar! Little bastard! Little bastard! Little bastard! The Great Elder burst out with a dry roar. His voice was completely hoarse. Suddenly, the Great Elder slowly raised his right hand and slowly moved it towards his forehead. On his right hand, true Qi ignited. The talisman formation exploded with a terrifying rumbling sound. No, no, little bastard. Stop. To refine a great person who has opened the heaven's eye to death is really not easy. Xiao Han had already continuously moved an unknown amount of hallucinatory demonic realm. He crazily attacked the Great Elder. His mental power had also been greatly depleted. This caused, on Xiao Han's forehead, fine cold sweat to seep out. However, Xiao Han did not relax at all. In the end, Xiao Han's ruthlessness rose. He held his breath, and the mental power in his sea of consciousness was pushed to the extreme. 10,000 meters of hallucinatory demonic realm. Kill for me. Refine you to death. Ah! No. Little brother, let me go. No. Finally, the Great Elder's mind was in chaos. In his mind, a flaw was forcefully blasted open. Little brother, let me go. Ah! Little bastard. You're treacherous. You deserve 10,000 deaths. Suddenly, bang! The Great Elder's palm hit his forehead. Pooh! His entire body directly exploded. Chapter 439. Xiao Han exerted all his strength and didn't hesitate to consume his mental strength. He manipulated the hallucinatory demonic realm within 10,000 meters and bombarded one of the Great Elders of the Rong Plain. Rumbling refinement. Finally, the first Elder's cultivation went berserk, and his spirit was completely taken over. He exerted all his strength and slammed his palm onto his own head. The ultimate move that he had used to kill the demon race in the past was unleashed on his own body without any restraint, showing no mercy at all. Bang! The Great Elder's body directly exploded. His body was smashed into pieces. In the blink of an eye, this heroic and peerless expert turned into a dismembered corpse. The dismembered corpse was still glistening with immortal light. Even the body of a half-immortal was smashed into pieces. It was extremely ironic. Who? Xiao Han let out a mouthful of impure air. He slowly stood up and walked towards the dismembered corpse of the Great Elder. I didn't expect that I, Xiao Han, would also personally kill a supreme expert of the immortal eye realm. Moreover, he had opened the heaven's eye and was almost an invincible existence in the secular world. Hee. This Great Elder was not any weaker than the Tower Master of my plane, but he actually died in my hands. All of a sudden, all the true acupoints in Xiao Han's body seemed to solidify. Those true acupoints that had yet to be opened also transmitted a vague throbbing, causing Xiao Han's soul to tremble. Moreover, his mind seemed to have become even more full and mellow. I've obtained some accumulation. Xiao Han's heart moved. Killing a supreme expert of a higher realm has allowed me to obtain precious accumulation in the cultivation of true qi. It has paved the way for me to transform my true qi into true talismans. Good. That's great. That's right. An expert who has opened the heaven's eye would be a supreme heaven's pride in any ordinary plane. To be able to kill such an existence, it will temper one's mind and stimulate one's life potential. The benefits are indescribable. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly. However, it is only in this special environment that I can kill such a powerful enemy. If I leave the hallucinatory demon palace, I will definitely be able to kill him. If I leave the hallucination devil palace, I absolutely cannot harm a single hair on it. Tao of luck. It's purely the Tao of luck. However, if I kill that Rong Yi, then what kind of accumulation will I obtain? It's really unimaginable. Very quickly, Xiao Han's fluctuating emotions calmed down. He was neither arrogant nor rash, like an old well without ripples. At this very moment, the 7 ordinary elders of the combat team, however, the 75 chivalrous men stayed where they were, not daring to move. All of them looked into the distance with complicated expressions on their faces. However, The range of their psychic fluctuations was less than 1,000 meters, so they had no idea that the Great Elder had already fallen. It's been a long time. An ordinary elder's mouth was dry. What exactly happened? Logically speaking, the Great Elder should have encountered that little bastard long ago. Furthermore, with the Great Elder's cultivation realm, as long as that little bastard enters his attack range, the Great Elder will be able to kill him like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Could there be an accident? Shut up. Another ordinary elder glared at him. Don't say such unlucky words. What realm was the Great Elder at? A supreme expert with 101 true acupoints opened in his body. Drawing in immortal energy. Cleansing the body, it was 100% half-immortal body. How could he fail miserably? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if that little bastard cheated, the Great Elder would be able to deal with it perfectly. Any unfavorable situation could be reversed. That's true, a half-immortal body is invincible in the secular world. It's impossible for anything to go wrong. Forget it, let's not guess blindly. Let's patiently wait for the Great Elder's triumphant return. Xiao Han slowly walked to the Great Elder's dismembered body and scanned it with his psychic power. Sure enough, the skin and flesh contain the charm of immortal energy. The level of life is not comparable to a mortal body. Xiao Han clearly saw the physiological structure of the Great Elder. If it was a head-on battle, it would be difficult for my true energy attack and demonic technique attack to deal a fatal blow to him. Xiao Han also had to admit that the half-immortal body was tyrannical. Unfortunately, your soul has not reached the level that is compatible with the half-immortal body. Xiao Han slightly shook his head. The body is very strong, but the soul is relatively weak. And it just so happens that the hallucinatory magic realm attacks and damages the soul. So your half-immortal body can't play a role. At this point, Xiao Han finally understood why psychic power cultivation methods were so precious in the immortal world. It was because the attack of psychic power ignored the enemy's physical defense and true energy defense and directly damaged the soul. After the Great Elder died, his body exploded. Many maps, top-grade true energy spirit stones, secret manuals, and all kinds of medicinal herbs fell out of the true acupoint. Xiao Han collected a small part of it and put it all into his storage ring. Then, he continued to walk forward. There are still a few ordinary elders and a group of demons waiting in front like dumb geese. Are they waiting for the news of my death? Ha! Interesting. The members of the combat team were still waiting. Everyone, don't move. If we move, that little bastard might be able to sense it. The Great Elder also told us not to move recklessly. An elder calmed the morale of the troops. At this moment. What? The 7 ordinary elders let out a horrified cry at the same time. Then their eyes stared straight ahead. That little bastard, directly walked towards us from us, several hundred meters. The Great Elder! The Great Elder! The Great Elder! A few ordinary elders screamed in a daze. Their tone contained a hint of a mental breakdown. The Great Elder went to kill Xiao Han. In the end, the Great Elder did not return. Instead, Xiao Han walked over slowly. Could it be? Little bastard. You. Our Great Elder. How is this possible? One of the ordinary elders shouted at Xiao Han from a distance. His voice was trembling in the wind. When he was still 500 meters away from the group of people, Xiao Han stopped and shrugged helplessly. I'm very sorry to let you get the start that you want. However, the result is not what you want. Great Elder? Well, the Great Elder has already passed away. Sigh, the Great Elder's life in your plane was outstanding. He made great achievements and became a Dao ancestor. However, I didn't expect that. Sigh. However, you don't have to be too sad. When the Great Elder passed away, he was extremely peaceful. Xiao Han smiled bitterly. Roar! In an instant, the people on the other side were petrified. All of them broke down and let out sorrowful cries and inconceivable cries. That's impossible. The Great Elder is the doyen of this plane. In his lifetime, he has killed countless demons. Even many demon thearchs have been eliminated by him. He has pacified the world and ruled over the world. He is the pillar of our plane. How could a cornerstone of our plane die here? The heavens are not fair. The Great Elder, a legendary godly person, how could he die in the hands of an acupoint expansion realm bastard? Bastard! Little bastard! You deserve to die 10,000 times. Oh? Little bastard? Little bastard? All right. Since that's the case, all of you can go down together and accompany your Great Elder. All of you die! Xiao Han's face was cold. With a sudden movement, the hallucinatory demonic realm with a radius of a few thousand meters. It was forcefully compressed by Xiao Han's mental power and directly engulfed the enemy troops. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous high-density hallucinatory demonic realm was like a meteor shower, blasting into the minds of the 7 ordinary elders and the 75 demon knights. Pooh, 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 pooh. The ones who were the most useless were those who were at the 8th level of true Qi. The formation realm demon knights had their souls and mental power crushed by the condensed hallucinatory demonic realm in an instant. They self-destructed and died. The 9th level demon knights were also unable to hold on for long. Soon, they followed in their footsteps and self-mutilated, dying in all kinds of strange ways. In just a few breaths, other than the 7 ordinary elders, a large area was filled with dismembered corpses. It was a bloody scene. It was too horrible to look at. Bastard! The 7 ordinary elders wanted to unleash a killing blow on Xiao Han, but Xiao Han controlled the hallucinatory demonic mirror, firmly suppressing them, causing their faces to turn pale and their words to become incoherent. Very quickly, all of them collapsed to the ground, trying their best to resist the external demons and heart demons. One must know that after Xiao Han completed the 15th mental finger gesture, he could slightly suppress the ordinary elders. Although he could not refine them to death, he could restrain them. Now that he had completed the 17th mental finger gesture, his mental power had increased by who knew how much. His manipulation and compression of the hallucinatory demonic realm was simply incomparable to before. About an hour later, bang, 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 the 7 ordinary elders finally could not take it anymore and self-destructed one after the other. At this point, one of the 7 combat teams from the Rome Plain had been annihilated. Who? If it was outside, it would be impossible to kill these people. But now, I'll take this opportunity to kill them all. That's the only way to get rid of all future troubles. Xiao Han released his mental wave and scanned a range of at least 1 million meters. He firmly grasped the movements of the other 6 combat teams. The combat team closest to me is about 100,000 meters away. In this 100,000 meters, there are dozens of exits. Destroy the exits and annihilate this combat team. You still want to fight to the death with me? From now on, I, Xiao Han, will completely counterattack. Xiao Han's figure leaped and his entire body turned into an afterimage as he flew towards that combat team. A combat team about 100,000 meters away from Xiao Han. The leader was still a great elder who had opened his heavenly eye. There were 10 ordinary elders and 88 evil heroes under him. This lineup was even stronger than the combat team that Xiao Han's team had just annihilated. Xiao, the great elder, also burned his immortal body's energy and opened his heavenly eye to scan the surroundings. Great elder, have you found the location of that little bastard? Asked a normal elder. Not at the moment, said the great elder indifferently with a cold expression. However, after I open my heavenly eye, my mental wave will survey a range of 30,000 meters. Sooner or later, I'll be able to find that kid. He's just an acupoint expanding realm cultivator, but he uses despicable means to constantly harm our people. If I catch him, I'll definitely torture him to death. After a pause, the great elder waved his hand and shouted to the 88 evil heroes behind him. All of you, remember to keep your distance. Only then will you have a chance to escape if you encounter that little bastard. The 88 evil heroes behind him retreated one after another. At this moment, oh no! The great elder's body twitched and his face turned extremely gloomy. Chapter 440. At this time, the great elder's right eyelid actually twitched crazily. His expression became more and more unsightly. Even his entire body started to tremble in fear. Great elder, what's going on? Your spirit fluctuation. Could it be that you've discovered something? Did you discover that little bastard? A group of ordinary elders asked in fear. No, no. The Great Elder's throat was dry. Left eyelid twitching for wealth, right eyelid twitching for disaster. This seat suddenly had a fierce and ominous premonition, as if I suddenly lost something. There was a piercing pain. Could it be that something happened to my old brothers? The other Grand Elders? The ordinary Grand Elders were all extremely shocked. This Great Elder, in terms of seniority, was extremely senior in the Rhone Plain. The old brothers he mentioned were naturally the other Great Elders who had opened their heaven's eyes. First Elder, the other Grand Elders will be fine, one of the ordinary elders immediately said in a comforting tone. The other Great Elders are all outstanding talents in the immortal eye realm. They have opened their heaven's eyes and have a half-immortal body. Killing demon emperors is a piece of cake for them. How could they be injured in this illusory devil palace? That's absolutely impossible. That's true. The Great Elder's emotions slightly calmed down. However, us old brothers have cultivated together since we were young. We are as close as brothers and our hearts are almost connected. And just now, this seat indeed felt that a piece of flesh in my heart was forcefully gouged out. I hope that this seat's premonition is wrong. The Great Elder stood where he was for a moment before waving his hand. Continue forward. Now we have to be even more careful. That little bastard is definitely not so easy to deal with. Xiao Han strode like a shooting star, heading straight for the combat team. Constantly approaching. 50,000 meters. There's still 50,000 meters. But it seems that group of idiots. They haven't discovered me yet. Xiao Han smiled casually. After killing a Great Elder, Xiao Han's confidence was boosted. More and more enough. Suddenly, Xiao Han's footsteps paused and his eyeballs rolled a few times. If I charge head-on like this, I'll probably be discovered by those idiots very quickly. When the time comes, the Great Elder will charge forward, followed by a group of ordinary elders and chivalrous heroes. I'm afraid I can't control the situation. After all, it takes a long time to refine a Great Elder to death. Furthermore, I cannot be distracted. I must be completely focused. Once I am pinned down by the Great Elder, the other ordinary elders might be able to get close to me and attack me. It seems. We can't fight recklessly. Then, I'll go around to the back of this combat squad and kill the dozens of demons behind them in an instant to deter the Great Elder. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han ran out diagonally. He had already made up his mind. He had to make a detour to avoid a head-on encounter with the Great Elder. Instead, he had to sneak around to the back of the squad and launch a sneak attack, catching them off guard. For Xiao Han, whose spiritual waves could cover 1,000,000 meters, it was a piece of cake for him to get to the back of the small team without being discovered by the leading Great Elder. All he had to do was to run a little more. It was a piece of cake for Xiao Han, whose flesh shell was as strong as that of an ancient savage beast and whose stamina was long. Poof, 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 poof. Along the way, Xiao Han also destroyed some exits one after another. That combat squad. The Great Elder led the way. He opened his third eye and radiated a fan-shaped beam of light, illuminating the area tens of thousands of meters ahead. Within this area of tens of thousands of meters, the Great Elder's spiritual energy was also transparent and bright, penetrating the void. Behind the Great Elder were 10 ordinary elders, and thousands of meters behind them were 88 chivalrous heroes. I'll do my best to survey the front. You guys pay attention to the back in case of emergencies. The Great Elder ordered the 10 ordinary elders. Don't worry, Great Elder. An ordinary elder smiled indifferently. Great Elder, please focus your spiritual energy on the front. As for the back, oh, we've been walking all the way. The back should be safe. Yes, along the way, the Great Elder had been surveying with his third eye and walking forward from the back. Behind them were all roads that had been surveyed, so there shouldn't be any problems. As long as the front was under control, it would be fine. The Great Elder nodded slightly. But it's always good to be careful. More than an hour later, Xiao Han successfully avoided the Great Elder's third eye. He took a big detour and came to the back of the combat squad. He was about 5,000 meters away from those chivalrous heroes. Hey! After running for more than an hour, I finally reached the back of the combat squad. That Great Elder is still scanning every inch of the space with his third eye. He's really stupid to think that he can see through me. Xiao Han slightly adjusted the state of his vitality and then prepared his spiritual energy. Then, He quietly approached the back of the combat squad. There were 88 chivalrous heroes in the back of this combat squad. They were mainly at the 8th level True Chi realm with a few at the 9th level True Chi realm. These chivalrous heroes were all under 10,000 years old. They were geniuses among geniuses to be able to cultivate to this level. All of them were arrogant and untamed people. But now, they were a little dispirited. Damn it, I didn't expect that we would be completely controlled by a trash plane's aperture expansion realm bastard. What a shame. I heard that many of our brothers have already been assassinated by that bastard. This old man hates him so much that his teeth are itching. If I were to bump into that bastard, I will definitely teach him a lesson. If it was an open fight, he would be able to suppress us with his powerful battle prowess and we would be convinced of his strength. But he is actually playing tricks in the dark and making things difficult for us. We are not convinced. That's right. However, we have already encountered such misfortune before even entering the genius zone. This is not a good omen. Don't talk nonsense. With Lord Rong, a few Grand Elders, and dozens of Grand Elders, the competition in our plane is still very strong. Now that we have suffered a setback, it is a good chance to sharpen our temperament. Now we are much more stable and our true acupoints are becoming more stable. Close to 2,000 meters, we have reached the attack range. When Xiao Han was about 2,000 meters away from those chivalrous heroes, he stopped in his tracks. That great elder and those ordinary elders are indeed idiots. They only care about monitoring the front and completely ignore the back. Then, let me light a fire for you all. In an instant, Xiao Han's mental energy moved. Boom, boom, boom. Without any warning, Xiao Han directly triggered the hallucinatory demonic realm within a few thousand meters and compressed it before enveloping the group of chivalrous heroes. Caught off guard. The 88 chivalrous heroes were all surrounded by the hallucinatory demonic realm. The hallucinatory demonic realm was like a flood dragon or a nightmare. It was like a death-hastening talisman that drilled into their minds. In less than 2 breaths. Pang! 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 One by one, their minds collapsed and they fell into a trance. All of them self-destructed and died. The ground was filled with dismembered corpses. What is going on? What happened at the back? 10 ordinary elders. Terrified, the moment they turned around, a thick stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Roar! Dead. They are all dead. All the chivalrous heroes were annihilated. Roar! The great elder suddenly turned around and let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was as if his parents had died. The blood-crying ape wailed. Evil creature! He killed nearly 100 geniuses of my plane in an instant. He wants to destroy my plane. Roar! However, while these elders were still screaming, Xiao Han had already turned around and fled. He was already far away. The great elder led 10 ordinary elders and chased after Xiao Han aggressively. They grimaced and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. All of them seemed to have gone crazy and lost their minds. However, their flesh shells were far weaker than Xiao Han's. Their running ability and physical strength were inferior to Xiao Han's. Half an hour later, Xiao Han left them far behind. Cool, Xiao Han slowed down. I killed dozens of evil heroes at once. Those elders will probably vomit blood in anger, right? That's right, I'll kill some of the fiends first. Then tomorrow, I'll be able to complete the 18th spiritual finger incantation, and even the 19th spiritual finger incantation. Furthermore, the density and danger of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demon palace will increase by another 10 times, suppressing them. In this way, I'll be able to kill the elder ranks even more easily. Soon, Xiao Han came up with the perfect killing plan in his mind. Kill all the evil heroes first. With this plan, Xiao Han selectively destroyed the exits along the way. Then, he ran in circles and sneaked to the back of each combat team. Coincidentally, the formation of each combat team was with the Great Elder and Ordinary Elders in front. Thousands of meters behind them was a large group of evil heroes. This formation gave Xiao Han the perfect opportunity to assassinate. The third combat team. Xiao Han sneaked to the back and easily activated the hallucinatory demonic realm. He killed a large group of evil heroes and escaped calmly. From afar, he could hear the elders and great elder wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The fourth combat team, The evil heroes were slaughtered by Xiao Han. The 5th combat team, the evil heroes were exterminated by Xiao Han. The 6th combat team, the evil heroes were wiped out in an instant. The 7th combat team. This 7th combat team was led by Rong himself. Behind them were dozens of evil heroes. For the sake of stability, Xiao Han did not go to kill the evil heroes of the 7th combat team to avoid encountering Rong. Night fell. Let's find a place to rest for the night. I've killed a lot of people today and activated the hallucinatory demonic realm many times. This has made me very tired. Xiao Han yawned. Tiredness washed over him like a tide. He released his mental strength. While avoiding the enemy's pursuit, he destroyed the possible exits that the enemy could find. Finally, he ran far away, found an area that the enemy could not find, and fell asleep. Today, he had killed hundreds of people and even killed a great elder. Xiao Han could not take it anymore. He was extremely tired and sleepy. He even felt like he had overdrawn his energy. He needed a good rest to replenish his mental strength. He would continue killing tomorrow. And in the entire hallucinatory demonic palace, the elders of the Rong Plain were crying, cursing, beating their chests and stamping their feet. Today, what Xiao Han had done was no less than a devastating disaster for the Rong Plain. Chapter 441. Hallucinatory Demon Palace. Deep into the night, Xiao Han found a simple yet elegant courtyard with beautiful bedding inside. Xiao Han covered his head and slept. The sky was dark. Of course, with Xiao Han's current mental strength, even if he was sleeping soundly, he would still be able to sense if someone was within a kilometer of him. The night was silent. The first ray of golden light in the morning jumped in through the window lattice and shattered into mottled pieces of gold, sprinkling wantonly in the room. A few pieces of gold were like playful elves, lingering on Xiao Han's young and handsome face. Xiao Han's eyelashes blinked a few times and then he opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed through his eyes, like a bolt of lightning in the dark night. Comfortable, really comfortable. After a carefree night's sleep, Xiao Han's entire body was now full of vitality and his spirit was extremely full. The liquid mental strength star in his brain was very compact and round. As it rotated, it refracted a mysterious and profound pattern. The mental strength that was consumed yesterday was already perfectly replenished. Xiao Han walked out slowly. Outside, the entire hallucinatory demon palace seemed to be extremely depressed. The sky seemed to have sunk down, like an airtight pot lid. In every inch of space, there was a visible hallucinatory demon realm roaring and roaring, condensing into all kinds of monsters, demons, ghosts and demon beasts, devouring the human world and choosing people to eat. Today's hallucinatory demon realm's density and degree of danger has increased by another 10 times. Xiao Han smiled slightly. This hallucinatory demon palace is really getting more and more dangerous day by day. And after killing Na Rong, I should quickly teleport out. At this moment, Xiao Han's ears had a clear auditory hallucination. On the 4th day of hallucinatory demon palace, the density of hallucinatory demon realm has increased by 30 times, and the degree of danger has increased by 30 times. 1,000 exits, 212 left. There are still 212 exits left. Xiao Han was slightly happy in his heart. 1,000 exits. So far, he had already used up 788 exits. However, this did not mean that he had teleported out 788 evil heroes. In fact, most of them had exits. They were all destroyed by Xiao Han. Presumably, those guys from Na Rong's plane. After hearing that there are only 212 exits left, they must be extremely nervous and anxious, right? Heh! Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Moreover, Xiao Han already knew the exact location of the remaining 212 exits yesterday. He could easily find any one of them. This caused Xiao Han to be in a completely invincible position within the illusory devil palace. Spiritual fluctuations radiated outwards. However, today, Xiao Han's mental fluctuations had been affected by the high-density hallucinatory demonic realm suppression, and his sensing range had been reduced from 1 million meters yesterday. It was forcefully compressed to around 300,000 meters. Moreover, in this high-density hallucinatory demonic realm, the mind power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness began to feel restricted. It was extremely difficult. In this level of the hallucinatory demonic realm, Even I, with my tyrannical mental strength, would be greatly affected. Although I wouldn't turn into a demon, I would still be restricted in every aspect. That Rong and the other elders, Great Elder, are also having a hard time right now? Xiao Han released his psychic wave and scanned the area within 300,000 meters, but he couldn't find any trace of the enemy. In the next moment, Xiao Han started to wander around, searching for the most crowded and chaotic parts of the hallucinatory demonic realm. Xiao Han was clear that the denser the hallucinatory demonic realm, the more rampant it was, the more beneficial it would be for him to cultivate the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique. Today, I'll try to break through the 18th and 19th mental finger seals. Under such a high-density hallucinatory demonic realm, I should be able to complete it. A hint of determination flashed through Xiao Han's eyes. Very quickly, Xiao Han found a whirlpool-like area within the hallucinatory demonic realm. The space here was extremely unstable. Every inch of space was filled with densely packed hallucinatory demonic realms, causing the space to show signs of collapsing and rupturing. This is too good. It's suitable for my cultivation. Xiao Han beamed with joy. After slightly brewing the liquid mind power star in his sea of consciousness, he stepped into the whirlpool area, sat cross-legged, and formed seals with both of his hands. In an instant, like an ancient giant beast breathing in and out, swallowing the sun and moon, spitting out rivers, the space within a radius of several thousand meters collapsed toward Xiao Han. Numerous hallucinatory demonic realms surged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, refining them without any regard for their lives. Hallucinatory Demonic Palace. The 7 combat squads that Rong had assigned had already been defeated by Xiao Han one by one. Hundreds of elite evil warriors had died and withered, causing the 7 combat squads to return to 1. At this moment, Rong's face was completely ashen. The muscles on his face twitched intermittently, and there was an obvious shift in his facial features, causing some changes to his appearance. He became more ferocious and evil. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Under Rong's command, there were only 5 great elders, 30 ordinary elders, and 128 evil warriors left. Less than 200 people. One must know that when Rong led a large army to leave his hometown for the Genius Zone, he was full of vigor, heroic, and insufferably arrogant. Each and every one of them had great ideals, great ambitions, and dreamed of becoming immortals. They were eager to give it a try. When they parted, they were all filled with lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations, looking down on the world. And now, there were heavy casualties. Less than 1 in 10 survivors. Quite a few of the elders had died. Even one of the great elders had fallen. The fall of the great elder was definitely a devastating blow to this plane. It was irreparable. Because in the years to come, this plane might not be able to have a new great elder. Roar! Goddamn bastard! I can't vent my hatred even if I die 10,000 times. The survivors all let out heart-wrenching screams as if they had lost their parents. Rong, on the other hand, did not speak. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. It was as if he was silently brewing a storm of destruction. After hundreds of breaths, there are still 212 exits left. Rong finally spoke. His voice was so cold that it made people's souls feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. All of a sudden, the wailing elders and evil warriors were silent. They all looked at Rong with their mouths agape. In a short period of time, that little bastard. He destroyed the exits repeatedly, leaving only 212 exits. I believe that after today, the number of exits will decrease sharply. The number of exits would decrease sharply. At that time, even if he doesn't come to kill us, we will all be trapped in this damned demon palace. Rong looked around. At present, other than him and a few elders, the rest of the evil heroes all had depressed expressions on their faces. They looked very tired. They almost didn't dare to take a deep breath. It seemed that if they relaxed a little, the hallucinatory demonic realm that wandered in every inch of space would invade their hearts and break through their psychological defenses, causing them to be possessed. You guys can't hold on any longer, right? Rong said indifferently. Rong, Lord Rong, we can still barely hold on today, but once we enter tomorrow I'm afraid it will be difficult. Difficult to resist. At any time tomorrow, we may instantly become possessed. The evil warriors. Their faces were full of bitterness. Lord Rong, we must find the exit today. A few ordinary elders were also complaining incessantly. Lord Rong, we can only hold on for 3 or 5 days at most. 3 or 5 days. Rong roared in exasperation. Do you think that after 3 or 5 days, there will still be an exit left for us? With that little bastard's temperament, I'm afraid that he will destroy all the exits today, leaving only one exit for himself. Damn it! Lord Rong! A great elder wailed in despair. It's not that we can't find the exit. We will always be able to find the exit, but all of them have been destroyed by that bastard. Lord Rong, are we going to die just like that? A few great elders had thrown away their dignity and reservedness, as though they were young wives who had been wronged. Right now, we can't even catch him, and we can't even lock onto his location. Furthermore, he already has the ability to assassinate elders. We're doomed. Lord Rong, are we already forced into a corner with no chance of turning the tables? Are we going to suffer a crushing defeat? We've been heroes for our entire lives, but all of us are going to die here, in the hands of an unknown expanded aperture realm small fry. Lord Rong, we don't want to die. In our own plane, we have been domineering, ruling over the world, ruling over billions of lives, wielding power over them. We don't want to die. Sorrowful cries spread in all directions like dark clouds. Other than Rong, the rest of the people started to wipe away their tears. There's only death. Rong clenched his teeth and said word by word. There's still a chance, at this moment. Xiao, 38 demons from the revered plane appeared in all directions. The leader was a red-robed young man who was at True Qi Level 9 True Treasure Realm. He was a valiant and heroic young man. In the revered plane, he was a top-notch genius with unparalleled charm. Lord Rong, fortunately, I didn't fail you. The red-robed young man bowed. We've been searching the illusory Devil Palace with all our might, and we've finally captured some of the demons from that trash plane. Immediately, 11 demon heroes from Xiao Han's dimension had their hands and feet tightly bound by true qi shackles and were pushed to Rong's side. Kneel down. The red-robed young man stretched out his right hand, and with a jolt of his true qi, the 11 captured demons all knelt down. If you want to kill us, then kill us. One of the demons raised his eyes in anger. His body was contorted and trembled in anger. You bastards who bully the weak. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Don't be long-winded. Among the 11 captured demons, 3 of them were at the True Qi Level 8 True Qi Level Talisman Formation Realm, and the remaining 8 were at the True Qi Level 7 True Qi Level Talisman Formation Realm. At this moment, the 3 of them were still able to resist the illusory devil realm, but the 8 of them were all at the True Qi Level 7 True Qi Level. Their faces were green, their eyes were tightly shut, and they were foaming at the mouth. It was as if they could die at any moment. The one who talked back to Rong was an 8th level demon, and he was also a tough man. Humph! Rong's eyes were filled with viciousness. Suddenly, the index and middle fingers of his right hand clawed out. Pooh! Pooh! The eyeballs of the demon hero, who was at the 8th stage of True Qi, were dug out and burst out. Fresh blood spurted out. Roar! The 8th level demon was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing. However, his bones were very tough, and he was determined to not show any weakness and wail. Ants like you! If it wasn't for the fact that you still have a trace of value, I would have crushed your bones and scattered your ashes with one finger. Rong smiled cruelly. Then, listen up, we've already been forced into a dead end by that little bastard. He's too sinister and cunning, giving us absolutely no chance to turn the tables. However, the last trace of hope lies with the demons from this trash plane. The corner of Rong's mouth pulled into a perverted smile. That little bastard has been unwilling to find the exit to teleport out. It's probably because he's taking care of the demons from their plane. He wants the demons from their plane to be able to escape one by one. Now, we've captured 11 demons from their trash plane. With them as bait, let's see if we can lure that little bastard out. This is the last chance. Chapter 442. As it turned out, this Rong had deliberately arranged for a group of evil heroes to search for and capture the evil heroes from Xiao Han's plane in order to hold the hostages, using these hostages to lure Xiao Han out of his hole. This was originally a trick used by some lowly scoundrels. As the leader of a plane, a half-immortal body absolutely could not use this kind of method. After all, it was too dirty, too despicable. However, after being forced into a dead end, Rome did not care anymore. He was completely shameless. Now, we will take these pigs and wander around the illusory demon palace. Also, we will release spirit waves to send sound transmissions. From now on, every 4 hours, we will kill one. As long as that little bastard does not appear, we will kill one hostage every 4 hours. Rome looked at the 11 evil heroes with the eyes of looking at pigs and dogs, and laughed sinisterly. Now, let's see if the young hero of your plane cares about your lives. Ha ha ha. You better shout for help, so that he will come and save you. Ha 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 ha. No. No. Don't kill us. A sexy female evil hero with long chestnut-colored hair had the temperament of a peerless beauty. At this moment, her true chi was at the 8th level formation realm. At this moment, her eyes were filled with fear as she looked around. Don't kill us. No. Your life and death are completely in the hands of that young man. It has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for killing one person every 4 hours. Rong laughed extremely uncontrollably. Her entire person inadvertently revealed a kind of demented feeling. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the evil hero who had his eyes gouged out stretched his neck and laughed. Within his laughter, there was an indescribable sense of ridicule. Ha 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 ha. A dignified evil hero leader of a large plane actually thought of such a sneaky trick. Ha 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 ha. What a shame. What a great shame. Shut up. Rong Lao was embarrassed into anger and directly waved his hand. The evil hero's tongue was also gouged out. The evil hero's face was covered in blood, and he fainted from the pain. All right, don't waste time. We are afraid of any changes. With the great elder as the leader, everyone spread out. They all spread out and spread the news of the hostage quickly so that the little bastard would know about it. These hostages are temporarily detained in my hands. Rong Lao ordered. Xiao Han swallowed the 10,000-meter-long hallucinatory magic land, and his brain was burning hot. They were all boiling up, emitting poochie-poochie sounds. All right. The accumulation should be enough. Charge. The 18th Spirit Finger Technique. Xiao Han's body trembled, and his hands began to form seals like butterflies. He had mastered all kinds of profound and obscure hand gestures. They were linked together like magic, ethereal and illusory, overflowing with an immortal charm. As Xiao Han made a series of hand gestures, the mind power star in his sea of consciousness shrank continuously. The expansion and compression seemed to be the perfect preparation and accumulation for the final eruption. As Xiao Han cultivated step by step, the area he was in began to change. After absorbing the hallucinatory demonic domain, the entire space was filled with a myriad of colors, and all kinds of illusions appeared. Immortals, palaces, immortal formations, fiends, demons, wind, and clouds appeared one after another. Then, all of them were absorbed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. 2 hours later, Hong, the 18 spiritual finger seals were completed with a bang. Perfect. Everything was done in one go. There was no pause in the middle. Suddenly, the liquid mind power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness emitted the sound of metal colliding. The density of the entire liquid mind power star was almost close to that of a solid. It clearly transmitted the fluctuation of solidified mind power. Now that I have completed the 18th spiritual finger seal, I can already reform most talisman formation realm people. The success rate is very high. I can erase their ego in one go, and make them willing to become my slave, just like Brother Yen. Xiao Han nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, Xiao Han released his mind power again. His mind power, which was originally suppressed to 300,000 meters, was now released, and could directly spread out to 1.5 million meters. It almost covered the entire hallucinatory demonic palace perfectly. It was just a simple completion of one more spiritual finger seal, but to Xiao Han, the growth of his mind power was not just a little bit. However, at this moment, a wisp of mind power transmitted into Xiao Han's ears. Little bastard. Listen to me. Right now, there are 11 demon heroes in your plane that have been captured by us. Humph. If you don't want them to die, you better show yourself and we can talk face to face. Otherwise, we will kill one person every 4 hours. Little bastard, aren't you righteous? Ha ha ha. Now, Your companions are in our hands. Ha ha. You also don't want to watch them die, right? Ha ha ha. Listen carefully. Whether you can save their lives or not, it's up to you to decide. If you don't show yourself, then we will perish together. Then, we will torture your companions to death one by one. What? Xiao Han's heart trembled slightly, and he used his mind power. A few great elders who had opened their heaven eyes led the ordinary elders to run around, spreading mind power and transmitting their mind power. Each of them had a very ferocious and evil expression on their faces. At a place more than 100,000 meters away from Xiao Han, Na Rong led hundreds of demon heroes and stood coldly in a public square. In the public square, there were 11 demon heroes from Xiao Han's plane kneeling. Oh no! Seeing this, Xiao Han's heart slightly tightened. We actually have 11 people captured alive. Xiao Han also sighed inwardly. After entering the demon palace, Xiao Han had been secretly helping the demon heroes from his plane, so that they could smoothly find the exit and teleport out. With Xiao Han's help, there were at least dozens of demon heroes who escaped from the demon palace. However, in such a big demon palace, it was impossible for Xiao Han to take care of everything. Moreover, Xiao Han also had to divide a lot of energy to deal with those elder level. Now, at the last moment, there were still 11 demon heroes who were captured alive. At this moment, Na Rong was in the public square, constantly sending out mind power and transmitting his mind power. Because Xiao Han's mind power was too tyrannical and sharp, even though they were more than 100,000 meters apart. Xiao Han could also vaguely catch Na Rong's transmission. Na Rong's expression was ferocious and fierce. Like a demon from hell, his facial features shifted and smoke came out of his 7 orifices. Little bastard. The time limit of 4 hours is up. This seat is going to start killing. Ha 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 ha. Don't you have a sense of justice? Haven't you always been acting as a savior? Ha 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 ha. Now you want to ignore your companions? Ha 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 ha. Don't think that this seat doesn't dare to make a move. You killed so many demon heroes from our plane. Now, this seat is also coming to collect some interest. The time limit of 4 hours is up. As his voice fell, Na Rong grabbed with his right hand. He directly grabbed a demon hero who was kneeling on the ground and lightly squeezed. Bang! That demon hero's entire body exploded. Ah! No! Xiao Han, come and save us. Xiao Han, you absolutely can't watch us die and not save us. He will really kill us all. Xiao Han. The remaining 10 demon heroes, a few of them all started wailing, wailing and wailing. Time again. From now on, after 4 hours, this seat will kill another person. Na Rong said coldly. Mother ****. Xiao Han cursed in his heart. Although those captured demon heroes had no friendship with Xiao Han himself, they came from the same plane after all. Now that Xiao Han saw them being casually killed by people from other planes, he couldn't help but have a feeling of the fox mourning the death of the rabbit. Go and save them? Xiao Han's footsteps involuntarily walked towards where Na Rong was. This Na Rong is really deranged. He will definitely kill all the remaining people. It seems that he really has to fight me for the last time. However, this Na Rong is the leader of that plane. His battle strength is even higher than those great elders. If I directly go and save them. This. Xiao Han walked and pondered. In the plaza, Na Rong's facial expression became even more morbid. He directly pointed at the beautiful woman who was kneeling on the plaza, a demon hero with an 8th level true chi talisman formation realm. Pull this slut out. Immediately, a few chivalrous heroes rushed forward. Like wolves and tigers, they dragged the female chivalrous hero out. Listen, after 4 hours, if that little bastard still doesn't appear, then. You guys. Na Rong looked around and saw that there were hundreds of male demon heroes. All of you, take turns to ravage this slut. Ah! These demon heroes were slightly stunned when they heard this. Lord Rong, this seems a little inappropriate. Why don't we just directly kill her? If we violate her, it seems to be a loss of face. A few demon heroes whispered. Shut up. After 4 hours, all of you put in more effort and properly play with this slut. I want to see if that little bastard will appear or not. Ha ha. Na Rong hissed and transmitted the message. Little bastard, you're called Xiao Han, right? Listen carefully. Xiao Han, if you don't show yourself in 4 hours, then this B*TCH in your realm will be killed by the Wheel of Death. Ha 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 ha. Wah ha 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 ha. A thought flashed through Na Rong's mind. With my cultivation, I can open my heaven's eye and concentrate my mental force to a high degree. Regardless of the cost, my maximum attack range can reach 2,000 meters. Of course, burning my life's potential and even burning my immortal body will have a huge side effect. After I leave this illusory devil palace, I will no longer be able to compete with the geniuses in the genius zone. However, I can't care so much. I must fight to the death and kill that kid. 2,000 meters. As long as he comes within 2,000 meters, I have a 99% chance of killing him. By burning his half-celestial body, Na Rong could increase his maximum attack power to a range of 2,000 meters. However, if he did that, his vitality would be greatly injured and his cultivation base would drop. Even his heaven's eye would be closed. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Na Rong wouldn't do that. Now, it was a matter of life and death. Bastard! Xiao Han gnashed his teeth in anger. His heart was filled with killing intent. He's simply a bastard. Although I, Xiao Han, have a murderous nature, I've never used this kind of method against my enemies. This Na Rong is worse than a pig or a dog. After 4 hours that woman will be. Xiao Han's heart was also in a mess. Since things had come to this, Xiao Han couldn't ignore it anymore. I can't let that woman be raped. If he killed her directly, I might be able to endure it. After all, these fellows aren't friends with me. But now, he actually used such a sinister method. Xiao Han was deep in thought as he walked. I must think of a way that satisfies both sides. Not only can I save the hostage, but I can also ensure that I won't be surrounded by those fellows from Na Rong's plane. Xiao Han was very clear that although his mental force was bursting, if he fought with Na Rong one-on-one, he would still be at a disadvantage even if he had the advantage of time and place. Once he was caught in a fight, he wouldn't be able to be distracted. If the great elders under Na Rong took the opportunity to surround him, Xiao Han would probably be in trouble. Chapter 443. Although Xiao Han had never been a good person, but to make him watch the women of his plane being trampled on and not do anything, he still could not do it. Rong's despicable actions aroused Xiao Han's hot-bloodedness. Rong, I will definitely not let this matter rest. Xiao Han walked towards the plaza where Rong was as he spread out his mental fluctuations. Suddenly, Xiao Han discovered that about 50,000 meters away from him, a great elder was leading 2 ordinary elders, as well as 5 Xianxia, currently wandering in the demon palace. That great elder and the 2 ordinary elders were clamoring non-stop, their mental fluctuations sending out messages. Little bastard. Unforgivable little bastard. You're just a lowly thief. When things come to a head, you can only be a turtle hiding in its shell. If you really have the ability, you can come out and fight. Coward. Humph. You should also know that one of the Xianxia from your plane has already been executed by our Lord Rong. What? Aren't you very arrogant? You're actually doing nothing as you watch the people of your plane being executed right in front of your eyes? Ha 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 ha. You're just a cowardly rat. Ha ha ha. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. Little bastard. 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 The few of them continued to curse and vent their hatred and fear through the most vicious language possible. Damn it! Looking for death. Xiao Han's heart was filled with rage, casually destroying the few exits that he saw, and then quickly walked towards those people. I'll kill you first before talking. However, after walking a few steps, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed into Xiao Han's mind. A sudden thought came to Xiao Han's mind in an extremely short amount of time. It was brewing and taking shape. To save the 10 hostages controlled by Rong, why not? I give him a diversion. 50,000 meters away from Xiao Han, a great elder, 2 ordinary elders, as well as 5 Xianxia at the 8th level True Qi realm. They formed a small team, wantonly sending out their mental fluctuations and sound waves along the way, cursing Xiao Han non-stop. He wanted to provoke Xiao Han into going to the square to save the hostages. That way, Rong would have the opportunity to blast Xiao Han into pieces. Grand Elder, please speak. If we challenge him like this, will that little bastard show himself? An elder asked apprehensively. Now, what I'm afraid of is that little bastard being stubborn. Instead, they're playing tricks in the dark and continue to destroy those exits. Humph! The great elder's face darkened. No matter what, this is our last chance of survival. If that little bastard refuses to take the bait, then we can only wait for death in this demon palace. The 5 chivalrous swordsmen trembled in fear. They all wailed at the same time. Elders, the hallucinatory demonic realm in this demon palace is becoming more and more vicious. If this continues, the density and danger will increase by 10 times every day. I'm afraid we won't be able to live past tomorrow. Dang. We're about to die. How tragic. We set off from our hometown with ambition, wanting to go to the genius zone to display our potential and glory, and get a share of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasures. We never thought that we would die here. I don't want to die. We don't want to die. Woo woo. Woo woo woo. Elders, we really don't want to die. Why is it like this? Fate is unfair. In the end, these 5 Xianxia were like children, wailing and unable to control themselves. Our real age hasn't even reached 10,000 years old. Our future is bright. We can still live for an endless amount of time and enjoy endless glory and wealth. Woo 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 woo, why do we have to die? It's so bitter. I regret going to the genius zone. I regret it. If I stayed in my hometown, everything would be fine, and I could live freely in the mortal world. Why did I come here to die? Shut up. So noisy. Who wants to die? You don't want to die, but I do. The first elder was enraged. When he saw the 5 fiend heroes wailing endlessly, he was infuriated. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent the 5 fiend heroes flying. Pfft! The 5 chivalrous warriors all vomited blood and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. So annoying! The great elder cursed. All of you used to be the most outstanding geniuses in your hometown. You're unruly and domineering. But now, in such a critical moment, you're making a fool of yourselves. You don't even have the slightest bit of backbone. What's the use of you? Trash. Now, I've seen the faces of you idiots. All of you are trash. You can't achieve anything. Even if you don't die now, you'll still be the target of the people from the other planes when you go to the genius zone. You might as well die now. Humph. Let's go. We don't need to care about these trash anymore. The great elder shouted to the 2 ordinary elders. This great elder, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to leave these Xianxia here. If they encounter that little bastard, they'll die instantly. The 2 ordinary elders pleaded. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the great elder let out a maniacal laugh. It was hysterical and morbid. Dang. After today, they'll die. If they can't catch that little bastard, they'll die too. Not only will they die, but we will also die. Life and death are not that important now, do you know? Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Let's continue to move forward, spread the news, shout, and gamble on our luck. Ha ha ha. Die. The great elder was a little disheartened. He walked forward without looking back. The 2 ordinary elders looked at each other and sighed. They followed the great elder with their heads down. The 3 of them gradually walked further and further away. Their backs were very lonely, very helpless, and also very unwilling. The 5 Xianxia who were lying on the ground coughed blood and howled, no longer getting up. Die! In the end, we can't escape death. Don't waste your efforts. All of you die. We'll all be buried here. Lord Rome will also die here. Many elders will also die here. Ha! It's over. Our plane is really finished. How regretful, how regretful. If only when we encountered that trash plane, we could get along with them calmly, not be so overbearing, not be their enemy, and even befriend them. I'm afraid we wouldn't have to suffer this misfortune. How regretful. Forget it, forget it. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's just die here quietly. At this moment, Xiao Han was quickly approaching. His mind was constantly calculating. 1 great elder, 2 ordinary elders, 5 Xianxia who are at the 8th level of true qi. If I can temporarily distract the 3 elders, or if I can forcefully kill the 3 elders, then the 5 Xiaoxia will all be purified. If I can purify them all, then my plan might succeed. Let's do it. After killing the 3 elders, I have now completed 18 spirit finger incantations. Compared to yesterday, my spirit power is like a different person. Triggering the tide of the hallucinatory demonic realm and compressing the hallucinatory demonic realm is a step further. Yesterday, I spent a few hours to refine a great elder to death. But today, I'm afraid I can refine a great elder and 2 ordinary elders to death together. So, Xiao Han's plan was to purify the 5 Xiaoxia who are at the 8th level of true qi and then use them to go to the square and distract Rong, luring the tiger away from the mountain, instantly rescuing the 10 Xiaoxia companions who were kneeling in the square. Xiao Han's mind was constantly calculating, gradually perfecting his plan. To extract the hallucinatory demonic realm from the air and attack those elders, with my current spirit power, I can do it within a range of about 3,000 to 4,000 meters. At this moment, Xiao Han scanned with his spirit power and discovered that the Great Elder and the 2 ordinary elders had separated from the 5 Xiaoxia, who were at the 8th level of true qi. These guys seemed to be fighting amongst themselves. In the next moment, Xiao Han's expression was filled with surprise. That's great. 4 hours later, that woman will be ravaged to death. I must achieve my plan within 4 hours. If I were to refine those 3 elders to death, I'm afraid it would take a lot of time. Now, those 3 elders have actually separated from the 5 Xiaoxia. This is a godsend opportunity. Ha 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 ha. With this thought, Xiao Han ran madly and made a big detour, avoiding the Great Elder and the 2 ordinary elders, and approached the back of the 5 Xiaoxia. After half an hour, Xiao Han finally sneaked up to the back of the 5 chivalrous men without anyone noticing. At this moment, the 5 Xiaoxia were all lying on the ground with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Their eyes were extremely dull as they looked at the sky foolishly. One by one, they actually began to talk nonsense. So beautiful. The sunset. Brothers, the sunset has appeared in the sky. Extremely gorgeous. Ah! There's a fairy. There's a fairy riding a crane. Descending to the mortal world. Ha 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 ha. Secret manuals. A mountain of godly secret manuals. There's no lack of celestial techniques. That's great. We brothers actually found the cave abode left by an immortal. Ha 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 ha. The rise of us brothers is simply arranged by the heavens. It's unstoppable. Xiao Han was about 1,000 meters away from the 5 people and slowly approached them. He spread out his mental strength and scanned the 5 Xiaoxia. These fellows have already started to be bewitched. Their mental energy has already been broken by the hallucinatory magic mirror. Even if I don't deal with them now, in another 1 to 4 hours, they will completely lose their rationality and self-detonate. If that's the case, it'll be even easier for me to reform them. They're already half crippled. When I reform them, their minds won't resist at all. Instead, they'll completely open up their minds. Ha! The heavens are on my side. Let's begin. Xiao Han sat cross-legged. The mental strength star in his sea of consciousness surged and surged. Thousands of strands of mental strength came out of the shell. Suddenly, Xiao Han pinched his hands and made a hand seal in his dantian. His entire body emitted an ancient Buddha's light. At the same time, Xiao Han's face also became compassionate, as if he was going to deliver all living beings from suffering. Xiao, 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 5 incomparably thick mental strength, like 5 flood dragons, directly rushed out of Xiao Han's sea of consciousness and shrouded the 5 Xiaoxia. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 5 mental strength flood dragons blasted into the 5 Xiaoxia's sea of consciousness at the same time. Ah! Suddenly, the 5 Xiaoxia burst out screaming like pigs being slaughtered. They rolled on the ground, wailed, and drilled holes. Xiao Han's solemn face was motionless. His mental strength was breaking through the 5 Xiaoxia's soul defense inch by inch, erasing their ego and planting their faith. It's even easier than purifying Yen Lang. These 5 people have already been possessed. Their souls are almost defenseless, as if they exist in name only. Suddenly, Xiao Han's spirit was greatly lifted. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and his mouth let out the sound of the great Tao. I have successfully branded my aura in the souls of the 5 of you. Now, you can't betray me for the rest of your lives. You must be willing to be my slaves and puppets. Even if I ask you to commit suicide immediately, you must not hesitate. At this moment, suddenly, the 5 Xianxia stood up at the same time, and immediately knelt down in front of Xiao Han. They worshipped sincerely, kowtowing like pounding garlic. Their eyes flashed with crazy faith and blind worship, and they kept saying, "Thank you, Master, for helping us resolve our evil fate." At this moment, our mood has never been so calm. Everything that happened in the past is a sin. Now, only by serving under Master with peace of mind and bravely striving to be the first can we reduce the guilt on our conscience. In the whole world, apart from Master, everything else is a fleeting cloud. Everything is an illusion. Only Master is real. He is the king. Long live Master. Long live Master. Long live Master. Chapter 444. Xiao Han successfully converted the 5 Yao heroes from the Rome Plain into his slaves. These 5 Yao heroes were all at the 8th level formation realm. Xiao Han had now completed the 18th set of Spirit Finger Incantation, and fulfilled the conditions to convert most of the 8th-level formation realm. Of course, it was also because these 5 Yao heroes had already been possessed by the devil beforehand. Their minds and souls had already collapsed and their soul defense was useless. That was why Xiao Han could convert them without any effort. "Come here quickly." Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction. He sent a soul message to the 5 slaves, ordering them to move. Just like how he had enlightened Yen Lang, Xiao Han's soul now naturally formed a mysterious connection with the 5 evil heroes. The 6 of them had formed a contract relationship. And it was obvious that this was not an equal contract. It was a master-servant contract. Not long after. "Greetings, Master." The 5 Yao heroes had already come to Xiao Han's side. Judging from his appearance, all of their faces were almost flattering. Between their eyebrows, all of them were sincere worship towards Xiao Han. What made Xiao Han feel very interesting and fresh was that when he looked at these 5 Yao heroes, he even had an illusion. It was as if he was looking at 5 hunting dogs that he had raised. 5 loyal dogs. Or 5 squirrels, 5 tabby cats that knew how to wag their tails and beg for pity in front of their master. What was even more unbelievable was that Xiao Han had planted his own imprint in the souls of these 5 Yao heroes. With just a thought, he could erase the divine souls of these 5 Yao heroes. And converting 8-level true Qi is not a problem. However, if I can solidify my mental strength, then I can directly convert 9-level true Qi. That is truly invincible. Xiao Han smiled faintly. "Master, what orders do you have?" The 5 Yao hero slaves asked in an extremely attentive tone. "N." Xiao Han's spirit wave swept through the current situation of the entire illusory devil palace. Then he licked his lips. There are still about 2 hours left before Rong gives the order to kill that woman. In these 2 hours, I have to carefully think and plan. This will make this operation flawless. To the current Xiao Han, Rong was still a giant and invincible character. Xiao Han's actions could not be said to be without risk, and the slightest mistake could cause the entire game to be lost. Thus, before they took action, they had to make sure everything was in place. "Master, what's the plan?" The 5 demons asked one after another. Suddenly, Xiao Han squatted down, and a strand of saber intent gathered on his right fingertip. The next moment, Xiao Han moved his fingers as if they were flying. The ground was sliced open by the invisible saber intent like tofu, leaving the ground in disarray. Soon, Xiao Han used his saber intent to carve out a map. "The 5 of you, listen up." Xiao Han pointed at the map. 5 devil hero slaves. He immediately squatted down and focused his attention on the map that Xiao Han had drawn. About 50,000 meters away from here, there's a square. The leader of your dimension, Rong, has captured 10 of my fellow countrymen as hostages to lure me into the trap. Xiao Han began to explain with rapt attention. "Ah, Rong, this bastard, he actually dared to conspire against Master. What a heinous crime." Once they heard Xiao Han's words, these few slaves growled indignantly. In the voice, there was a deep resentment. They condemned Rong in both words and in writing, as if all of them could not wait to rush up and fight with Rong. Protecting the Master. This was the slave protecting the Master. In the past, Rong was the leader of the dimension that these 5 demons were in. Thus, when these demons faced Rong, they were all respectful and respectful. All of them were extremely respectful, afraid that they would make a mistake. But now, the situation was completely different. They had become Xiao Han's loyal servants, and all of them treated Xiao Han as their master. If anyone tried to make things difficult for their master, they would risk their lives to protect their master's dignity. Even if it was Rong, as long as he was Xiao Han's enemy, he was no exception. Yes, Master, Rong has indeed deliberately designed such a trap. He wants to use the hostages to lure Master into the trap. Master, you must not be fooled. This fellow Rong is cruel and unscrupulous. As a supreme martial artist who has opened the heaven's eye, he actually disregarded his identity and kidnapped some 7th and 8th level true Qi weaklings. His behavior is indeed despicable and despicable. We are all ashamed to be associated with Rong. All right, don't be long-winded. Listen to my orders. Xiao Han impatiently glanced at the 5 chattering demons, causing them to immediately keep quiet out of fear. Listen later, we will directly approach the square. First, you will lead Rong away. Xiao Han said with a burning gaze. Master is really wise. This is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The 5 demons all flattered. But Master, how can we trick Rong into leaving? This is very simple. Xiao Han's eyeballs rolled a few times. You just say that the elder level accompanying you has discovered my whereabouts and is currently confronting me. Both sides are fighting and are in a stalemate. I have no time to care about you, allowing you to escape. Now, you will risk your lives to rush back to the square and report to Rong. Xiao Han's voice was extremely certain. This plan, if carried out by you, is almost foolproof. First of all, you came with Rong, so there's no problem with your loyalty. Otherwise, Rong wouldn't have brought you to the genius zone. Second, you and I belong to different planes, and I've killed quite a few of your people, so we're mortal enemies. There's no way Rong would suspect you. Logically speaking, you would rather die than join forces with a mortal enemy like me to deceive your leader Rong. Third, Rong has no way out. Humph. In this hallucinatory demon palace, I have destroyed many of the exits, and Rong will never be able to catch me. As time passed, Rong is getting more and more desperate. Rong is absolutely clear that even if I hide, bear with it, and only destroy the exits without meeting Rong, he will definitely die. Your plane will be completely annihilated. Therefore, in a desperate situation, as long as there is a slight possibility, a slim chance of survival, Rong will definitely not miss it. As long as you go back and report, he will definitely leave the square and follow you to come and kill me. The 5 demons looked at each other and then nodded in agreement. Yes, Master, this plan is flawless. Rong will never think that we will betray him. This person is very conceited and insufferably arrogant. Under his rule, there are few traitors in the history of the entire demon's world. Master, after we lead Rong away, where are we going to lead him to? A demon slave asked. All of a sudden, Xiao Han smiled. Follow me. With that, Xiao Han led the way, walking briskly towards the direction of the plaza. The 5 demon slaves followed closely behind in confusion. After walking for a while, Xiao Han turned left and right, like an old horse that knew the way, and brought the 5 demon slaves to a secluded courtyard. Impressively. In the courtyard, on a wall, he actually dared to have 6 exits appear. Exit. Master, you actually found the exit so easily. We haven't searched this area yet. I didn't expect to be found by Master at once. The 5 demon slaves. Their eyes were full of excitement. Exit. This was the first time they saw an exit that was intact and stable with the power of teleportation. There is a long distance between here and the square where Rong is. You lead Rong here, and then you leave directly through the exit. Xiao Han smiled. If you don't teleport out and Rong finds out that my trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain is successful, he will instantly know that you are spies. He can blast you into pieces with just a thought. As for me, I am very kind. Although you are just my slaves, I will not watch you die in vain. Of course, these exits. I need to disguise myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han released his spirit power violently and destroyed one of the 6 exits on the wall, leaving 5. The next moment, Xiao Han suddenly focused all his attention. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Han led the hallucinatory enchantment in a large area, and then used his spirit fluctuations to deploy these hallucinatory enchantment at will. something strange happened. The outside of the 5 exits were blocked by the hallucinatory enchantment, so that the stable power of teleportation that diffused from the exits was blocked. Master, you've destroyed all 6 exits? The 5 evil hero slaves were all frightened. Only one was destroyed, and the remaining 5 were hidden by me. Xiao Han immediately gave instructions to the 5 evil hero slaves. Listen, remember the location of these 5 exits firmly in your mind. On the surface of the exits, I set up layers of hallucinatory enchantment to block people's sight, but as long as you remember the location and pass through these hallucinatory enchantment, you can teleport out. After you bring Rong here, Rong Xian will be in a hurry to kill me, so he will definitely not sense these exits. At that time, you can directly use the exits to escape. Each exit can only be used once. After the teleportation is completed, it will disappear. At that time, with Rong's magical powers, he will not be able to do anything to you. Yes. Thank you for your understanding, Master. Master's plan is almost perfect. Not only can you successfully rescue the hostages, but you can also save our lives. Master is really wise and omnipotent. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Han laughed and scolded. Well, let's start. You are all injured now, and your faces are covered with blood, so you can win Rong's trust more. If nothing goes wrong, we will meet again outside this hallucinatory enchantment palace. We will talk then. Yes, Master. Let's go deceive Rong now, and ask Master to teleport out as soon as possible and meet us. The 5 evil hero slaves, after spending a little time memorizing the location of the 5 exits, ran wildly toward the square. Xiao Han also urged his leg strength and ran with all his might. Xiao Han did not run straight in the direction of the square. Instead, he made a big circle and arrived tens of thousands of meters behind the square. In a relatively hidden position, there were exactly 10 exits that were difficult for ordinary people to detect. Well, everything is under my control. When Rong is successfully lured out of the square, I will rescue the 10 companions in the square, then bring them here, let them pass through the exit and teleport out. While thinking, Xiao Han cast his eyes on the square, and quickly sorted out every step of the plan in his mind. After confirming that there would be no major mistakes, Xiao Han slowly approached the square. At the same time, he released his psychic fluctuations and paid close attention to the situation in the square. Chapter 445. In the square. The atmosphere was oppressive and hazy. The 10 heroes of Xiao Han's plane were all kneeling in the middle of the square, their bodies shivering. The expressions on the faces of these heroes were different. Some of them were unafraid of death. Some of them were fearful, panicked, and desperate. Some of them had their hands clasped together as if they were praying devoutly. Among them, there was a beautiful woman with a curvaceous body. Her face was pale, her teeth were chattering, and her hands were tightly protecting the 2 plump lumps in front of her chest. Around the square, there were hundreds of heroes of Rong's plane. Most of their expressions were ferocious and evil, appearing extremely sinister. Looking at the 10 heroes of Xiao Han's plane kneeling in the square, they were all bursting with murderous aura. Rong stood outside the square with his hands behind his back. His eyes were very lonely and depressed. There was a kind of sadness and strong unwillingness of a hero at the end of his road. I can't believe this. I am an invincible genius with a half-immortal body. I can't believe this. Rong smiled bitterly. His mouth was full of bitterness. Back in the day when I was still a young man, my luck was like a rainbow, and I never had a bottleneck in my cultivation of true energy. Until now, I've always been very prosperous. Could it be that my luck took a sudden turn for the worse, and I ended up in such a state? Hee. A few of the 10 heroes of Xiao Han's plane who were kneeling in the square were also whispering to each other. They also had the determination to die. They knew that it was difficult to escape this time, so it didn't matter. They talked casually and no longer cared about Rong and the enemy heroes around the square. Sigh. We are also going to die. Every 4 hours, one of us will die. In the end, we still can't reach the genius plane. Everyone, let's meet again on the road to hell. I don't know if Xiao Han will come to save us, but forget it, it should be impossible. Xiao Han has no reason to walk into the trap. Forget it, don't count on Xiao Han anymore. We have no friendship with him. If it was us, We wouldn't be willing to take the risk to save some people who are not even acquaintances. Lord Rong, 4 hours are almost up. That little bastard still hasn't shown himself. On the Rong plain, a demon hero walked to Rong's side with a bleak expression and said in a low voice, Lord Rong, I'm afraid that little bastard doesn't dare to show himself. This coward. He would rather watch his companions die. They didn't even show themselves. He's just a turtle hiding in its shell. Shut up, Rong glowered at the evil hero. The only chance of survival. I will never give up so easily. And suddenly, Rong Ba raised his voice. 4 hours are almost up. Get ready. Approximately. We're all going to die in this illusory demon palace. In the last moments of our lives, you guys should properly enjoy the taste of love between a man and a woman. Go. Take turns to ravage this bitch. Suddenly, Rong's voice became hoarse and perverted. His eyes were filled with viciousness and savagery. He was completely sick and hysterical. She pointed at the woman on Xiao Han's side and said, Little bitch. You should properly taste the taste of a man on this powerful plane. Don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that little bastard called Xiao Han. Leaving her to die. You go first. Rong pointed at a man who was nearly 3 meters tall and whose arms were thicker than most people's thighs. Don't show mercy to the fairer sex. Yes, Lord Rong. That huge man extended his hand to untie his belt. No, no. You guys kill me. You bastards. You bastards who are worse than pigs and dogs. That woman let out a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream. Bastard. If you want to kill, then kill. To actually do such a heartless thing. How are you any different from the demon race? Bastards. Bastards in human skin. A few of the evil heroes on Xiao Han's plane cursed loudly. Their eyes were about to split open and blood spurted out from their eyes. 4 hours are up. Begin. Rong Ba said indifferently. That huge man had already taken off his pants, revealing his disgusting thing. He laughed sinisterly and walked step by step towards that woman. Just at this time, Rong, Lord Rong, the 5 evil heroes who had been enlightened by Xiao Han rushed into the plaza at this moment. Their expressions were very complicated. Embarrassing. Ecstasy. Shock. Hope. They vividly portrayed the feeling of grasping at straws of life. Coupled with the bloodstains and swollen bruises on their faces, it looked extremely strange. What's going on? What's going on with you guys? Rong Ba was shocked by the situation of these 5 people. The evil heroes around the plaza also cast curious gazes over. The huge man who had taken off his pants also stopped what he was doing and looked over suspiciously. Lord Rong. That little bastard. He was discovered by the Great Elder. He was discovered by the Great Elder. The 5 people barked at the top of their lungs and jumped up and down. What? Rong Ba's eyes widened and his body violently twitched. Boom! Rong Ba grabbed the air and directly grabbed one of the 5 people over. He said with a stern expression. What exactly happened? Lord Rong. The chance to survive is here. Just now, the 5 of us, together with the Grand Elder and 3 other elders, went around to inform that little bastard that his companion was in our hands. However, unexpectedly, the Grand Elder activated his Heaven's Eye, and actually locked onto that little bastard's location. Then the Great Elder and the 3 elders joined hands to kill that kid. That kid was indeed abnormal. He was actually able to fight against the Great Elder and the 3 elders head-on. His attack method was very strange. He activated the hallucinatory demonic mirror and launched a mental attack on the elders. However, the Great Elder and the 3 elders were also not easy to deal with. Both sides fought against each other in terms of mental power and showed a state of stalemate. Under the cover of the elders, we risked our lives to rush out and immediately return to inform Lord Rong of this news. Roar! Hearing this, Rong Ba roared towards the sky. His voice was like the roar of a wild beast. Found it. Finally found it. Ha 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 ha. With the strength of one person, he fought against 4 elders on our side. This was simply rampant. Overestimating himself. But, ha 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 ha. The heavens do not want our plane to perish. For a moment,
The hundreds of evil heroes around the plaza all cried tears of joy, all barking crazily.
Caught it. Finally caught it.
Lord Rong, there's no time to lose.
Please quickly follow us to go and kill that little bastard. The Great Elder warned repeatedly.
He burned the energy of his heavenly eye and immortal body to entangle that little bastard.
It was a moment too late. I'm afraid that little bastard will escape. One of the 5 evil heroes said while weeping bitterly. Go. Bring this seat over.
Rong waved his hand, his whole body seething with fighting spirit.
This time, this seat is going to capture that little bastard, skin him alive, and swallow his heart and liver raw.
Lord Rong, let's go together too. The evil heroes near the plaza were in high spirits, requesting to go to battle one after another.
I'll stay here. Rong Ba berated. Keep an eye on these bastards. Wait for this seat to capture that little bastard and bring him back. Execute them together. Yes. Very quickly. Those 5 evil heroes brought Rong Ba and sprinted away from the plaza, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Ha 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 ha. Finally caught that damn bastard. We're saved.
We've survived a calamity.
Ha 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 ha.
This time. It's really a brush with the god of death. There are still more than 200 exits left. All of our remaining people can be teleported out. That's great. We're saved. We're all saved. I had a premonition that we're not fated to die.
Ha ha.
What kind of noble people are we?
It's impossible for us to fall in this corner. Ha ha ha.
This time's strange danger is really a perfect tempering for our willpower. For our future cultivation of true qi, the accumulation is also quite considerable.
Ha ha ha. Awesome.
Really awesome. It's as if I've been reborn.
Ha ha ha.
The hundreds of evil heroes near the plaza were all overjoyed. Jubilant. And Xiao Han's 10 companions who were kneeling in the plaza were all in great despair. Xiao Han was still caught in the end. Unfortunately, he still can't fight against the people of this plane. Xiao Han will be tortured to death by them, and we won't be able to live either. When these people are teleported out, they will definitely cut all of us into pieces.
Our plane is finished. At this moment.
Ha ha ha, everyone, it looks like you're very happy.
Ha ha ha.
A lazy voice full of ridicule sounded from behind the plaza.
Xiao Han walked over leisurely, narrowed his eyes and looked around the plaza, at the hundreds of evil heroes who were full of interest.
Ha! That little bastard? You. For a moment, all the evil heroes of Rongba's plane had their smiles frozen on their faces. It was very funny, as if each of them was wearing a clumsy mask. Xiao Han. And the 10 evil heroes of Xiao Han's plane all stared at Xiao Han in disbelief. Why are you here? Heh. I'm here to save you. That's right. I used a little trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain.
Ha ha ha.
It's really perfect. Xiao Han laughed in a relaxed manner. Using hostages as a hostage is an extremely despicable move. However, it really stumped me. However, heaven helps the worthy. Even if you came up with such a despicable move, in the end, it was still resolved by me.
Ha ha.
This is called evil never triumphing over good.
Luring the tiger away from the mountain?
The evil heroes of Rongba's plane slightly understood. The next moment. Not good. We've been tricked. Lord Rong has been tricked. We've all been tricked. Several evil heroes of Rongba's plane all screamed. All right, all of you go die.
In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's spirit wave wrapped, and the hallucinatory demonic realm within a radius of a few thousand meters directly solidified, and attacked.
Bang! 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 Under Xiao Han's control, the hallucinatory demonic realm all seeped into the brains of these evil heroes, causing them to almost instantly become possessed, exploding their own heads and dying. The entire plaza was left with layers upon layers of dismembered corpses. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. Perfect. Xiao Han couldn't help but snap his fingers. As for his 10 companions, they were completely dumbfounded. All right, don't waste any more time. Let's go. I'll escort you out of this hallucinatory demonic realm. Xiao Han coldly shouted. All of you follow me. Quickly. The 10 evil heroes didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately crawled up and followed Xiao Han, quickly leaving the plaza. Woo woo, woo woo woo. The female evil hero who was about to be ravaged in turn, was rescued by Xiao Han. She couldn't help but sob. Xiao Han laughed softly. All right, it's all in the past. I'll bring you out. The beautiful woman moaned and cast an extremely complicated glance at Xiao Han. She whispered in an inaudible voice. Chapter 446. With the help and cooperation of the 5 evil hero slaves, Xiao Han's plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain was executed perfectly. In the square, the 10 evil heroes from Xiao Han's plane were rescued and then followed Xiao Han without stopping. Hurry up!
Xiao Han walked at the front. His spirit wave spread out and locked onto the 10 exits tens of thousands of meters in front of him.
Don't let your guard down for now. We must immediately teleport out. If we wait until Rong sees through my plan and chases after us, I can escape at any time, but you guys can only die. Yes, Xiao Han, before we completely leave this devil palace, we can't rest easy. Let's go, everyone quickly follow Xiao Han, don't fall behind. A true Qi realm evil hero shouted with a face full of excitement. Therefore, Xiao Han brought his 10 companions and walked towards the exit, towards hope. Xiao Han's 5 evil hero slaves led the way in front. They were all born actors, and their acting was vivid and lifelike. Their faces were dyed with anxiety, excitement, joy. There were many different expressions. Rong Yi grimaced in pain as he followed behind. In his mind, he was already thinking about what kind of punishment he should use to deal with Xiao Han after he captured him. We've already walked for tens of thousands of meters. Where are the elders and that kid? Rong blurted out. Lord Rong, we are as anxious as you. We want to capture that little bastard and cut him into pieces to vent our hatred. The 5 evil heroes said in unison. But,
Lord Rong, there is still some distance between the elders and that little bastard.
Rong nodded. I hope the elders can keep that little bastard occupied. Humph. Cut him into pieces? That would be letting him off easy. He paused for a moment. Rong waved his hand. All right. I won't rush you anymore, lest I affect you and make you lead the wrong way. Just lead the way with peace of mind. It was impossible for Rong to suspect these 5 evil heroes. Rong knew these 5 people very well. They were the genius evil heroes from his plane, and they had all received Rong's kindness. Moreover, the people that Rong selected to go to the genius zone had all passed a strict selection. All of them had gone through a strict selection process, so there was absolutely no problem with their loyalty. In Rong's view, even if these 5 people were torn to shreds, they absolutely would not betray him. There was no way he would betray the entire plane. The 5 fiendish heroes walked quickly in front of them, communicating quickly with each other out of the corner of their eyes. Their eyes were also faintly discernible. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes. After traveling for another tens of thousands of meters. Impressively, it was an elegant courtyard. It appeared in front of them. The 5 fiendish heroes rushed into the courtyard at almost the same time. Rong was slightly taken aback. He scanned the area with his consciousness and then said unhappily, There's nothing strange about this courtyard. Why did you guys go in? After a long journey, Xiao Han finally brought his 10 companions to the courtyard with 10 exits. The 10 exits were like 10 golden gates, shining with precious light. The power of spatial transportation was stable and miraculous. This is the exit? The 10 fiendish heroes all stared at the 10 exits in a daze. One of the fiendish heroes had his eyes and tongue cruelly gouged out by Rong. His condition was horrible, but at this moment, he could not hide his excitement. Exit. I also felt the power of spatial transportation. It's really an exit. Great. I didn't expect that we could still leave this demon palace alive. Everything it's like a dream. As he spoke, he was also filled with emotions, and his body trembled. That's right, these 10 fiendish heroes were very unlucky. They had searched in the demon palace for a few days, but they still could not find the exit. Seeing that the hallucinatory demonic realm was getting more and more dangerous by the day, they could not even protect themselves. If they were slightly careless, they would be possessed by demons. The hope of finding the exit was getting slimmer and slimmer. Then they were actually caught by Rong again, and their lives were in danger. Almost all of them fell into a state of extreme despair. And at this moment, Xiao Han was like a god descending to the mortal world. He saved them from Rong and helped them find the exit. His kindness was equivalent to giving them a new lease on life.
Xiao Han. Thank you.
Suddenly, a fiendish hero directly knelt down in front of Xiao Han.
Ha!
Xiao Han was taken aback by the situation. The next moment, puff, 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 puff. In front of Xiao Han, they all knelt down. The 10 fiendish heroes all knelt down.
Xiao Han.
It's hard to repay this kindness. From now on, our lives are all yours. The 10 fiendish heroes choked with sobs and said, "Forget it, these people are also deeply grateful to me.
At least I did not save them in vain."
Xiao Han also felt a little emotional, nodded slightly, and then said in a clear voice,
"Stop being so wishy-washy. Don't be coy.
We fiendish heroes do not care about trifles. One by one, quickly teleport out. Quickly leave. Delay lest something unexpected happens."
Yes.
The 10 fiendish heroes all stood up. Xiao Han, do you still want to continue staying in this illusory devil palace?
The enchanting woman asked with a little worry.
Xiao Han, you have already driven Na Rong crazy. Right now, he has lost his mind and is going against the rules. His behavior is like that of a wild beast, and he can do anything. This time, your plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain is like pouring salt on his wound. He will completely go crazy. If you continue to stay in this devil palace, there will be hidden dangers. Xiao Han, why don't you quickly find the exit and teleport out? Yes, Xiao Han, I heard from Na Rong and the others that not only can you easily find the exit, you can also destroy the exit. Many of the exits in this devil palace have already been destroyed by you. The reason you are staying in this devil palace is most likely to kill Na Rong and the others and get rid of the disaster forever. If that's the case, why don't you destroy all the remaining exits and leave only one for yourself? After that, you teleport out and trap Na Rong and the others in this illusory devil palace. Another fiendish hero earnestly advised. Yes, Xiao Han, if you want to kill Na Rong and the others, you can do it without a drop of blood on your blade. There is no need to put yourself in danger. Xiao Han, your meridians have expanded by several thousand times and you are the fiendish hero with the most potential in our plane. Moreover, this illusory devil palace battle. With your own strength. You killed so many fiendish heroes in that plane trembled in fear. Xiao Han, you will definitely become an existence that becomes an immortal in the future. Porcelain does not compete with tiles. There is no need for you to continue being entangled with Na Rong. Destroy all the exits and teleport out. We do not wish for anything to happen to you. In the future, you will be our leader. One of the fiendish heroes said with certainty. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han laughed loudly and then slightly narrowed his eyes. I naturally understand your good intentions. All right. All of you do not need to worry about me. You can teleport out now. I know what I am doing. I must kill Na Rong and the other great elders with my own hands. They are all precious accumulations for me to break through to the talisman transformation realm. Xiao Han said with an almost inaudible voice. When I was in the expanded meridian realm, my performance was too outstanding. This caused my talisman transformation realm to be 100 times, 1,000 times more difficult than an ordinary martial artist. If I do not kill a few existences like Na Rong, it will be difficult for me to break through. Na Rong, I will personally slaughter them for my future talisman transformation realm. It will be the most perfect foundation. Ah, this ambition. The 10 fiendish heroes were all stunned. Then, under Xiao Han's urging, the 10 fiendish heroes entered the exit one by one and teleported away. Very quickly, the 10 exits were destroyed. Phew! Helping the Buddha to the end, they are finally safe. Xiao Han took a deep breath and then, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Now, all the fiendish heroes in our plane, other than me, have already teleported out. In the huge illusory devil palace, there are only me and the 10 supreme experts of Na Rong's plane left. The time to fight to the death has finally arrived. Na Rong, that despicable villain,
will no longer be able to capture hostages to threaten me. Now I can let go of my hands and feet and fight to the death with them.
Xiao Han shot out his spiritual wave, covering a range of 1.5 million meters.
Ha 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 ha. My 5 slaves have already successfully entered the exit that I disguised and escaped. Ha 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 ha.
Rong, who was like a wooden stake, was left standing there in a daze.
Ha 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 ha.
He has been tricked so badly this time. I'm afraid he is going to vomit a mouthful of blood.
Ha 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 ha.
All right, I won't waste any more time. I will find a secluded place and attempt to break through to the 19th spiritual finger art.
With a thought, Xiao Han formed a finger art with both of his hands, and the illusory devil realm within a radius of a few thousand meters was forcefully pulled into his sea of consciousness.
The extremely dense spiritual power star rumbled and refined, emitting the sound of metal clashing. It was like a glutton eating delicious food, refining and absorbing the illusory devil realm cleanly.
Ha ha ha,
Rong, this idiot. After images flashed and Xiao Han jumped a few times, leaving behind a series of joyful laughter.
What the hell are the 5 of you doing?
Rong was a little angry and directly scolded while gnashing his teeth. Damn it! What are you dilly-dallying here for? Why aren't you quickly bringing me to capture that? Disappeared? Suddenly, the aura of Xiao Han's 5 slaves actually disappeared in Rong's spiritual wave. The next moment.
Not good! Rong shouted and then directly waved his hand.
True Qi wave and strands of immortal Qi shot out like an evil dragon, breaking open the courtyard formed by the illusory devil realm. In the courtyard, the 5 spatial teleportation doors were closing. The power of spatial teleportation? Exit? Rong was dumbfounded. What's going on? What exactly is going on?
Ha 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 ha, Rong, you idiot, you've been tricked.
Ha 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 ha, you've been tricked by our master.
Ha 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 ha,
idiot. Before the 5 spatial portals disappeared, 5 mocking voices could be heard. Roar! Tricked? Master? Rong's heart was filled with anxiety and anger. He seemed to have understood something. He stretched out his hand and directly destroyed a large piece of space. All kinds of illusions exploded. However, the 5 spatial doors completely closed, causing Rong to not be able to grab a single strand. Roar! It's the 5 hidden exits. Those 5 bastards actually betrayed me. Betrayed the entire plane. Unforgivable. 5 exits appeared right under my eyelids, and I actually didn't discover them. They even calmly escaped in front of me. Humiliation. Extraordinary humiliation. Master? Who's their master? This Xiao Han. You little bastard. I've been tricked by you. Rong was so angry that his whole body twitched. Shockingly, pooh, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out from Rong's mouth. To be continued. Chapter 447. Rong was repeatedly toyed with by Xiao Han. Finally, anger attacked his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Aggrieved. Humiliated. As a leading figure of a large plane, Rong had always had the upper hand in all his life, and had never suffered a setback. But this time, he was actually repeatedly thwarted by Xiao Han. This caused his insufferably arrogant mentality to suffer a devastating blow. Xiao Han. Little bastard. Die for this seat. Die. Kill you. Exterminate your entire family. Slaughter your plane. Rong had completely gone mad, almost showing signs of being possessed. He repeatedly unleashed his ultimate killing techniques on the spot, causing the space to collapse like tiles. The helmet that he was wearing had fallen to the ground, revealing a head of black hair that was fluttering in the wind, messy. His entire person had sunk into a demonic spell, imagining everything around him as Xiao Han, and continuously bombarded. After half an hour, Rong's anger finally subsided. Then, not good. Bad news. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. This seat actually fell for that little bastard Xiao Han's luring the tiger away from the mountain. Damn it! Rong suddenly reacted, and then madly sprinted towards the direction of the square. In the square. The 10 demons from Xiao Han's plane who were originally kneeling in the square had already disappeared without a trace. And all around the square, there were scattered flesh and blood, muscle tissues, bone fragments. Blood flowed like a river, and a thick aura of death and resentment lingered. It was completely a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. Seeing this situation surprisingly, Rome did not fly into a rage. His expression, instead, seemed extremely numb, and his entire person also appeared extremely calm to the point of being terrifying. It was like the calm before the storm. Dead. All dead. Hee. The last batch of demon heroes that followed me out of this plane have all died. Died in the hands of Xiao Han. Hee. Now only I, a few great elders and a few dozen elders are left. Dead. How tragic. Ha ha ha. I think I'm going to die soon too. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, oh Xiao Han, I didn't expect that my plane would be buried in the hands of a stinky brat like you. I fought against the heavens and the demon race to establish an immortal foundation. My ambition was not fulfilled yet. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, all of them were destroyed in the hands of a young man from a trashy plane. Fate. Ha ha ha. I can't accept this. Suddenly, Rong seemed to be completely disheartened, and he squatted on the ground all of a sudden. Xiao Han sprinted through the hallucinatory devil palace. After an hour, he finally found a region that was most suitable for cultivation. The density of the hallucinatory demonic realm here was extremely high. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and began to swallow the hallucinatory demonic realm wantonly, refining it into his sea of consciousness. He was accumulating and preparing for breaking through to the 19th spirit finger technique. 2 hours later, Xiao Han had absorbed and refined all the hallucinatory demonic realm in this region. Then, he searched for another region with a higher density of hallucinatory demonic realm. Just like that, after a few hours, the spirit power in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness was already extremely full. The spirit power star burst out with the sound of metal bouncing. Clang, clang, clang. Every time it bounced, the heavens and the earth would shatter. Its power was like the great prison of the mountains and seas. It was almost invincible. Xiao Han felt that his spirit power was about to condense into a substance. If he released it at once, he could directly attack the enemy. It should be enough. The accumulation is almost enough to break through to the 19th spirit finger technique. It was dusk, and the sunset was sad and beautiful. Xiao Han was like a lonely crane, sitting cross-legged on the ridge of a house. A powerful halo of spirit power enveloped Xiao Han's entire head. That immortal divine light was spreading, and a poem of praise was faintly being sung. Xiao Han's hands moved, forming hand seals one after another. His movements were unconstrained like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, like a swimming fish, like a white steed flitting through a gap. He was breaking through to the 19th spirit finger technique. The spirit power star in his sea of consciousness became increasingly condensed, sturdy, and dazzling with a golden luster. His spirit power was highly concentrated. His spirit and aura were flawless and untainted, extraordinary and refined. In this strange and profound cultivation process, Xiao Han's mind did not have the slightest bit of impurity. His entire soul was as clear as crystal. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt his spirit power and soul suddenly fly out, shooting up into the sky and penetrating into the endless void. This feeling was as if his soul was floating out of his brain. His soul had left his body. It feels like the last time I was possessed by the demon god's soul. My entire soul was forced to leave my body. It was very strange. Xiao Han's soul flew up to a high place, and he could actually see himself. However, very quickly, Xiao Han's soul could no longer see himself. His soul flew up higher and higher. In the end, it seemed as if it had flown out of this hallucinatory devil palace and beyond the 9 heavens. Light as a feather, as if I can fly to wherever I want. The whole world seems to be no longer shackled by the space. What a strange feeling. It's as if my spirit power can freely jump through space in this mysterious void. Xiao Han was even more dazed and felt that it was strange. However, in the next moment, in the void, endless time and space storms appeared. Between the heavens and the earth, there was no light from the sun or moon. In an instant, Xiao Han's spirit was lost in the endless space and time. He felt isolated and helpless, lost in the depths of the distant space and time, never to return. All around him, he saw endless storms howling and howling. Not good. All of a sudden,
Xiao Han only felt that his soul was shaken to the core, and he felt a sense of vulnerability as if he was in danger. He knew very well that if his soul was wrapped by those time and space storms, it would be instantly burned and minced.
His spirit would be destroyed. Come back quickly. So, quickly return to your body from this place where the time and space storms are brewing. Hurry.
Xiao Han was anxious and uneasy. At the same time, in the depths of the time and space storms, Xiao Han could vaguely see a door. However, this door was very blurry, and its specific shape was completely unclear. However, that door seemed to have formed an instinctive attraction for Xiao Han. This caused Xiao Han to have a strong desire to rush over, open the door, and see what was inside.
Wang, wang, wang.
Shockingly, the great accomplishment stage saber intent that was floating in Xiao Han's soul suddenly let out a howl.
Ah! The saber intent is being attracted.
Behind that door, there seems to be something attracting the saber intent. Could it be? Could it be? The door of the saber realm, the legendary door of the saber realm. As a saber cultivator, the level of saber intent above the great accomplishment stage is saber intent godly. To reach the legendary level of saber intent godly, one must open the door of the saber realm.
Ah!
The illusory door of the saber realm, it seems like I have sensed it.
Roar!
Xiao Han's soul was completely trembling.
But
my soul can't reach that door at all. The entire void is filled with time and space storms. My soul will be minced. I have to pass through all kinds of dangers to reach that door.
But my soul is currently too weak.
All kinds of thoughts came one after another. At this moment, Xiao Han's spirit and soul were falling rapidly. Falling to the bottom. The next moment,
it's back again?
Xiao Han's body trembled and found that his soul had returned to his sea of consciousness. However, when his soul left his body and roamed the void, Xiao Han's soul and spirit had once again undergone an indescribable baptism and tempering.
Suddenly,
boom! The last gesture of the 19th spirit finger technique was completed. This caused the density of the spirit star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness to soar once again, and his spirit power had increased by a huge level. Wang! The moment the spirit wave spread out, it covered an area of 2 million meters. It covered the entire hallucinatory demon palace. After completing the 19th spirit finger technique, Xiao Han's spirit undulations range of scanning instantly exploded. If not for the fact that the hallucinatory demon palace only covered an area of 2 million meters, Xiao Han would have been able to scan a wider and grander area.
Success! Xiao Han stood up.
I've completed the 19th spirit finger technique, and my spirit power is getting closer and closer to solidifying. When my soul left my body just now, I seem to have sensed the gate of the saber realm, but I can't open the gate of the saber realm yet. It's not enough to open the gate of the saber realm yet. Forget it, I'll put that gate of the saber realm aside for now, and don't let my imagination run wild. Wait until I complete the 28 sets of spirit finger techniques, then I'll go explore. Now! Xiao Han stretched his body, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I'll take the initiative and launch the final attack on Rong. First, I'll kill all the elders in his realm. Then, I'll make Rong completely alone. Xiao Han leaped into the air and jumped out of the tall building. In the plaza where Rong was, Rong Ku sat in the middle of the plaza, a numb and miserable smile on his face. 5 great elders and dozens of ordinary elders had all rushed back from all directions. They looked at the piles of corpses around the plaza, then looked at Rong Ku, who had lost all hope, and could roughly guess some things. A wave of bone-chilling coldness immediately invaded their bones and lungs.
Lord Rong, those hostages.
Have they been rescued by that little bastard?
Our evil heroes.
All of them have been killed. Lord Rong, weren't you supposed to stay in the plaza? How did our heroes meet with misfortune? What is going on? Another great elder asked in a stuttering voice. All of a sudden, Rong Ku went berserk, jumping up and down, baring his fangs. Scram! All of you scram! Scram far away! Scram. Don't be noisy in front of me. As soon as he said that, pa, 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 Ku slapped them repeatedly, causing all the great elders and ordinary elders to fall to the ground.
All of you scram.
Ku laughed maniacally.
Scram. Otherwise, all of you will die. These elders were terrified by Ku's craziness.
Then one by one, they ran away like birds and beasts. All of you scram. Ku stood in the middle of the plaza in a daze, his figure extremely lonely. These elders were all dispersed by Ku and stood 10,000 meters away.
It's over. Lord Rong has gone mad. It seems that Lord Rong has completely gone mad. What should we do? What should we do now? Are we all going to die here?
A great elder's face was filled with unwillingness and despair.
All right, let's all disperse and search for that little bastard. Once we find him, if we can kill him, then kill him. If we can't kill him,
send out a voice fluctuation. Tell him that we are willing to give in and reconcile with him. Forget it, we don't need to care about Lord Rong anymore. We will privately negotiate with that little bastard. Privately negotiate with that young man and try our best to satisfy his request.
We will all compromise.
Let's see if he can let us live.
All right, let's disperse and send the message.
Lord Rong is unreliable. If we want to live now, we can only rely on ourselves. After a round of discussion, the elders dispersed.
Oh?
All of you have dispersed. In a dark and narrow alley, Xiao Han's figure appeared.
Then,
all the elders, before the sun rises tomorrow,
all of you,
go to hell.
To be continued.
Chapter 448. In the illusory Devil Palace, the people from the Rong Plain were undoubtedly attacking Xiao Han's strong points with their weak points. They were restricted by Xiao Han in every aspect and had almost no ability to fight back. The hostage plan, that they saw as their only hope, had now completely failed. Not only were the 10 hostages successfully rescued by Xiao Han, but even the last batch of demon warriors was also hunted down by Xiao Han.
It was a great defeat.
They were all badly injured. This caused Rong Che to be completely disheartened. As for the remaining elders, each of them had to find a way to survive on their own.
Late at night,
these elders were scattered in the Devil Palace and wantonly sent out their thoughts and messages, wanting to let Xiao Han hear their thoughts. Xiao Han,
show yourself.
At this moment, we have already completely admitted defeat.
We have all admitted defeat. Come out.
No matter what request you have, we will satisfy you.
Xiao Han, come out.
Let's turn hostility into friendship. From today onwards, we will no longer be enemies with you. Moreover, if you are willing to come to our plane, we will also recommend you to become an elder of the Demon Warrior Tower. This will allow you to obtain the worship and faith of all living beings in our plane. Xiao Han, we will not hold any grudges against the demon warriors that you killed in our plane. All the enmity between us will be written off. Let's be friends happily.
Heh.
You're only admitting defeat now.
Xiao Han walked quickly on a path.
He released his spiritual force and locked onto a Grand Elder and 9 ordinary elders who were 50,000 meters in front of him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. If we had minded our own business from the beginning, I would not have risked my life to fight with all of you.
But now it's too late.
All of you must pay the price for bullying the weak and being insufferably arrogant. The Grand Elder and 9 ordinary elders were locked onto by Xiao Han's spiritual force. They wandered back and forth in the Devil Palace with terrified expressions. They were like wandering ghosts.
How tragic.
The affairs of the world are inconstant. There were many dynasties that collapsed just because of trivial matters.
Sigh.
I understood this principle before, but the stronger one's cultivation is, the more arrogant they become. Now, I finally have to drink the bitter wine that I brewed myself.
Xiao Han,
let us go. The great elder sighed in a depressed manner.
9 ordinary elders.
Walking behind him, she was also filled with sorrow. Her throat was choked up and she couldn't speak. Just then, woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo-woo, in the dark night. A large area of the sky suddenly condensed as countless hallucinatory demonic boundaries gathered together like thousands of evil dragons. Then boom! He faced the Grand Elder directly. As well as the 9 ordinary elders, they came down. The entire world was filled with strange phenomena. Up in the sky and down on the ground, everything was an auditory hallucination. It was as if demons, ghosts and gods were crying. It was as if the heavens were weeping bitterly and inconsolably. Terrifying cries could be heard coming from the rift. Following this, cracks began to appear in the sky, accompanied by the sound of the stars shattering. It was a terrifying sight. Puchi! 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 A terrifying sound resounded. It was as if the heavens were being forcefully torn apart by the demons. The night sky was dyed red as if the heavens were bleeding. Ah! Hallucinatory demonic boundaries. The hallucinatory demonic boundaries within a radius of a few thousand meters were highly compressed. The density had reached 100 times or even 1,000 times that of the initial state. Killing people and ghosts, causing people to be possessed. Ah! I can't resist such a degree of hallucinatory demonic boundaries. Roar! I saw it. I saw the end of the world. The end of the world in the legends. So it was like this. The sky was raining blood, the ghosts were howling, the end of the world was coming, the void was collapsing, and the universe was returning to chaos. Roar! Miserable. Bitter. It's Xiaohan. Xiaohan. Stop it. Let us go. As the great elder of a great plane, I have 101 true meridians in my body and the heavenly eye. I am invincible in the secular world. I have the body of a half-immortal. I can't die. If I die, the heavens and earth will mourn. It's a tragedy in the mortal world. Let me go. Ah! The great elder started to howl and cry blood. His cries were like the cries of a cuckoos and apes. But the hallucinatory demonic boundaries was suppressing. Suppressing. Crazily suppressing. The great elder's aura was getting weaker and weaker. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Ah! I don't want to die. The great elder screamed and opened his heavenly eye. His half-immortal body was emitting a sparkling immortal light. One after another, killing techniques exploded in all directions. He resisted with all his might. However, the hallucinatory demonic boundaries was an attack on the spiritual level. It was a soul attack and not a physical attack. Thus, the great elder's heavenly eye was useless. Continuous suppression. Moreover, the hallucinatory demonic boundaries in all directions were getting more and more rampant, crazier, and aggressive. The entire night was dyed with a layer of bloody calamity. Shockingly, the great elder's heavenly eye couldn't withstand the spiritual pressure and directly shut down. Pooh! Suddenly, the great elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Bitter! The great elder's muscles were spasming and his facial features were sunken. Sweat poured down like rain. He had no choice but to sit down and bitterly guard his mind that was about to collapse. As for the 9 ordinary elders, they couldn't even speak. All of them sat cross-legged with their hands clasped together. Their bodies were twitching. Boom, boom, boom. The hallucinatory demonic boundaries were like a meteor shower. As if they didn't care about their lives, they splashed down and attacked the group of elders. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Ah! Finally, an ordinary elder couldn't hold it anymore. His mind scattered like a sand sculpture. He let out a short roar and then raised his hand and slapped his forehead. His body split open and scattered blood and foam on the ground. As the elder succumbed to the devil and died, the devils will spread like a plague. I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore. Ah! Bang! 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 The remaining ordinary elders had all fallen into bedevilment. Their heads exploded and their bodies were smashed to pieces. That great elder was still bitterly holding on. But he was also a lamp that had run out of oil. After a short while, Xiaohan, you won't have a good death. The great elder screamed. He also followed in the footsteps of the ordinary elders and fell into bedevilment, ending his own life. The night became quiet again. The wind continued to blow. The damp and cold air made people feel a sad and withered atmosphere. Xiaohan slowly walked to this area and looked at the broken corpses on the ground. Then, he silently disappeared. An entire night. Xiaohan was like the most terrifying hunter, hiding in the darkest corner, hunting and killing the elders of the Rong Plain. They were not able to escape Xiao Han's hunt. After completing the 19th spirit finger technique, in this hallucinatory devil palace that was like his home field, Xiao Han harvested the lives of those elder-level powerhouses like cutting grass. Dead. Within a few hours, Xiao Han killed all the elders of the Rong Plain. Great elder. Ordinary elder. Not a single one was left. Exterminating them all. Rong, now in this huge hallucinatory devil palace. Only the two of us are left. Xiao Han was like a lone crane, standing proudly at the top of a pavilion. His sleeves fluttered in the night wind. His aura seemed to be about to break the void and fly away with the wind. Originally, I didn't have the resources to fight against a leader of a large plane, a half-immortal body, and fight to the death. But in this hallucinatory devil palace, everything is possible. I can faintly feel that my foundation and accumulation have become more solid. It will be greatly beneficial for me to transform my true chi into true talismans in the future. Killing people who are of a higher realm than me and challenging an entire plane alone is a perfect tempering for my will. After killing all the elders of the Rong Plain, the true meridians in Xiao Han's body became more and more flawless. They were crystal clear and emitted a holy light. Those true meridians that had not been opened yet seemed to be throbbing and were ready to move. Accumulation. I can clearly feel the accumulation. Xiao Han took a deep breath and smiled with satisfaction. Then he frowned. However, this accumulation is still not enough. I, Xiao Han, must do my best in cultivating true chi. Although it was glorious to expand my meridians by 2553 times, it has already passed. My talisman transformation must be amazing and must surpass the expansion of meridians in one go. Then, I need to accumulate even more. The more the better. Rong. I must obtain enough accumulation from you. Xiao Han's eyes became more and more resolute. His mind was clear. Then, I will destroy all the exits in the hallucinatory devil palace, leaving only one exit. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth twitched, revealing an extraordinary smile. One exit, me and Rong. In this situation where there's only one exit left, I'll fight Rong head-on and cut off all means of retreat. Once I kill him, I'll obtain a heaven-defying accumulation. That's right. One exit and the two of them will fight to the death. Xiao Han was putting himself at death's door first. Once Rong was killed, Xiao Han's entire soul would undergo a perfect transformation. This way, the accumulation he would obtain would far exceed the success of assassinating Rong. Expanding Meridian Realm and killing an immortal Eye Realm expert who has opened the Heavenly Eye. I'm afraid there has never been such an achievement even in the endless ordinary planes of the universe. It will definitely surpass the ancient times. This way, no one in this world will be able to surpass my accumulation. He had made up his mind. Xiao Han leapt out. And at this very moment Rong, who was sitting in the middle of the plaza, felt a trace of sorrow in his heart. His heart was moved and he stood up abruptly. Dead. I can sense that all the grand elders and ordinary elders are dead. I am the only one left. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. When I left my hometown, I led all the grand elders and ordinary elders in the Xianxia pagoda and selected over 1,000 geniuses to prepare for battle. However, all of them are dead. I am the only one left. Ha! Xiao Han. Now, only the two of us are left in this hallucinatory devil palace. Do you dare to fight me? Fight to the death. Rong roared angrily. His spiritual voice spread out in all directions. Chapter 449. Xiao Han. Now, only you and I are left in this illusory devil palace. Do you dare to fight with this seat? Fight to the death. Xiao Han. Now, only you and I are left in this illusory devil palace. Do you dare to fight with this seat? Fight to the death. That sound transmission of Rong pledging to fight to the death continuously transmitted to every corner of the illusionary fiend palace. The powerful battle intent surged and pierced through heaven and earth. At this moment, Rong's life force reached its peak. His aura, his spirit, and his battle intent were all rendered to the extreme. Xiao Han. Let's fight. This seat,
with the identity of the leader of a great plain, challenges you. Life or death, a battle to decide. Xiao Han, I have to say, you are the most terrifying enemy that this seat has ever encountered. You are even more terrifying than those great demon emperors. You are an enemy that is worthy of this seat's respect. Let's fight. Even if this seat dies in your hands, I will accept it. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Han continuously destroyed more than 10 exits. His figure slightly paused. His spirit fluctuation also sensed Rong's voice transmission. Oh! Xiao Han was slightly stunned and the corner of his mouth twitched. What a powerful battle intent. Looks like that Rong has already regarded me as his mortal enemy. He doesn't hesitate to bet his life to fight with me. Ha ha ha. As expected of the ruler of a great plain. The aura and battle intent that erupted when he staked everything on one throw is sufficiently powerful. This battle intent, if one's spirit and soul is slightly weaker, I'm afraid that before the battle even starts, one would be scared to death by his aura. However, although I, Xiao Han, also want to fight to the death with Rong, I can't always choose the time when his aura is the most vigorous. Should I go straight to the front? Ha ha ha. The first drum of energy, the second weak, the third exhausted. I, Rong, want to fight at the time when he wants to temporarily avoid his sharp edge and wait until tomorrow. His aura will definitely be exhausted and the danger level of the illusory devil realm will increase by another 10 times. With another increase of 10 times, my chances of killing Rong will rise exponentially. Thinking of this, Xiao Han no longer ignored Rong's challenge. Instead, he focused on destroying the remaining exits. Before dawn. Phew, it's done. Xiao Han walked into a courtyard in a relaxed manner. All the exits in this hallucinatory devil palace have already disappeared. Finally, there's only one exit left. Shortly after, Xiao Han closed his eyes and went to sleep, conserving his energy. When the sun rose, he would look for an opportunity to have a final battle with Rong. Of course. The only exit that Xiao Han had left behind was hundreds of thousands of meters away from Rong. Naturally, there was no need to worry that Rong would be able to find it in a short time. This allowed Xiao Han to sleep in peace. The first ray of morning light shone into the illusionary demon palace. Hong, 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 the muffled sound of thunder resounded in the sky. Today, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory fiend realm had increased by 10 times compared to yesterday. Countless hallucinatory demonic realms were spread out between the heavens and earth, like heavenly demons rampaging about, wanting to bring disaster to the mortal world. After a short nap, Xiao Han had already recovered. His vitality had been adjusted to its peak. Feeling refreshed, Xianxia walked out of the residence. Today's hallucinatory demonic realm's density and danger level has increased by 10 times. Xiao Han smiled slightly. If I remember correctly, today's hallucinatory demonic realm's danger level will be 40 times that of the first time I entered this hallucinatory demon palace. If nothing unexpected happens, today will also be the day that I and Rong fight to the death. Among us, only one will be able to leave alive. Just at this moment, a clear auditory hallucination appeared in Xiao Han's ears. On the 5th day of the hallucinatory demon palace, the density of the hallucinatory demonic realm has increased by 40 times, and the danger level has increased by 40 times. 1,000 exits. One left. In the plaza. There's only one exit left? Ha 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 ha. There's only one exit left. Ha 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 ha. Rong let out a maniacal laughter. This exit must have been prepared by Xiao Han for himself. Once he enters this exit, the hallucinatory demon palace will be completely closed. Ha ha ha. This is also an announcement that this seat will be completely trapped in this demon palace. This Xiao Han can teleport out immediately and use the only exit. Why didn't he teleport? Ha ha ha. He must want to make this seat feel great fear and anxiety before I die, to make this seat drown in despair. So sinister, so scheming. Good method. Roar! Xiao Han, why don't you dare to fight with this seat? Roar! This seat has already decided to fight to the death, but you don't have the courage and determination to fight. Ha 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 ha. How ironic. This seat has always been able to call the wind and summon the rain. I want the wind and get the rain, but I didn't expect that even my last request before I die can't be fulfilled. How regretful. This seat will die in such a muddle-headed manner.
Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Rong's surging battle intent and determination to fight to the death were being defeated bit by bit. His entire aura was weakening, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years or even hundreds of years in an instant. Even the hair on his temples had a touch of white. At this moment, Xiao Han still didn't immediately find Rong to fight to the death. Instead, Xiao Han leisurely found an area that was most suitable to cultivate the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique. He sat cross-legged and began to practice the 20th mental technique. Today, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the entire Devil Palace has increased by another 10 times. To me, it's another good opportunity to cultivate. Once I break through the 20th mental technique, not only will my mental strength skyrocket again, but the density of the mental strength star will also become more compact and closer to solidification. After completing the 21st set of mental technique, his mental strength would be solidified successfully. Vaporization, liquefaction, solidification. Every stage was like the difference between heaven and earth. When he completed the 19th mental technique, Xiao Han could faintly sense the door of the Saber Realm. But because his soul and mental strength were too weak, he couldn't get close to the door of the Saber Realm. But if his mental strength solidified, perhaps he would have the chance to get close to the door of the Saber Realm and even open it, making his own Saber Intent, reaching the legendary Saber Intent Entrancement Realm. In this way, Xiao Han could fight against the demon god egg in his heart. He would have a chance. To complete the 21st set of mental technique, the 20th set of mental technique was crucial. It could be said that the 20th set of mental technique was the foundation for the 21st set of mental technique. Moreover, if I can complete the 20th set of mental technique, I will have a greater chance of defeating Rong. With this in mind, Xiao Han began to devour and refine the hallucinatory demonic realm in order to break through to the 20th set of mental technique. He was preparing and accumulating. For hours later, Xiao Han could vaguely feel that his accumulation was more or less sufficient. He began to practice the 20th set of mental technique. This was the 20th set of mental technique. It was made up of a total of 100,000 subtle and profound hand gestures. To complete the 20th set of mental technique, he had to link these 100,000 hand gestures together perfectly. There couldn't be any mistakes or pauses in between. He had to do it in one go. However, when Xiao Han reached the 200,000th hand gesture, he actually couldn't link the 20001 hand gesture. With a pause, all his previous efforts were wasted. Moreover, when he reached the 200,000th hand gesture, Xiao Han's entire body started to show signs of exhaustion and powerlessness. Xiao Han was puzzled. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued to cultivate. The situation was exactly the same as before. When he reached the 200,000th hand gesture, all the energy in his body seemed to have been squeezed dry, causing Xiao Han's vision to blur and his body to go limp. I understand now. Suddenly, a light flashed in Xiao Han's mind. It's my physical body's strength that can't keep up. That's right, in order to continuously strengthen his mental strength, he must have a corresponding physical body's strength. After all, mental strength relied on a person's body. If the mental strength was too strong and the physical body was too weak, the physical body would not be able to suppress the mental strength. Then, there was a high possibility that the person would enter a demonic state or even directly explode. I understand, my physical body can only support me until the 19th set of mental technique. If I want to progress further, I must first increase the strength of my physical body. That's right, that's it. Xiao Han figured out the crux of the matter. In this illusory devil palace, it is naturally impossible to increase the strength of my physical body. Moreover, in order to satisfy the requirements of completing the 20th set of mental technique, I must go through thousands of tempering. It is not something that can be easily matched. It's my limit. I have now reached a bottleneck. I can only temporarily stop cultivating this extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique. In the future, when my physical body becomes stronger, I will continue to attempt the 20th set of mental technique. All right. Then let's leave this illusory devil palace. Xiao Han's gaze looked towards the distant location where Rong was. Within his eyes, a strong battle intent began to brew. Suddenly, Xiao Han's sound waves gathered into a line and through mental fluctuations, he sent a message to Rong. Rong, it's time for a battle between us. Wrong, I, Xiao Han, and you have already formed a deep enmity that can never be resolved. Between us, we cannot live under the same sky. If I'm not wrong right now, you have already become my heart's demon, and I have also become your heart's demon. Between the two of us, one of us will definitely die in the hands of the other. Now, in the entire illusory devil palace, only the two of us are left. There is also only one exit left. Let's fight. Those who survive, go through that exit and teleport out. Before the battle, I can tell you the location of that exit. If you can kill me, you can directly find that exit. In the plaza. And Rong immediately received Xiao Han's voice transmission. Xiao Han. Xiao Han, it's you. Rong's spirit was roused, and his entire person exploded into a heart-wrenching howl. The last battle? Xiao Han, you want to fight to the death with this seat? Oh, before this battle, you even told this seat the location of the exit. Looks like you've put your life on the line. In this way, perhaps in the battle, you will be able to stimulate all of your life's potential. Good. Xiao Han, you're indeed a character. This seat has also been waiting for this battle. Come. Let's fight. Rongong puffed up his chest. His battle intent soared. Xiao Han walked towards Rong step by step, and with every step, his battle intent rose a notch, and his aura rose a notch. Rong, come. The battle of the ages. In this battle, I, Xiao Han, will lay the most solid foundation for my future true qi cultivation. Chapter 450. Xiao Han had spent several days in this hallucinatory devil palace. Not only had he cultivated the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique to the 19th mental finger technique, his mental energy was infinitely close to solidifying. He had also killed all the people from the Rong plane. Except for a small number of evil heroes who were lucky enough to be teleported out. In the Rong plane, most of the heroes were killed. All the elders, including a few great elders, were killed. Which was also to say that in the hallucinatory fiend palace now, there was only Rong, this loner, left. The originally aggressive and valiant troops had melted like ice. Xiao Han's spiritual force locked onto Rong, and his battle intent soared. His aura towered over the heavens as he walked towards Rong step by step. In the plaza, Rong. At this moment, Rong inexplicably felt a predestined battle, a predestined feeling. He's coming, Xiao Han. Let's fight. Suddenly, half-immortal Rong's body began to burn. Boundless energy gathered at his forehead. The heaven's eye opened. Hong, along with the sonorous hymn, sacred light beams shot out from Tsong Rong's heaven eye in the shape of a fan. His mental power and soul had entered a clear state, flawless and untainted. His mental power pierced through the layers of hallucinatory demonic realm in the demon palace, covering an area of close to 100,000 meters. It had reached an extreme. In a trance, Rong sensed Xiao Han's position. Moreover, Rong could sense that Xiao Han was walking towards him step by step. He really came. Rong's lips curled into a bitter smile. Heh! That's the young man who destroyed the hope of my entire plane, causing it to fall from a mighty plane to a weak one. It's all thanks to him. I've been trying to capture him all this time. Even if he dug 3 feet into the ground, he still couldn't find him. There was nothing he could do. Now, he had finally appeared, in the entire hallucinatory devil palace. 1,000 exits were destroyed by him. Right now, there's only one left. Between me and him, one must die. Lock onto his life aura and location. Rong's third eye condensed and released a beam of dark light, which shot toward Xiao Han, who was tens of thousands of meters away. Gradually, after a few hundred breaths' time, the glow turned into some tiny runes. It stuck to Xiao Han's body. In this way, Rong finally managed to collect some of Xiao Han's life force. Then, as long as Xiao Han was in this hallucinatory demon palace, no matter where he hid, he would not be able to escape. Rong Do was able to roughly lock onto Xiao Han's position and hunt him down. Who? Rong's complexion was slightly pale as a tired expression emerged on his face. However, the depths of his eyes were burning with excitement. I've finally collected the life aura of this little bastard. It wasn't easy. In this way, he has nowhere to run. Ha 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 ha. although he had locked onto the position through the air. Moreover, collecting life aura consumes a lot of energy, but it's worth a try. Just now, when Rong had gathered power from his immortal body and used his heaven eyes to collect Xiao Han's life aura from tens of thousands of meters away, he had consumed a third of his power, which he couldn't replenish in time. But, in this hallucinatory devil palace, this little bastard Xiao Han's greatest advantage is that his whereabouts are mysterious and unpredictable. His mental strength is different from ordinary people, and he can use the hallucinatory devil realm to carry out assassinations. In this plane of mine, all the people who died in the hands of Xiao Han were killed by assassinations. They were not killed by Xiao Han in a direct confrontation. Humph. Xiao Han is nothing more than an insignificant acupoint expansion realm cultivator with a slightly stronger body. I can still easily crush him to death by consuming a third of my energy. It's like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Don't mention consuming a third of my energy. Even if I consume 2/3 of my energy, I will still completely defeat him. Using a third of my energy to exchange for his life aura, this is too perfect. In front of me, he can no longer hide his whereabouts and tricks. His greatest advantage is gone. Xiao Han, let me personally punish you. Rong Yi also took a step forward and strode towards Xiao Han. Oh? While walking, Xiao Han felt a sense of being monitored, like maggots in his bones, lingering on. Soon, a ray of dim light was projected onto his body. Moreover, this ray of dim light, after brewing, scattered and formed a miniature talisman, seeping into Xiao Han's cells and meridians. Xiao Han looked inside his body. He discovered that these miniature talismans were condensed in his body without dispersing, like a pair of devil's eyes, peeping at him from the unseen world. Heh, that Rong is still playing tricks. In an instant, Xiao Han understood. Separated by tens of thousands of meters, under normal circumstances, Rong can easily launch an attack on me. But in this hallucinatory demonic realm's dense demonic palace, even with Rong's ability, he can't launch a direct fatal attack. This trick of his. It's not to attack me, but to waste energy to plant a talisman in my body that can monitor me at any time. Planting such a talisman from tens of thousands of meters away, it must consume a lot of energy and mental strength, right? Ha 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 ha. This Rong is still worried that I will change my mind at the last moment. Does he still not understand my determination to fight? Ha 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 ha. Unnecessary. Xiao Han revealed a disdainful smile as he walked. I have already said it myself, this is the final battle, it cannot be avoided. This Rong is still wasting energy to monitor me, afraid that I will run away. Psychologically speaking, he has already lost. Suddenly, Xiao Han's conviction to win rose again. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Xiao Han took a step forward and ran towards Rong. He is actually running so fast. Rong sneered, then he also used his speed and ran towards Xiao Han. The distance between the two rapidly shortened. 50,000 meters. 30,000 meters. 20,000 meters. Within 10,000 meters. Ha 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 ha. It seems that I can already clearly feel Xiao Han's heartbeat. Rong's smile was extremely cruel. Outside the hallucinatory demonic palace. A blue space. A stable space. The people of Xiao Han's plane and the people of Rong's plane were clearly entrenched. At this time, there were less than 200 people teleported out of the hallucinatory demonic palace in Rong's plane. They looked at each other. A panicked expression appeared on his face. Elders and Lord Rong, why haven't they teleported out yet? According to the time in the hallucinatory demonic palace. It should have been a few days ago, logically speaking. With the invincible skills of the elders and Lord Rong, they should have escaped from the damned demonic palace a long time ago. 1,000 exits. It's not a small number. It's impossible that Lord Rong and the elders haven't found any exits, right? At this time, a large group of demonic heroes surrounded the 5 demonic hero slaves that Xiao Han had enlightened, and asked questions at once. The 5 of you were the last to be teleported out. What's the situation in the hallucinatory demonic palace now? Lord Rong and the elders. Why haven't they teleported out yet? What about the other demonic hero companions? We have thousands of people entering the demonic palace, but now, there are less than 200 people who can be teleported out. What's going on? We don't know about this. The 5 demonic hero slaves. They defended themselves in unison. In the demonic palace, we, Lord Rong, and the elders all acted separately and looked for the exits. After arriving, the density of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace is very terrifying. Our spirit waves are imprisoned and compressed, so we have no way to meet with Lord Rong and the elders. The answers of the 5 demonic hero slaves were also flawless and impeccable. And in the camp of Xiao Han's plain, the 10 demonic heroes who were the last to be teleported out now all felt as if a lifetime had passed. Almost with tears in their eyes, they poured out what had happened to them to the demonic heroes who were on good terms with them. And soon, these 10 demonic heroes came to Xiao Mingchu's side and whispered to him with gratitude. Brother Xiao, this time, thanks to the help of your pure cloud sex Xiao Han, we can come out alive. My junior brother Xiao Han, how is he now? Why hasn't he been teleported out yet? Xiao Mingchu asked nervously and worriedly. Brother Xiao, don't worry. In the demonic palace, Xiao Han can simply summon the wind and summon the rain. He is all-powerful and fearless. The people of Rong's plain, including many elders and even Rong himself, were all played by Xiao Han in the palm of his hand. The 10 demonic heroes hurriedly told him about how Xiao Han had rescued them and how he had massacred in the demonic palace. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others could only listen to them in a daze and were shocked. As for the pagoda master, the elders, and the ancient giant Yan Qi, they formed a small camp and chatted with each other. That's right. In our plain, only less than 10 people who entered the demonic palace died. The rest of them all came out. Their achievements are brilliant. Their luck is like a rainbow. An elder stroked his beard and smiled. Pagoda master, according to the description of many demonic heroes who came out of the demonic palace, the immortal weapon in Xiao Han's hand is really invincible. It seems that even Rong has been defeated by Xiao Han again and again. Yan Qi winked at the pagoda master and said, from the corner of his eyes, he kept glancing at the 10 demonic heroes who were surrounding Xiao Mingchu. The eyes of the pagoda master were filled with extreme fanaticism. As for the immortal weapon, I will discuss it with Xiao Han after he comes out. I hope that he will consider the big picture and contribute that immortal weapon. At this moment, boom, 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 beams of glazed light shot out from within the hallucinatory fiend palace, dyeing a large stretch of space into a beautiful and magnificent sight. The people from Xiao Han's plain and Rong's plain immediately sensed the spiritual waves. They did not know what was happening in the demonic palace and instinctively took a small step back. Suddenly, a clear auditory hallucination appeared in everyone's ears. On the 5th day of the demonic palace, the density of the demonic realm has increased by 40 times and the danger level has increased by 40 times. 1,000 exits. 1 remaining. On the 5th day of the demonic palace, the density of the demonic realm has increased by 40 times and the danger level has increased by 40 times. 1,000 exits. 1 remaining. Inside the demonic palace. Finally, the distance between Xiao Han and Rong was less than 100 meters. On an empty road, the two of them stood facing each other. Finally, they met on a narrow path. Rong, clad in a scaled battle robe, stood tall and proud as he stared intently at Xiao Han. His eyes were scarlet red, as though he was a gambler who had lost everything and wanted to make a comeback in the end. His body was trembling slightly. Xiao Han, standing alone with a calm expression, looked indifferently at Rong. Xiao Han. Suddenly, Rong extended his right index finger and pointed at Xiao Han. You are Xiao Han. Little bastard, you have guts. You forced me to such an extent. You made me feel unprecedented distress and despair. My elite demon heroes have all been massacred by you. Even many elders have died under your schemes and assassinations. Now, I'm going to pull out your soul and burn it while you're still alive. I'll make you wish you were dead. Heh, so much nonsense. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Rong, the immortal eye realm has opened the heavenly eye and is invincible. Today I, Xiao Han, will kill you. I will definitely gain an indescribable accumulation. You will become a stepping stone for me, Xiao Han, to rise. Suddenly, Xiao Han's aura rose to the extreme. It was as if even his body had grown bigger. Pointing to the heavens and stepping on the earth, his heart surged with the conviction of victory. All the true acupoints in his body transmitted a vague throbbing. Chapter 451. Xiao Han and Rong, this pair of archenemies, finally met on a narrow path to fight to the death. However, neither of them made the first move. Rong's spiritual force was firmly locked onto Xiao Han. He used a scrutinizing gaze to size up Xiao Han. His eyes were burning as if he wanted to see through Xiao Han. He wanted to see through all of Xiao Han's secrets. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was silently preparing. The liquid spiritual force star in his sea of consciousness released waves of spiritual force. It merged with this hallucinatory demon palace. As long as Xiao Han willed it, the earth-shattering hallucinatory demon realm would attack Rong. Rong was possessed by the devil. Phew, strong. Really too strong. At this moment, Xiao Han was facing Rong head-on, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the leader of a powerful plane, someone who stands at the top of the pyramid. Although he has been forced into an extremely difficult situation by me and his aura has fallen greatly, his aura and his bearing are still shocking. I, Xiao Han, am able to fight against such a great character. Before this, it was simply unimaginable. Rong did not use his ultimate technique to attack Xiao Han. He was observing Xiao Han inch by inch. At the next moment, Rong finally spoke. Expanded Meridian Realm. I can see it clearly now. It's the Expanded Meridian Realm. It's definitely the Expanded Meridian Realm. Moreover, from the fluctuations of life, he's only 10 years old. He's not even 100 years old. He's still wet behind the ears. Yes, the Expanded Meridian Realm has expanded very well. Your foundation is very solid. Xiao Han, if I'm not wrong, your Expanded Meridian Realm should be more than 2,000 times, right? This Rong actually spoke with fervor and assurance. His attitude made it seem as if he had Xiao Han firmly in his grasp, and had Xiao Han in his grasp. That's right. Although after entering the hallucinatory demon palace, Rong repeatedly suffered losses in Xiao Han's hands. Being restrained everywhere, Rong was not an ordinary person. Now, he was facing Xiao Han. After carefully analyzing Xiao Han, he discovered Xiao Han's age and cultivation. It was really difficult to pose a threat to him. Thus, the confidence and demeanor of a great character was re-established. Soon, Rong's aura became that of a monarch. Moreover, Rong's aura was completely locked on Xiao Han. As long as Xiao Han made any strange movements, it would trigger Rong's fiercest attack. Under such circumstances, Xiao Han had no way to escape. Without waiting for Xiao Han to reply, Rong continued. When I expanded my acupoints in the past, I expanded them by 1,500 times, but I'm probably not as good as you. However, expanding aperture realm. At the end of the day, you are only building your foundation, not your combat strength. In other words, Xiao Han, you are very weak right now. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. In front of this seat, they are like ants. Heh! Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Yes. My cultivation base is nothing more than an ant in front of you. However, it is also an ant like me who has treated you as a demon hero and an elder of this plane. They fought until they were forced to retreat again and again until they were completely wiped out. Ha! It seems like it's really ironic. Rong's face went pale when he heard this, and the veins on his face swelled up while his eyes emitted an expression of deep resentment. Little bastard. You're cunning, humph. You were able to repeatedly assassinate the elites of my plane. It was all a trick. With your cultivation base, even a demon hero of this plane who is at the 9th stage of true chi would be able to kill you. After pausing for a moment, Rong's expression calmed down again. He looked at Xiao Han as if he was looking at a pile of dead things. You can use the hallucinatory demonic realm to turn our people into devils. It seems like your mental strength is strong enough. Moreover, it is highly possible that you are hiding a immortal tool. As he spoke, Rong's eyes were dyed with greed and heat. Immortal tool. This is the only explanation. Otherwise, no matter how strong your mental strength is, it would be impossible for you to use the hallucinatory demonic realm to successfully assassinate the great elder of this plane. Immortal tool. If I can obtain the immortal tool in your hands, I can probably make up for the losses of this plane.
Rong muttered to himself. Xiaohan, you are too arrogant. You actually dare to face this seat. Ha 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 ha. Whatever methods you have, just use them all. Right now, this seat will make you wish you were dead. Chaos Divine Art. Kill for me. Finally, Rong did not continue to be long-winded. All the true qi in his body condensed. A strong immortal aura burst out from his half-immortal body. Countless true talismans exploded from his body, forming all kinds of talisman formations that were constantly being created and destroyed. Almost in an instant, Rong pushed all the true qi in the true meridians in his body to the extreme. He performed a divine secret technique that could destroy heaven and earth, kill people and destroy ghosts, and destroy all living beings. Rong grabbed with his big hand. Countless true qi fell from the sky. The holy song was loud and clear, and the immortal aura was melodious. It fell on the top of Xiaohan's head like a waterfall. As soon as Rong made his move, the void in all directions was torn apart by him. The fragile space was like a window made of paper. It could not resist his hand that covered the sky at all. He tore the void in the air. Immediately, thousands of long river cracks appeared in the depths of the space. Every long river had surging energy. These energies included starlight, Milky Way, nebula, frost, meteorites, flames, lightning. There were even traces of spatial cracks. All kinds of energy seemed to explode the entire world into chaos. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart, order and rules were being destroyed, turning everything into chaos. New rules and order were being established. This level of true qi divine art had already surpassed the quality of most true qi divine arts. It was infinitely close to an immortal art. This was an attack that could destroy the world and descend a natural disaster. The rumbling impact and the aftermath of the attack caused the ground to crack. A river of flames, a river of lightning, a river of aurora. Thousands of powerful attacks attacked Xiaohan with the power to destroy the world. At this moment, Rong's arrogance soared to the sky. He was insufferably arrogant and looked down on everyone. He was as tyrannical as a king who had descended on the world. The elegance of a big shot was displayed to its fullest. Violent and tyrannical, unparalleled under the heavens. Who could resist such an attack? Even the tower master of Xiaohan's plane did not have such a method. This Rong did not attack, but once he did, it was as powerful as lightning. No one could stop him. It contained hatred towards Xiaohan, and with powerful energy, methods, tyranny, and the attitude of a monarch, he crushed and destroyed everything that stood in his way. This was Rong, the leader of a powerful plane. He was definitely not some random person. Moreover, this was an attack launched in the hallucinatory demonic realm, where the density was extremely high. Rong's energy was even depleted by a third because he tampered with Xiaohan's body. Without a doubt, if it was outside, Rong would be at his peak state. Such an attack, Xiaohan would not be able to resist at all. Even his thoughts would not be able to keep up. In an instant, he would be blasted into dregs and turned to ashes. It is indeed powerful. This Rong is already an arrow at the end of its flight, but he is still so savage. Even those great elders that I killed, although they were all existences that had opened the heavenly eye, once they met Rong, they would die instantly without any suspense. This was Rong's killing blow. It definitely contained the power to cut off rivers and tear apart continents. It was also fortunate that it was inside the hallucinatory demonic palace. This Rong's attack speed was disrupted by the hallucinatory demonic realm, and it was much slower. Otherwise, my bones would have already turned to ashes now. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, a lot of shock also emerged in Xiaohan's mind. Furthermore, Xiaohan also had self-awareness. He was relying on the environment of the hallucinatory demonic palace. Only then could he contend with Rong. In terms of combat power, he and Rong were really worlds apart. If it was outside the hallucinatory demonic palace, even if Xiaohan made the first move and executed his strongest demonic technique, most likely, he would also be instantly turned around by Rong and directly killed. Xiaohan. A frontal attack. This seat wants to see what you use to block it. After locking onto your position and restricting your mysterious movements, you are just trash. Rong roared savagely. Right now, Rong's attack was like a huge iron hammer descending from the sky and smashing towards an egg. Without a doubt,
once it was smashed, the entire egg would explode into pieces. In the split second when Rong's attack was about to hit Xiao Han, the hallucinatory demonic realm that covered the sky was compressed by several times, causing a large area of space to become turbulent and all kinds of illusions to appear. Moreover, the air became unbearably dense. The hallucinatory demonic realm that was compressed was like a lump of paste, tightly wrapping around Rong's killing blow. Slow! The attack that was originally as fast as lightning and a thunderous strike, under the penetration of the hallucinatory demonic realm, actually suddenly slowed down. Xiao Han's eyes and hands were sharp. He moved like a fleeing rabbit and instantly jumped away. Although his figure was in a somewhat sorry state, he still managed to dodge it. What? He actually dodged this seat's all-out attack. Rong's attack that was almost in the bag was actually dodged by Xiao Han, causing him to be shocked, activating the hallucinatory demonic realm to interfere with this seat's killing blow. This hallucinatory demonic realm is formless and material, pervasive and pervasive. Even true qi can permeate through it. Truly powerful. However, what's even more powerful is that you, Xiao Han, can control the hallucinatory demonic realm as you please. It's as if the hallucinatory demonic realm in this devil palace is a part of your body. How powerful. This seat has seen countless people, but I've never seen such a genius like you. However, although you can control the hallucinatory demonic realm and interfere with the seat's attack, it also consumes a lot of your mental strength, right? In the end you will still die. There's no suspense. Rong Ao roared. It's my turn to attack. After Xiao Han dodged Rong's killing blow, he didn't have the slightest bit of negligence. At the critical moment, his mental strength once again wrapped around the hallucinatory demonic realm that was nearly 10,000 meters in circumference. He instantly compressed it and directly enveloped Rong. All of a sudden, between heaven and earth, a kind of earthen yellow color emerged. In the next moment, the center of this earthen yellow color suddenly exploded. A earthen yellow snake head rose up like a giant dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and viciously swallowed Rong. Of course, this was not the real snake head. It was an illusion formed by the hallucinatory demonic realm. Boom! Suddenly, this earthen yellow snake head with protruding horns scuttled into Rong's brain. As if he was filled with wisdom. Puchi! In Rong's brain, a strange sound burst out. All of his movements actually came to a halt. All the true qi attacks were instantly affected and vanished like smoke in thin air. Enter the devil state for this young master. Xiao Han roared sternly. Rong! A leading figure of a powerful plane. This young master will slaughter. Obtain accumulation. Relying on this move to make my plains people succumb to the devil state and die one after another? Suddenly, Rong's facial expression became ferocious. As expected, after a large amount of hallucinatory demonic realm is compressed and directly poured into the brain and sea of consciousness, even those great elders of this plane can't bear it. Xiao Han successfully used the hallucinatory demonic realm to bombard Rong's sea of consciousness, just like how he dealt with the evil hero and the elders of Rong's plane before. If there was no accident, Rong's movement would be completely confined. He could only activate his spirit and soul to resist the hallucinatory demonic realm. After losing the ability to resist, he would be refined alive by Xiao Han, boiling a frog in warm water. However, on Rong's face, there was actually a fearless expression. This seat has been thinking about how to deal with this move of yours for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Qi energy. Burn for this seat. Boom. From every pore and cell of Rong's body, immortal Qi rushed out, rolling like smoke. Thousands of strands of immortal Qi curled up and all seeped into the heavenly eye in between Rong's eyebrows. All of a sudden, Rong's heaven eye burst forth with boundless brilliance and magnificence. All of a sudden, all the immortal Qi poured into Rong's sea of consciousness through the heavenly eye, and began to repel the hallucinatory demonic realm that attacked Rong's sea of consciousness. Rong's facial expression became incomparably calm, and insufferably arrogant. Idiot! This seat has the body of a half-immortal. Do you think that it's so easy to be possessed by the devil? What an idiot! This seat's body contains immortal Qi. By burning this immortal Qi and merging it into the sea of consciousness, it can strengthen the spirit and protect the soul. Ha 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 ha. You probably think that since you can make the great elders of this plane to be possessed by the devil, You can certainly make this seat to be possessed by the devil too, right?
Ha 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 ha. Really funny.
Yes, the 6 great elders who died in your hands had the same realm as this seat. They all opened 101 true acupoints and opened the heavenly eye. Once they opened the heavenly eye, they could see the immortal chi between heaven and earth and collect the immortal chi to condense their body and cultivate the body of a half-immortal. But this seat opened the heavenly eye thousands of years earlier than the 6 great elders. Ha 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 ha. In this plane, at least 70% of the immortal chi was absorbed by this seat. The 6 great elders only divided the remaining 30% of the immortal chi together. Ha ha ha, this seat's immortal body, as well as the immortal chi energy stored in my body, far surpassed the 6 great elders. This seat consumes the immortal chi to make this seat maintain the purity of my soul and not be possessed by the devil. Xiao Han, your time of death has come.
Chapter 452.
Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, you scum. Why aren't you dead yet? Rong burst into hysterical laughter, tears bursting out from his eyes. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in the ethereal immortal chi. Sacred light crisscrossed, and his mind was clear and bright. The hallucinatory demonic realm that had infiltrated his consciousness was forcibly dispelled, and even purified. Xiao Han, your expanded aperture realm cultivation is worse than an ant. Your only trump card is to use the hallucinatory demonic realm to kill with a borrowed knife. But now, this seat completely ignores these hallucinatory demonic realm. My mind is clear and my mind is clear. This seat would like to see what other tricks you have? Ha 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 ha. Vengeance. This seat will crush you bit by bit, inch by inch. Revenge for the outstanding talents of my plane. When this seat leaves this hallucinatory demonic palace and reaches the outside, I will definitely force you to reveal the coordinates of that trash plane and personally lead an army to suppress it. All the females of your plane will be reduced to the lowest level prostitutes. All the males of your plane will be killed into dregs. All the living beings of your plane will be used as a blood sacrifice for the many talents of my plane that have passed away. This Rong, compared to those great elders killed by Xiao Han, was much, much stronger. The immortal chi stored in his body was too abundant. Xiao Han suddenly stopped moving. His entire body did not move an inch as he looked at Rong indifferently and muttered. Really difficult to deal with. Looks like I can only use my final trump card. What? Xiao Han. You are actually so calm? What a joke. Your life is like a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by this seat. You are still pretending to be mysterious? Really stubborn. Rong laughed sinisterly and pointed at Xiao Han. Now, it is useless even if you deliberately act mysterious. You will die without a doubt. No one in this world can save you. Rong did not believe that Xiao Han could turn the tables. The difference in strength between both sides was too great. There was no possibility of turning the tables. Xiao Han, the only thing you can rely on is the hallucinatory demonic realm in this devil palace. Right now, the hallucinatory demonic realm is ineffective against this seat. You are as anxious as a stray dog. Accept your fate. Rong's arrogance was extremely arrogant. And Xiao Han. Do you really think that my trump card is only this hallucinatory magic realm? Wrong. Suddenly, the corner of Xiao Han's mouth pulled into a cold smile. His eyes flashed with extreme excitement and eagerness. Kang, the crisp sound of a blade being unsheathed rang out from Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han's temperament. It began to rise steadily. Become sharp. Become cold. He became like a king. Overlooking the world. He had an ominous premonition. It instantly seized Rong. Hong, a heaven-defying saber aura soared into the sky from Xiao Han's body. His great accomplishment stage saber intent was instantly brewed to the extreme. Yes, Xiao Han's true trump card. It wasn't just the hallucinatory bewitching realm, but saber intent. To put it simply, the power of saber intent was closely related to two aspects. First, saber intent and one's own realm. Xiao Han's saber intent was at the great accomplishment stage. 2. The strength of his mental energy. Xiao Han cultivated the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique, and cultivated to the 19th set of mental finger technique. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness was thick and viscous, almost solidifying, causing every drop of mental energy to be as heavy as a mountain. At this moment, Xiao Han had almost drained all the mental energy in his sea of consciousness and added it to the great accomplishment stage Saber Intent. Suddenly, a white light that was as dense as fog seeped out from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Rays of light, auspicious air, heavenly flowers fell, hymns flew. At the same time, Xiao Han's eyes also became domineering and sharp, revealing his sharp edge and penetrating everything. The air of a king gushed out unrestrainedly. Pooh! 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 Wisps of saber intents were emitted from the white light and exploded in the sky like a divine glow. In an instant, a huge formation of saber intents appeared in the sky. Saber immortals, saber sovereigns, and saber artists could be seen walking in it. The saber chi traversed tens of thousands of miles, slaughtering the heavens, destroying the ages, and destroying the universe. The next moment, the saber light that filled the sky condensed into a natal saber chi with a radius of several meters and a length of several hundred meters. It also contained Xiao Han's mental energy, shining like a pillar. With a whoosh with the speed of light, it suddenly slashed towards Rong. This saber chi cut through the void, killing gods and ghosts, slaying demons and immortals. Its speed surpassed light. The saber chi cut through the sky, indestructible, and shook violently, causing the heavens and earth to resonate. The saber chi cut through the entire hallucinatory demon palace, causing countless illusions to explode. Ashes and smoke dispersed. The hallucinatory demon palace, which was formed purely from the hallucinatory demon realm, had large areas of destruction, showing the smell of fragmentation. The airflow between heaven and earth fluctuated wildly. Where the saber chi vibrated, tornadoes appeared, piercing through the void, destroying all 6 paths. Humans and beasts were not spared. What? Natal saber chi? All of a sudden, Rong screamed in shock. His hair stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine. Every pore on his body was invaded by the saber chi, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. In the blink of an eye, Rong activated his life potential. In his third eye, the immortal aura surged like tides. His movements were unbelievably fast. With a slight shake of his body, a shadow was left behind. At the critical moment, he dodged the saber chi that was faster than the speed of light. This dodge seemed simple, but in fact, it consumed Rong Hai's immortal chi. It was almost a life-saving dodge, and he was in a sorry state. However, whoosh! Then something strange happened. The natal saber chi that Rong had dodged and brushed past him suddenly changed direction. This natal saber chi, as if it had a mind of its own, turned around and slashed towards Rong from behind. One should know that the natal saber chi had been strengthened by Xiao Han's mental energy, which was equivalent to a part of Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han could control it as he pleased, as if it was his own arm. He could change direction at will, and turn around at will. It was very mysterious. This time, Rong could no longer dodge. Roar! Bastard! Little bastard! Rong let out an unwilling and desperate howl like a wild beast that was on the verge of extinction. The next moment, puff! The natal saber chi swept across Rong's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The lingering aura of the saber chi swarmed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness like tired birds returning to their nests. Xiao Han's face was extremely pale, and his eyelids were as heavy as lead. He was on the verge of collapsing. One should know that this slash was aimed at an almost invincible figure. Xiao Han could not be allowed to make any mistake. He must kill him with one strike. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future, and he might be killed instead. Therefore, this slash had used up all of Xiao Han's natal saber chi and mental energy to execute this slash with all his might. After this slash, Xiao Han felt as if he was hollowed out and wanted to fall asleep. As for Rong, he stood still and looked at Xiao Han indifferently. What a powerful saber intent! I have never seen such a dazzling sight. Such a brilliant slash. In the sky and on the ground. There shouldn't be such a slash. But I didn't expect. Xiao Han, you actually executed such a slash. It seems that your mental energy is really too terrifying. It's beyond my imagination. Say, I really didn't expect a head-on confrontation.
I will still die in your hands. Shockingly. I still can't accept this. In this hallucinatory devil palace, I am affected by the interference of the hallucinatory devil realm. My attack power is greatly weakened, causing my battle strength to be less than half of my peak. If we were outside, Xiaohan, you wouldn't be able to kill me. If we were outside, the one who would die would definitely be you. Xiaohan, do you admit it? Oh. Xiaohan shrugged his shoulders. Yes. I admit that if we weren't in this hallucinatory devil palace, even if my saber intent was mighty, I definitely wouldn't be able to kill you. You could kill me with one finger. But there aren't so many ifs in this world. Winner takes all. Loser takes all. Death is death. Winner takes all. Death is death. Rong let out a miserable laugh. Puh, 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 puh. Immediately after, firecracker-like sounds rang continuously from Tsong Rong's body. In an instant, his body was densely covered with tens of thousands of saber scars. Finally, bang! Rong's body exploded into a pile of minced meat and powder. Even the true chi spirit stones and treasures stored in his true acupoints were all cut and shattered. I finally killed a great figure. It wasn't easy. This great accomplishment's saber intent is indeed matchless and invincible. It can even cut the body of a half-immortal. But it consumed too much of my strength. Once Rong died, Xiao Han collapsed from exhaustion and suddenly fell down. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's temperament was even more stable. The true acupoints in his body were even more smooth and flawless. Killing Rong allowed Xiao Han to obtain indescribable accumulation and benefits. 1 hour later, Xiao Han finally let out a sigh of relief. He was not in a hurry to leave this hallucinatory devil palace. Instead, he sat cross-legged and looked down. Both of his hands formed a seal and absorbed the hallucinatory devil realm that was wandering around him to replenish his lost mental strength. At the same time, Xiao Han was also evaluating and concluding. Seriously speaking, it wasn't my natal saber chi that could cut Rong's half-immortal body with one slash. The reason why I killed him so easily was because he did something to my body and locked onto my life aura fluctuation, which consumed some of my energy. Then, I activated the hallucinatory devil realm and blasted it into his sea of consciousness. He had no choice but to consume his immortal chi energy to avoid being possessed by the devil. After all, his consumption was too great. Forget it, I don't care so much. I will take a good rest for a few hours to recover my mental strength and physical strength. Then, I will leave this devil palace. After a few days of cultivation in this devil palace, I have gained a lot. It has laid a solid foundation for me to enter the genius zone. Now, I have some capital to compete with the geniuses from other planes. Outside the hallucinatory devil palace. At this moment, the hundreds of evil heroes in Rong's camp were in a state of chaos. And the evil heroes on Xiao Han's side were in a state of shock and speechlessness. What? There's only one exit left? Our many elders, our many evil hero companions, and the great Lord Rong, they. Could it be that they will be trapped in the hallucinatory devil palace? Roar! The evil heroes on Rong's side all looked as if they had lost their parents. There's only one exit left. Xiao Mingchu couldn't help but look worried. This is a little dangerous. I don't know if the last one to come out will be. Will it be junior brother Xiao Han? Chapter 453. At this time, outside the hallucinatory devil palace, there was a complete uproar. Especially the people of Rong's side, except for Xiao Han's 5 slaves, all of them were grimacing in pain, scared out of their wits and lost their composure. What's going on? Why is there only one exit left? There are 1,000 exits. Why is it like this? Only a few hundred people have been teleported out from our side and that trash plane. There should be hundreds of exits left. Why is there only one? Is there a mistake? There must be a mistake. Otherwise it's impossible. With Lord Rong's means, he is almost invincible, and all the great elders are powerful figures. The hallucinatory devil palace can't stop them. There must be a mistake. The chivalrous people of Rong's side all screamed at the same time. They couldn't accept the fact that there was only one exit left. Gradually, their tone was full of doubt. And Xiao Han sighed. Tower Master, if there is only one exit left, there is a mistake in the calculation of the number of people teleported out. 1,000 exits will not disappear automatically. For every person teleported out, there will only be one exit that disappears. Less than 200 people teleported out from our side, and less than 200 people on Rong's side. There should be more than 600 exits left. Could it be that the exit has been destroyed and there is only one left? This is equivalent to breaking the rules of the hallucinatory devil palace. This is against the natural order. An elder said to the Tower Master in fear and trepidation. Suddenly, a few chivalrous people walked over slowly. These few chivalrous people had been kidnapped by Rong as hostages to lure Xiao Han into the trap. One of the chivalrous people lowered his voice and said to the Tower Master, Tower Master, it's Xiao Han who did it. Xiao Han can destroy the exit. Xiao Han can not only use the hallucinatory devil realm to kill the people on Rong's side, but also, he can destroy the exit unscrupulously. We have stayed in the hallucinatory devil palace for a few days, and we are very clear about these things. Ah! The Tower Master screamed out, and then quickly glanced at the chivalrous people on Rong's side with the corner of his eyes, and quickly fell silent. Then, he spoke in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. If that's the case, then, all the elders of the Rong Plain will be buried in the illusory devil palace. There's only one exit left. Even if they are still alive, they won't be able to come out. It's too horrifying. Even I can't calm down. There are so many elders. There were also a few elders who had opened their heaven eyes. Just like that, he died in Xiao Han's hands. What kind of immortal artifact does it have? Within the hallucinatory demon palace. After several hours of recuperation, eating and refining a large amount of hallucinatory magic mirror, Xiao Han's mental energy had already recovered to its original state. His physical strength had also reached its peak. He felt refreshed. Spirit reaches to the rainbow. The only flaw was that his natal saber chi had yet to be completely replenished. The saber strike that killed Xiao Rong nearly drained all of Xiao Han's life saber chi. After several hours of recuperation, Xiao Han's life saber chi had only recovered about 20 to 30%. Xiao Chen's life saber chi recovered rather slowly. All right. Let's go out. Now that we've dealt with this powerful enemy, I'm sure that the people from our plane will not encounter any more obstacles on the way to the space springboard. Xiao Han stretched his body. He strode forward with large strides towards the last exit. As he walked, he couldn't help but let his mind wander. After reaching the space springboard, we'll be able to teleport to the Genius Zone as we wish. The day of the opening of the Genius Zone is getting closer and closer. I wonder how many influential figures of the planes will gather in the Genius Zone. I wonder what kind of immortal artifacts there are in the Genius Zone. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Han was familiar with the way and finally arrived at the last exit. Get out. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and stepped into the exit. The stable power of spatial teleportation immediately wrapped around Xiao Han and pulled him slightly, causing him to enter the teleportation state. At the same time, the exit began to close and disappear. The entire hallucinatory magic palace. Rumble. 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 Disintegrate. Melt. Dissipate. Collapse. Outside the hallucinatory magic palace, the people of Rong's plane and Xiao Han's plane were clearly divided. They were all discussing among themselves and the situation was rather tense. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. The hallucinatory magic palace not far away collapsed. It turned into many hallucinatory demonic boundaries and completely disintegrated. The sky was filled with auspicious light, beautiful luster, and rosy clouds. The huge hallucinatory devil palace seemed like it was about to completely dissipate. What? The hallucinatory magic palace is starting to disintegrate? The heroes of Rong's plane and Xiao Han's plane were shocked by the scene in front of them. At the same time, an auditory hallucination resounded in everyone's ears. The hallucinatory magic palace has been destroyed. 1,000 exits have all disappeared.
The hallucinatory magic palace has been destroyed. 1,000 exits have all disappeared. As the auditory hallucination dissipated, the entire hallucinatory magic palace turned into streaks of scattered hallucinatory magic realm and flew in all directions like ribbons.
Rong. Lord Rong and the elders? What happened? Where are they?
Where are our people?
I can't see them.
We still have hundreds of people in the Devil Palace. Now that the Devil Palace has been destroyed, why are our people gone?
Where did they go?
The heroes of Rong's Plain were now all screaming in horror. They kept rubbing their eyes and staring at the location of the Devil Palace that had been disintegrated into thousands of strands and was covered with clouds and rosy clouds.
They didn't see anyone.
They didn't even see a ghost.
Rong. Lord Rong.
Some of the heroes let out a sorrowful cry, and some evil and ominous premonitions surged in their hearts. And the 5 slaves of Xiao Han were also communicating with each other through spiritual waves. It seems that
Master has won a great victory. Let's not talk about Rong for the time being.
Now, all the great elders and elders should have been killed by Master.
Could it be?
Could it be that the so-called invincible Rong also died in the hands of Master?
Very likely.
There is only one exit left, but we can all clearly feel Master's breath of life. Master left an imprint in our souls. If Master meets with an accident, this brand will disappear.
But at this moment,
the brand that Master planted in our souls is still unforgettable and has not dissipated at all.
It can be seen that Master is definitely still alive. If Master is still alive,
it is very likely that Rong has already been killed by Master. Master is too strong. I don't know what method he used to kill the insufferably arrogant Rong. And the camp of the heroes of Xiao Han's Plain. The hallucinatory demon palace is gone.
Where is junior brother Xiao Han? Why don't I see junior brother Xiao Han coming out?
Xiao Mingqiu focused his eyes and looked over. For a moment, he did not find a figure coming out of the hallucinatory demon palace that had disappeared.
Xiao Han will be fine.
A large group of heroes who had received Xiao Han's kindness all shouted in unison. At this moment, boom! The power of space exploded in the chaotic hallucinatory demon realm.
Then, a human figure. It gradually appeared, and it quickly stabilized in the space.
Someone was teleported out.
Yes.
However, only one person was teleported out.
Yes, it's one person.
Why? Why is there only one person? Many heroes of Rong's Plain and Xiao Han's Plain shouted at the first moment.
Phew, I'm finally out.
Xiao Han gradually stabilized his body. Then, he dusted off the dust on his robe and looked up. He saw the people of his plain not far away. Xiao Han saw big senior brother Xiao Mingqiu, the ancient giant Luo Tianyu, the Tower Master, the ancient giant Yan Qi, and the familiar faces that he had rescued from the hallucinatory demon palace. All of a sudden, Xiao Han felt as if he had been in a different world. Immediately, Xiao Han controlled his true qi and crossed the void, walking towards the camp of his plane. As he walked, Xiao Han's spiritual wave naturally spread out.
Suddenly,
Xiao Han's body shook. He only felt that his spiritual wave, in this stable space, could actually cover an area of 1,000,000 miles. Within a range of 1,000,000 miles, nothing could escape the detection of Xiao Han's spiritual wave. After leaving the hallucinatory demon palace, Xiao Han's spiritual wave became extremely sharp, and he could observe everything down to the smallest detail. Moreover, he had a feeling of contentment, unrestrained, and no longer being restrained by anything.
It felt very good.
After coming out of the hallucinatory demon palace, my spiritual force no longer suffered any interference or pressure.
Naturally, I can release it as I wish.
Xiao Han was well aware of this. At this moment, in the camp of Xiao Han's Plain, many demons, the Tower Master, and many elders had clearly seen Xiao Han. In an instant, cheers and shouts of joy erupted from the camp. The atmosphere was heated and boiling.
Xiao Han!
It's Xiao Han!
Xiao Han is out!
Ha 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 ha! Our benefactor, in the end, managed to escape from the hallucinatory demon palace unscathed. The only remaining exit was obtained by the young demon with the most potential in our plane, Xiao Han. The hallucinatory demon palace has collapsed. In other words, Rong and those tyrannical elders have all died? And over at Rong's side, there was absolute silence. Each and every one of them felt their hair stand on end, and they were as silent as cicadas in winter. They looked at Xiao Han with their mouths agape, and their throats gurgled, but they could not speak. In the next moment, the hallucinatory demon realm that was broken down by the Devil Palace began to evaporate and disappear completely. Rong! Lord Rong! Lord Rong and the elders and many of our companions still haven't come out. Only a young man came out from that trash plane. The Devil Palace is gradually disappearing. Lord Rong and the others, all the demons from Rong's plane were now in a state where they were about to collapse. They had a premonition that something disastrous and terrifying was about to happen. Xiao Han walked to the side of his eldest senior brother, Xiao Mingchu, and laughed loudly. Eldest senior brother, I'm out too. Ha ha. Now we can set off to that space springboard. Ha ha ha. I think we can still make it in time, right? Xiao Mingchu said in a daze. We can. In the hallucinatory demon palace, 10 days is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. We should hurry to the space springboard now, and then teleport to the genius zone. If the journey is smooth, the genius zone will not open before we arrive. Ha! Junior brother Xiao Han, where are Rong and the elders of his plane now? Xiao Mingchu's voice was trembling when he asked. All of them have fallen. Xiao Han lowered his voice and said. Hearing this, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others almost fainted. At this moment, ha ha ha, Xiao Han. Suddenly, the pagoda master led a few elders towards Xiao Han. Their faces were full of joy, but deep in their eye sockets, there was a flame of greed flashing. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned. Soon, the pagoda master and the elders surrounded Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you're indeed a young hero. You've made a great contribution for this plane. I know very well that if it wasn't for you, many of our demons would have been trapped in the hallucinatory demon palace. Ha 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 ha, if it wasn't for you holding back Rong and the elders of his plane, once they were teleported out, a one-sided battle would have broken out. We would never be able to defeat the experts of Rong's plane. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, this is a first-class contribution. Reward according to your contribution. Don't worry, I will definitely reward you according to your contribution. When this matter in the Genius Zone is over and we return to this plane, I will definitely reward you greatly. I will make you bring honor to your ancestors. Moreover, the entire Pure Rain sect will also rise to the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I'm just doing my best. Xiao Han casually said. He felt that every move of the pagoda master seemed to have a purpose. It seemed like he was here to reward Xiao Han's merit, but in fact, it was not that simple. After a pause, the pagoda master said to Xiao Han in a soft voice. Xiao Han, hand over your immortal artifact. Give it to this plane. Bring benefit to this plane. Chapter 454. Celestial Weapon? Xiao Han was dumbfounded by the pagoda master's words. With a blank expression, he blurted out the question. What celestial weapon? The moment these words left his mouth, one of the 12 elders surrounding Xiao Han, other than the pagoda master, revealed a disdainful and mocking smile on his face as he shouted. All right, Xiao Han, no one here is an outsider, so there's no need to hide anything. Whatever grudges you had in the past, you should let go of them now. When we go out, the demon heroes of our plane, from top to bottom, should unite as one. We should work together as one. Only then will we be able to overcome the difficulties and cross the river together. Xiao Han, you definitely have an immortal artifact. We are all smart people. Don't pretend to be ignorant. Oh. Xiao Han was not a stupid person. When he heard the elder's words, he naturally knew what was going on. All right. This bunch of trash actually thinks I have a celestial weapon so I can sweep through the illusory devil palace. Now they're shameless enough to ask for a celestial weapon from me. They're too shameless. Xiao Han's expression immediately turned cold. Without batting an eyelid, he looked at the pagoda master and the elders. The elder began to speak non-stop. Xiao Han, we all know your cultivation level. We also have a rough idea of your demonic arts and battle prowess. Logically, it's impossible for you to do as you please in the illusory Devil Palace, kill the people from the wrong realm, break the rules of the illusory Devil Palace, and destroy the exit. I'll be frank. I'm sure you have a celestial weapon. Moreover, it's very likely to be a supreme-grade celestial weapon that can increase one's spiritual energy. What do you think? I'm right? Take it out and contribute it to the realm. What do you think? Another elder joined in and said with a fake smile, that's right. Xiao Han, take out the celestial weapon. Xiao Han, listen to me. I've always been a person of reason and not of kinship. I'm very fair. That's right, Xiao Han. You relied on this immortal artifact to turn the tide and force the Rong plane to retreat again and again. Even the Rong plane itself was probably trapped in the demon palace and died. It was you, Xiao Han, who created such a great achievement. Your hard work and contributions are great. No one can go and erase you. However, a celestial weapon. It was too heaven-defying. Especially in the legends. An immortal artifact that focused on mental power. Its value was immeasurable. With this celestial artifact, our entire plane will transform. From being weak, they had become rich and powerful. However, Xiao Han, to be fair and impartial, things like immortal artifacts are not things that you can control. After all, your cultivation realm is still too low. Opening aperture realm. Your foundation is still lacking. You can't control it. Moreover, an innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. Once the secret that you have an immortal artifact in your hands is exposed, you will not be able to escape. I'm afraid you'll be harmed instead. Even your family and sect will be implicated. This kind of immortal artifact can only fall into the hands of our elders' council. Only when it fell into the hands of the pagoda master could it be considered as having an owner. Xiao Han, you're still young. You don't have the tolerance and virtue to control an immortal artifact. Moreover, you're far from being able to unleash the might of an immortal artifact. Xiao Han, think about it. With your cultivation realm and the immortal artifact in your hand, you're already able to defeat Rong and the many elders under him. So, what if you hand this immortal artifact to the pagoda master? With his immortal eye realm and supreme heaven eye realm, what will happen? Another elder said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. With the immortal artifact in his hand, the pagoda master will definitely be invincible. He'll conquer countless planes and achieve 1,000 years of hegemony. The 12 elders surrounded Xiao Han and started barking at him. Because the temptation of an immortal artifact was too great. Mortals simply couldn't resist this kind of temptation. It was not an exaggeration to say that the value of an immortal artifact was more valuable than the value of a plane or even several planes combined. Xiao Han, the ancient giant Xianxia, also walked over from afar. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Xiao Han, previously in the Devil Palace, it's all thanks to you that I was able to escape unscathed. I, Xianxia, am very grateful to you for this. When we return to the plane, I will definitely repay you. However, the matter of an immortal artifact is not a small matter. It must not be handled carelessly. It concerns the future prosperity of our plane. With this immortal artifact, our competitiveness in the Genius Zone will definitely increase. Xiao Han, take it out. Give it out. You were born in this plane and grew up in this plane. Your rise today is partly due to your own talent and partly due to the plane's nurturing. Now that you've grown up, you should also nurture the plane. Give the immortal artifact to the pagoda master. Your cultivation realm is too low. It's a waste for the immortal artifact to be in your hands. Moreover, you have many techniques from the demon race. Demons and immortals are like dragons and tigers. The immortal artifact is not beautiful in your hands. Xiao Han, take out the immortal artifact. Xiao Han, take out the immortal artifact. Xiao Han, take out the immortal artifact. For a moment, the 12 elders and the ancient giant Xianxia surrounded Xiao Han and tried to persuade him. All of them sounded as if they were trying to reason with Xiao Han, but in reality, there was a hint of threat in their words. The pagoda master remained silent and looked at Xiao Han with a playful expression. Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others were pushed to the periphery. For a moment, they did not know what was going on.
The demons of the Rome Plain were petrified. They looked at the hallucinatory demonic palace and the beautiful hallucinatory demonic realm that was gradually dissipating like fireworks. Rome. Lord Rome. Oh. Elders. The demons of the Rome Plain seemed to be possessed. They murmured in a daze. Rome. Lord Rome. All the elders will definitely come out. They all have half-immortal bodies. They are invincible in the secular world. It's impossible for them to be trapped in the Devil Palace. At this moment, Xiao Han was completely enraged. Xiao Han was besieged by the Tower Master and a group of elders, all of whom were asking for the so-called immortal treasure. This caused his blood to boil, and his face to flush with excitement. This was simply too much. If it was not for Xiao Han, most of the demons of this plane, including Xianxia, would have died in the hallucinatory demonic palace. It was impossible for them to survive. Now, Xiao Han had saved the entire plane with his own strength. After coming out, not only did he not treat them with sincerity, but he even schemed against each other and wanted a foot when given an inch. Even a clay figurine would have some anger. Let alone Xiao Han, who had always been unrestrained. Right now, Xiao Han was completely enraged. His heart was filled with rage, and his killing intent was wild and violent. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han laughed maniacally out of anger. Celestial artifact? Celestial artifact? How ridiculous. Let's not talk about whether I, Xiao Han, have a celestial artifact or not. Even if I do, what right do you have to demand it from me? Idiot! They actually created such a big scene to coerce and bribe me. You really repay kindness with evil. Ask yourselves, if it was not for me, Xiao Han, taking responsibility, would all of you still be alive? You would have been killed by Rome. Now you dare to show off in front of me. Money moves people's hearts. Even antiques like you who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years cannot avoid greed. However, you are too stupid. Celestial artifacts are heaven-defying, and the value of any celestial artifact is unimaginable. It is even related to the important matter of becoming an immortal. Since that is the case, why should I, Xiao Han, hand over the celestial artifact to you for nothing? Do you really think that I, Xiao Han, am 3 years old? All of you get lost. Get lost far away. Are all of your heads clamped by a door? Get lost. Xiao Han actually began to curse in public. This was intolerable. The scolding caused the elders to be dumbfounded. They had been in high positions in this plane for a long time, and they had never been scolded by the demons of this plane. Even the pagoda master rarely spoke ill of them. This was the first time they were scolded by a young boy in front of them. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Han scolded coldly, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, you get lost too. I saved your dog life, and you still dare to be so noisy in front of me? Get lost. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Xiao Han's words seemed to have frozen the entire place. The originally blue and calm space suddenly felt a chill run down the spines of the elders, Xianxia, and the rest. A murderous aura lingered around each of them. Finally, an elder with bulging veins on his face roared with a murderous aura and an ominous glint in his eyes. How dare you? Xiao Han! How dare you? You evil creature! All along, you have been ignorant and incompetent. You secretly colluded with the demons and learned their skills. Let's not talk about that. Last time at the Xianxia Tower, you fought and killed countless innocent demons. You have no respect for the law. Just this crime alone is enough to exterminate your entire clan. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. You should have exterminated your entire clan with no luck. However, the elders and the pagoda master were magnanimous and pardoned you. They even gave you the right to go to the genius zone. Not only did you not feel grateful and contribute to the plane, but you were also overbearing. Instead, you were aggressive. You have a celestial artifact. Hand it over now because you are a sinner. Only by handing over the celestial artifact can you make up for your sins. I will kill you all. Finally, Xiao Han's murderous intent exploded without restraint. His blood was boiling, and his murderous intent could not be suppressed. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, we know a thing or two about that celestial artifact of yours. Your cultivation realm is too low. Therefore, you can only use the celestial artifact and use the hallucinatory demonic realm to make people lose their minds and kill themselves. However, this huge space is very calm, and there is no sign of the hallucinatory demonic realm. You even said that you would kill us? What an idiot. After being humiliated by Xiao Han, Yan Qi's eyes turned ferocious. He completely forgot about Xiao Han's kindness and roared, "The celestial artifact is invincible, but it is restricted in your hands. Without the hallucinatory demonic realm, you can't use the celestial artifact at all. You still want to kill us? Let's see how you are going to kill us." Chapter 455. Xiao Han did not expect that after he left the hallucinatory demon palace, before he had the chance to clash with the remnants of the Rong plane, he would fall out with the higher-ups of his plane. However, Xiao Han did not plan to feign civility. After the training in the hallucinatory demon palace, Xiao Han's heart was no longer the same as before. It was extremely tenacious. Moreover, he had cultivated the extinguishing sky and earth mental technique to the 19th set of mental finger techniques. His saber intent had soared, and the power of his natal saber chi could cut through ghosts and gods and destroy all living things. He also had a supreme demonic technique. All these made Xiao Han fearless. He was confident that he could deal with the elders and even the pagoda master. Moreover, Xiao Han knew that the pagoda master and the elders were all clones. Their real bodies were still suppressed in the Xianxia pagoda. In terms of true battle power, in a stable space, without the hallucinatory demonic realm to use, Xiao Han believed that he was not a match for the tower master at his peak. He was also not a match for these elders. However, this was referring to their true bodies. Xiao Han still had some confidence in dealing with their clones. In his sea of consciousness, the natal saber chi in the liquid mind power planet had recovered by 40%. Yan Qi, you're just a level 9 true chi cultivator. How dare you jump out here? You're courting death. Do you know? Since you keep saying that you want me to kill you, then come out and face me. See if I dare to kill you or not. I don't care if I can kill you or not. Xiao Han no longer had any apprehensions. The evil heroes around him, such as Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu, did not know what was going on. They wanted to intervene but did not know what to do. Humph. Yan Qi was furious. He was about to step out and fight Xiao Han. At this moment, "Shut up!" The pagoda leader's voice could finally be heard as he took a step forward. His face was filled with a dignified and righteous aura. "All of you, be polite to Xiao Han. Yan Qi, you said that if it wasn't for Xiao Han, you would have died in the hallucinatory demon palace. How dare you disrespect Xiao Han? You're too presumptuous." Yes, the pagoda master is right," Yan Qi said. "And you guys." The pagoda master glanced at the 12 elders. Xiao Han's contributions to this realm are greater than his mistakes. I have already forgiven him for his mistakes in front of the demon hero pagoda. Now, you are bringing up the past again. How absurd. Listen up, from now on, if anyone dares to criticize or offend Xiao Han, this seat will not forgive them. That's right, the celestial artifact belonged to Xiao Han. No one had the right to covet or take it away from him. An immortal artifact is so precious. There's no reason for Xiao Han to give it up for nothing. Ta Ming's impassioned speech rendered the 12 elders speechless. Xiao Han, don't be angry. The immortal artifact is yours. There is no doubt about that. With that, the pagoda master looked at Xiao Han with a pleasant expression. As for Xiao Han, he didn't think much of it. TSK, the 12 elders played the bad cop, and the pagoda master came out to play the bad cop. Ha ha ha. What a joke. However, do you think I, Xiao Han, am someone you can fool? Xiao Han, what do you think about this? We are currently in the vast universe. The journey to the genius zone is very difficult and full of thorns. It's hard to predict whether we will be lucky or not when we reach the genius zone. The pagoda master looked at Xiao Han sincerely. Xiao Han, lend me the celestial artifact temporarily. The power of this celestial artifact in my hands will definitely be extraordinary. Xiao Han, don't worry. I'm only borrowing it temporarily. I'll definitely return it to you. How about this, Xiao Han? When your true Qi cultivation base improves again so that you can control this celestial artifact perfectly, I'll return it to you. What do you think? Xiao Han was completely speechless after hearing the pagoda master's words. Borrow? He's trying to find a way to ask for it. Shameless beyond belief. Shameless beyond belief. In a split second, Xiao Han's mind was filled with many thoughts.
It seems like these elders and the pagoda master have made up their minds to covet the so-called celestial artifact in my possession.
Threats, promises, and all kinds of methods are endless. If I refuse them, I'll be entangled with them along the way. Now that I'm going to the genius zone, I can't possibly kill all of them and go there alone, can I? If that's the case, I might not even be able to get a place to enter the genius zone. That surname Su'a will use a thunderous method to kill one of them in front of everyone to make an example out of them. Establishing prestige. A thought emerged in his mind. Kill to establish prestige.
However, at this moment, that young man.
Suddenly, hundreds of demons from the Rong Plain shouted at Xiao Han at the same time. Then they swarmed towards him like a swarm of bees. How dare you! Some of the demons from Xiao Han's plane immediately got into formation and confronted them. Are you going to humiliate and bully us? Humph! Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu took a step forward together.
Pagoda master?
The 12 elders looked displeased. However, they did not act rashly.
Then, they looked at the pagoda master with inquiring eyes.
Pagoda master, none of the elders from the Rong Plain are left. They are just a group of demons. There are not many at the 9th level of true Qi. Most of them are at the 8th level of true Qi. If they truly dare to reach for a yard after taking an inch, we'll seize this opportunity to massacre them too. Several elders said, becoming restless. That's right.
Without the Rong Plain and dozens of elders, there were less than 200 demons.
With the pagoda master here, Xiao Han's plane could still control the situation. Thus, these elders were fearless. Of course, if the other party had Rong Plain, these elders could only tuck their tails between their legs. However, the pagoda master quickly glanced at Xiao Han and immediately said in a low voice, "Don't act rashly. Let's see what they want." Soon, the survivors of the Rong Plain, nearly 200 Yao Xia, flew over and formed a camp. One of the leaders, who was at the 9th level of true Qi, pointed at Xiao Han. "Young man, come out. We have something to ask you." Oh! Xiao Han's expression changed. He could not help but lick his lips. I just wanted to kill someone to establish my dominance. I didn't expect that someone would come to me eagerly. It's really a pillow when I'm sleepy. As his thoughts flashed, Xiao Han did not say anything. Instead, he directly strode over with arrogance.
Junior brother Xiao Han.
Xiao Mingqiu wanted to follow closely behind. The dozens of demons who had received Xiao Han's kindness also wanted to walk out with Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han waved his hand, indicating for everyone to not move. For some unknown reason, after coming out of the hallucinatory demon palace, Xiao Han's every move was deeply dignified. Even his every expression seemed to have formed a climate. With such a wave of his hand, Xiao Mingqiu and the others immediately stood still. Xiao Han leisurely walked towards the remaining demons from the Rong Plain and smiled faintly. "What? You have something to ask me? Young man, where's our Lord Rong? Where's our elders? Where are our fiendish hero companions?" Quite a few of the 9th level true Qi fiendish heroes shouted in unison. Their tone was filled with fear, uneasiness, fear, shock, and an inexplicable anger. They finally could not hold it in anymore. After waiting for a long time, there was no news from their side. In the end, they did not wait for Rong and the elders to come out. Instead, they waited for the entire hallucinatory demon palace to disappear bit by bit. This caused them to directly target the last person to come out of the hallucinatory demon palace, Xiao Han. They directly came up to interrogate. Moreover, boom, nearly 200 demons moved in unison. They spread out and surrounded Xiao Han. Seeing this situation, Xiao Mingqiu and the other demons were all furious and wanted to rush up. Suddenly, the tower master waved his right hand. An invisible force field shook, causing the demons who were about to rush up to be frozen, unable to move an inch. "Don't act rashly. Don't kill." This time, The celestial world has a decree. Before entering the genius zone, all ordinary planes are not allowed to kill each other. Everyone should value peace, the Tower Master said with a faint smile. Then he looked at Xiao Han with a thought-provoking gaze. A wisp of spiritual sound was transmitted into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness without a sound. Xiao Han, now that Rong is dead, these people are without a leader. You are the last person to come out of the hallucinatory demon palace, so you are the most suspicious. They have lost their rationality and will definitely torture you. Although you have a celestial artifact, there is no hallucinatory demon realm for you to use. The demons surrounding you are at the 8th level true Qi, and some are even at the 9th level true Qi. Some of them have very strong foundations, and their combat power is several times more terrifying than Yen Qi's. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them. How about it? Give in. As long as you agree to lend me the celestial artifact, I will immediately help you eliminate these people. Xiao Han did not even look at the Tower Master. He lazily narrowed his eyes and glanced around at the chivalrous men surrounding him. His lips curled into an arrogant and disdainful smile. You guys are, really idiots. How dare you ask such an idiotic question? If you want to escape from this hallucinatory demon palace, you can only go through the internal exit. Now, the exit has completely disappeared, and the hallucinatory demon palace has collapsed. Your Lord Rong, your elders and your companions are all dead. This is obvious, and you still want to ask me? Ha. Idiots. Roar. As soon as they heard Xiao Han's words, the group of demons burst into howls, as if they were mourning for their parents. All of them were scared out of their wits, and their mournful cries were earth-shattering. That's impossible. How could Lord Rong die? Lord Rong is the spiritual leader of our plane. He is an immortal who is destined to become an immortal in the future. How could he die? Without Master Rong, this plane of ours is finished. It's all over. Without Lord Rong and the elders, we will be invaded by the demon race sooner or later. Our entire plane is in danger. The crowd was howling. The next moment, little bastard. How did you manage to find the last exit? Why is our great and immortal Lord Rong buried in that damned hallucinatory demon palace? Little bastard. You deserve to die. Why is it that a trashy acupoint expansion realm like you, a half-cripple, can come out of the hallucinatory demon realm alive and well, while our supreme Lord Rong met with misfortune? The heavens are unfair. Little bastard, you deserve to die. These demons did not suspect that Xiao Han was the culprit behind the massacre of Lord Rong and the elders. However, when they lost control of their emotions, they naturally had to find someone to vent their anger on. Xiao Han had become their target. Close to 200 demons stared at Xiao Han with blood-red eyes. Their killing intent was extremely violent. This Xiao Han, under normal circumstances, he would never be a match for these crazy fellows. Yen Qi revealed an expression of schadenfreude. The 12 elders also nodded and smiled. Right now, he must beg for the pagoda master's help. Otherwise, he will be killed instantly and dismembered. Xiao Han, hurry up and beg me. Otherwise, you might be dismembered. The pagoda master smiled and sent a telepathic message. It seemed that he had Xiao Han in his grasp. However, suddenly, Xiao Han laughed bitterly and said indifferently, "All of you are noisy in front of me. Do you know that you are courting death? Ha. I have been provoked and I have nowhere to vent my anger. Since all of you are here to court death, I will fulfill your wish." Suddenly, the saber aura around Xiao Han's body rose. The next moment, boom! A natal saber chi that looked like an evil dragon soared into the sky from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. The saber light was brilliant and unparalleled. All of a sudden, the natal saber chi exploded, split, and turned into a light screen that looked like a fishing net. It shone brilliantly and directly swept in all directions. Pooh! 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 Other than 5 slaves, the 200 demons that surrounded Xiao Han were all cut into pieces by the saber net. Powder. Densely packed minced meat splattered everywhere. The smell of blood covered the sky. There were tens of millions of pieces of corpses and meat. I said that you are courting death. You are courting death. Xiao Han said lightly. For a moment, the scene was silent. To be continued. Chapter 456. Xiao Han activated the Great Success Realm Natal Saber Chi and added it with his supreme mental power. With one slash, all the remaining evil heroes on the Rome Plain, except for his 5 slaves, were killed. They were cut into pieces by the Saber Chi. Moreover, Xiao Han felt that killing outside was especially satisfying, unlike in the hallucinatory demon palace, which was full of restrictions. He could do as he pleased. Sweep away everything. However, this slash also consumed 30% of the natal saber chi, leaving only 10% of the natal saber chi in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Of course, this slash also played the role of killing people to establish his prestige. Now, the many elders who were clamoring at the beginning, as well as the pagoda master and Yan Qi, all had their throats choked. They breathed rapidly and did not say a word, staring at Xiao Han with bulging eyes. Xiao Han's 5 slaves knew what was good for them and immediately knelt on the ground. They kept quiet out of fear and said in fear, "Spare us. Please spare us. We are willing to serve you as our master for the rest of our lives." And Xiao Han waved his hand. "Get up." The master and the servants also put on a little act. The 5 slaves stood up and obediently stood behind Xiao Han with their hands down. Xiao Han turned around and used his indifferent eyes to sweep over the pagoda master and the others. The corner of his mouth pulled into a provocative and arrogant smile. "Pagoda master, are you only satisfied when the fish dies and the net splits?" "Ugh, this. Xiao Han, this." At this moment, the pagoda master was even a little incoherent. One slash to kill 100 people and kill many people at the 9th level of true chi, directly killing them. This is the Great Success Realm Saber intent, and your mental power is ridiculously strong. Xiao Han, you have actually grown to this level. This. The 12 elders also looked at Xiao Han bitterly. They did not expect Xiao Han to be so strong. His methods were so violent, in an instant, he killed the remaining evil heroes on the Rome Plain. They were all killed. Too powerful, this Great Success Realm Saber intent is almost perfect. It's almost perfect. One of the elders sighed in admiration. "Xiao Han, I also cultivate the Tao of Saber. However, your saber intent can directly suppress my saber intent. I'm not your match. Say, the younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time." The elder's face showed a desolate expression. He shook his hand. "I won't mention the matter of the immortal artifact. I won't mention it again." These elders all looked at Xiao Han in horror. In the depths of the eye sockets of a few of the elders, a ruthless expression gradually appeared on his face as he looked at Xiao Han with a murderous look. "Tower Master, Xiao Han's lifeblood saber energy is indeed powerful. It was grand and majestic, sweeping through the world. However, although his life saber chi was invincible, it was not inexhaustible. On the contrary, the lifeblood saber energy is stored in the soul sea of the saber user. Every time it is killed, it will consume a lot of energy. This Xiao Han killed 100 lives with one slash just now. I think he must have consumed a lot of energy. Why don't we take this opportunity to suppress him? We have completely fallen out with Xiao Han. With Xiao Han's temperament, it will be very difficult for him to let us go in the future. Moreover, the speed of his growth is too heaven-defying. We are all old antiques who have seen countless people. In our lifetime, we have also witnessed the rise of countless geniuses. But now, looking at the history of the entire plane, all the so-called outstanding geniuses, the so-called heaven-bestowed geniuses, in front of Xiao Han, are all just a joke. Xiao Han was the true genius who had surpassed all of us since ancient times. Not only does his talent surpass our plane, even if he goes to other planes, he will also be a monstrous existence. His combat strength is changing every day. This time, Xiao Han almost destroyed the entire plane with his own strength. Tower Master, we can't control this kid. I suggest that we kill him while he is still young and not completely powerful. Moreover, he has consumed a lot of his lifeblood saber energy. Let's kill him. The Tower Master stared at Xiao Han. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he fell into deep thought.
Xiao Han understood the meaning of this. His expression did not change as he looked at the Tower Master with a faint smile.
Tower Master, do you want to use force?
Ha ha ha.
Why don't you try?
Xiao, xiao, xiao. Wisps of lifeblood saber energy rose from the top of Xiao Han's head, creating hair-like cracks in the space. At the same time, Xiao Han glanced at the group of elders with murderous eyes. In his eyes, the saber light and the sword shadow made the elders' eyes hurt. Their skin turned cold as if they were being cut by the sharp edge of a saber. It was so creepy that they lowered their heads and felt a chill in the depths of their hearts. Soon, a few other elders also sent a soul message to the Tower Master. Tower Master, we must not make things difficult for Xiao Han anymore. Tower Master, in the hallucinatory Devil Palace, many of the evil heroes have received favors from Xiao Han. If we forcefully suppress Xiao Han, it will definitely arouse public anger. Moreover, Xiao Han's methods are too fierce and domineering. He can already kill a 9th-level true Qi expert. With such a demonic talent, if he enters the Genius Zone, he will definitely fight for immortal treasures for the plane. Right now, the most important thing is to win over Xiao Han, not to suppress him. Tower Master, please reconsider. Hearing this, the Tower Master glanced at the evil heroes of his plane and then looked at Xiao Han again. Then he laughed and said, "Good. Xiao Han, you have risen. You have completely risen. You will become a great force of our plane. Your future is limitless." Now that you have the ability to control and protect that immortal treasure, I will not ask for it. You can keep the immortal treasure for yourself. Good, Xiao Han. You are very good. Ha ha ha. Well said. Xiao Han laughed coldly. In his heart, he felt a little more relaxed. Right now, Xiao Han's focus was on the Genius Zone. He did not want to bother with the Tower Master and the other bastards. His first task was to rush to the Genius Zone and enter the Genius Zone to search for immortal treasures. Therefore, even though they were in the same bed, Xiao Han could only pretend to be courteous for the time being. Of course, the premise was that the Tower Master and the others did not go too far. If they took an inch and wanted a foot, Xiao Han could only draw his sword against them. Good. Let's continue. This Tower Master was unusually thick-skinned. Now, he acted as if nothing had happened and was amiable to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, let's go. We still need about 150 days to reach the space springboard. After passing through the hallucinatory Devil Palace, we should be able to deal with the dangers along the way. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Tower Master led the way and flew in the air. The 12 elders followed closely behind. The evil heroes. All of them followed the Tower Master and flew. The large group of people set off again. Their goal was the space springboard that could transport them to the Genius Zone. Xiao Han still flew side by side with his eldest senior brother, Xiao Mingqiu, calmly. The 5 devil hero slaves hung far behind in a humble manner. Damn it! At this moment, Xiao Mingqiu was also indignant. His eyes were filled with anger. Junior brother Xiao Han. The Pagoda Master and the elders had gone too far. You have made great contributions to the plane, but they are suppressing and bullying you like this. It's really despicable. Heh! Xiao Han smiled indifferently. It's okay. Eldest senior brother, seriously speaking, the weak are prey to the strong in this world. However, in the face of benefits, the Tower Master and the others just did not hide it. Eldest senior brother, don't be angry. I just want to enter the Genius Zone and look for immortal opportunities. As long as they don't go too far, I can bear it. The big picture is the most important. Yes. Xiao Mingqiu took a deep look at Xiao Han before repeatedly nodding his head. Junior brother Xiao Han, your current temperament and spirit are like 2 different people. You're like a different person now. You have a supreme state of mind that is neither sad nor happy. If the sect master knew about your current situation, he would be very pleased. Junior brother Xiao Han, pretend to be polite to those bastards for now. However, if you're in the Genius Zone, remember to hold back. Otherwise, the Tower Master and the others will kill you after you've outlived your usefulness. I know, Xiao Han said with a smile. Suddenly, Xiao Han. Yan Qi actually dilly-dallied and flew to Xiao Han's side.
His face was filled with grievance and fear. His eyes were filled with regret. Xiaohan, just my quarrel with you I was impulsive. I hope you don't mind. I'm here to apologize to you. Xianxia was indeed regretful. Initially, he had thought Xiaohan's battle prowess was all due to the celestial weapon and the hallucinatory devil stage. He did not expect Xiaohan's natal saber chi to be so tyrannical and invincible. Earlier, when Xiaohan killed 100 people with a single slash, he had also killed many 9th-level True Energy Realm martial artists from the Rong realm. It could be said that any of the 9th-level True Energy Realm martial artists who died under that slash were stronger than Xianxia. In that case, it would be as easy as blowing off dust for Xiaohan to kill Xianxia. Like picking up grass. Therefore, Xianxia could only suffer in silence. His heart was filled with regret. He blamed himself for contradicting Xiaohan just now. Get lost. Xiaohan did not even look at Xianxia. Brother Xiaohan, you must forgive me. Xianxia was filled with grief. Brother Xiaohan, it was indeed an unintentional mistake. Xiaohan's eyes focused on Xianxia. You're a despicable person who goes back on his word. You don't even have a backbone. Get lost now, or I'll kill you with one slash. Get lost. Xiao Mingchu scolded while gnashing his teeth. To Xiao Mingchu, scolding a powerhouse was a pleasant thing to do. Advance. The large group of people advanced toward the space springboard. They were also very careful along the way. It was a 150-day journey, and no one could predict if there would be any dangers along the way. However, just as the pagoda master had said, after passing through the hallucinatory demon palace, the journey was actually quite easy. Occasionally, there would be some hallucinatory demon realms appearing in the space. The density of the realms wasn't too high, and it wouldn't cause them to experience hallucinations or hallucinations that would cause them to fall into a trance. Everyone could handle it. Even if they encountered a slightly larger hallucinatory demonic realm, they would be able to avoid it. 120 days had passed. It was a smooth journey. 0 casualties. We'll reach the space springboard in 30 days. After that, we'll be teleported to the Genius Zone. The Genius Zone hasn't opened yet. There's still time, there's still time. The pagoda master burst into laughter. The 120-day journey was extremely smooth. This also made many of the devil warriors and elders calm down. They were not as nervous and fearful as when they first set off. 140th day. Eldest senior brother, there are still 10 days left. Xiaohan smiled and chatted with Xiao Mingchu. The Genius Zone is getting closer and closer to us. Xiao Mingchu was also excited. I wonder what the situation in the Genius Zone is like. There are so many experts from different planes heading to the Genius Zone this time. I'm very nervous. Especially after experiencing the disturbance from Rong's group of strong disciples, I feel even more helpless. Our plane is really too weak. That's right, junior brother Xiaohan, don't let your guard down too much, in case you encounter any danger during the last 10 days of the journey. It's fine. Xiaohan's spiritual force spread out and radiated millions of miles of area, monitoring at all times. Eldest senior brother, this large area is close to 10 million miles. It's very safe. Now, the natal saber chi in Xiaohan's Sea of Consciousness had also recovered to its original state. This gave Xiaohan more confidence to face all kinds of dangers calmly. 145th day. Suddenly, Xiaohan's expression froze. Junior brother Xiaohan, what's wrong? Xiao Mingchu hurriedly asked. I discovered a large number of humans coming from all directions. They're flying in the same direction as us. My spiritual force sensed countless experts. 8th stage True Chi, 9th stage True Chi, and 10th stage True Chi Immortal Eye Realm. Xiaohan's face was cold. Eldest senior brother, we've encountered the devil warriors from other planes. However, it's not just one wave. There are at least 10 waves of people from different planes. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.